Preface to The Story of Greece Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. To Joyce, Moffatt Scott. Dear little Joyce, one of the reasons why this book is to be your very own is that the story it tells begins in Wonderland, and that is a land in which you and all other little people wander at will. Grown-up children, men and women as we call them, do not know the secrets of this strange land, and yet there are a few who can always find their way across its border, as they used to do when they were small like you. Some few others there are who remember its secrets well. Shall I tell you some of the things you hear and see and do in Wonderland? Why, when the wind blows soft, faint whispers reach your ear, but you alone know what the whispers tell. When the brooks gurgle, you hear joyous laughter, and in the springs of water you see the sparkle of elfin eyes. As the bluebells shake in the breeze, your tiny feet march to the music of fairy bands. As the raindrops fall, you gather pearls with your little hands. The secrets of this strange wonderland make you so glad that you laugh and sing and dance. Great, wide, beautiful, wonderful world, with the wonderful water round you curled, and the wonderful grass upon your breast, world, you are wonderfully dressed. The ancient wonderland of Hellas, of which this story tells, was unlike your wonderland in this, that men and women dwelt in it as well as boys and girls, and they too saw and heard its secrets. And this was because, in a way not known today, each had kept the heart of a little child. So it was that these men and women heard voices in the wind and laughter in the streams. So it was that they saw eyes in water springs and pearls and raindrops. More even than these, the Hellenes saw. For across lone hillsides, through busy fields, in sacred groves and flower-sweet meadows, radiant figures sped, and the simple folk, catching glimpses of these flitting forms, said one to the other, "The gods have come to live among us." Their presence it is that makes the earth so fair, so wonderful. As the years passed and the Hellenes grew older, sterner times came. Cities sprang up on hillsides and by river banks, and the gods were seldom seen. Men went to war, battles were lost and won. But never, in victory or in defeat, did the people lose their early love of beauty, or that strange, dreamy sense of wonder, which from the beginning was ever plucking at their hearts. They longed to fulfill their dreams of beauty. They wished to reshape the world. But because the world was so great, so wide, they began with one of their cities, the one of which a poet sang. O rich and renowned with the violet's crown, O Athens, the envied of nations. Here they built temples which became the wonder of the world, and in them they placed statues of the old gods of Hellas, beautiful statues wrought by master hands out of ivory and gold. Poets and philosophers lived in Athens too, and so literature and art spread the glory of Greece far and wide, moulding the thoughts and quickening the deeds of many peoples. Before the glory of Greece faded, Europe had learned from her to follow truth, to love beauty. This story tells but a small part of the wonder of this land, yet I hope that it will make you love her and wish to learn more about her. Your friend, Mary MacGregor. End of preface. Chapter 1 of The Story of Greece Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Wonderland. The story of Greece began long, long ago in a strange wonderland of beauty. Woods and winds, fields and rivers, each had a pathway which led upward and onward into the beautiful land. Sometimes, indeed, no path was needed, for the rivers, woods, and lone hillsides were themselves the wonderland of which I am going to tell. In the woods and winds, in the trees and rivers, dwelt the gods and goddesses whom the people of long ago worshipped. It was their presence in the world that made it so great, so wide, so wonderful. To the Hellenes, for that is the name by which the Greeks called themselves, there were eyes, living eyes, in flowers, trees, and water. So crowded full is the air with them, wrote one poet who lived in the far-off days, that there is no room to put in the spike of an ear of corn without touching one. When the wind blew soft, the Hellenes listened to the whispering of a voice. When it blew rough and snatched one of the children from their midst, they did not greatly grieve. The child had but gone to be the playmate of the gods. The springs sparkled clear, for in them dwelt the naiads, or freshwater nymphs, with gifts as great as the river gods, who were oft-times seen and heard amid the churning, tossing waters. In the trees dwelt the dryads, nymphs these of the forest, whom the Hellenes saw but seldom. Shy-nymphs were the dryads, born each one at the birth of a tree, in which she dwelt, fading away when the tree was felled, or when it withered and died. Their revels were held in some wooded mountain, far from the haunts of men, where a human footfall heard. The frolic ceased on the instant, while each dryad sped swift for shelter to the tree of her birth. So the gods wandered through the land, filling the earth with their presence. Yet there was one lofty mountain in central Greece, named Mount Olympus, which the Hellenes believed was the peculiar home of the gods. It was to this great mountain that the actual roads on which the Hellenes walked each day seemed ever to lead. On the sides of the mountain, green trees and dark pines clustered close. The summit reached high up beyond the clouds, so used the ancient people to tell. Here, where no foot had ever climbed, up beyond the twinkling stars was the abode of the gods. What the Hellenes never saw with their eyes, they saw quite clear with their imagination. Within the clouds where the gods dwelt, they gazed in this strange way upon marble halls, glistening with gold and silver, upon thrones too, great white thrones, finer far than those on which an earthly king might sit. The walls gleamed with rainbow tints, and beauty as of dawns and sunsets was painted over the vast arches of Olympus. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Story of Greece Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 2. The Great God Pan. The supreme god of the Hellenes was Zeus. He dwelt in the sky, yet on earth too. He had a sanctuary amid the oak woods of Dodona. When the oak leaves stirred, his voice was heard, mysterious as the voice of the mightiest of all the gods. In days long after these, Phidias, a great Greek sculptor, made an image of Zeus. The form and the face of the god he moulded into wondrous beauty, so that men gazing saw sunshine on the brow, and in the eyes gladness and warmth as of summer skies. Even so, if you watched, you may catch on the faces of those whose home is on the hillside or by the sea a glimpse of the beauty and the wonder amid which they dwell. It was only in very early times that the chief sanctuary of Zeus was at Dodona. Before they had dwelt long in Hellas, the Hellenes built a great temple in the plain of Olympia to their supreme god, and named it the Olympian Temple. Here a gold and ivory statue of the god was placed, and to the quiet courts of the temple came the people, singing hymns and marching in joyous procession. Zeus had stolen his great power from his father Cronus, with the help of his brothers and sisters. To reward them for their aid, the god gave to them provinces over which they ruled in his name. Hera Zeus chose as queen to reign with him. To Poseidon he gave the sea, and a palace beneath the waves of the ocean, adorned with seaweed and with shells. Pluto was made the guardian of Hades, that dark and gloomy kingdom of the dead, beneath the earth, while Demeter was goddess of the earth, and her gifts were flowers, fruits, and bounteous harvests. Athene was the goddess of war and wisdom, yet often she was to be seen weaving or embroidering, while by her table sat her favourite bird, an owl. Hermes was known as the fleet-footed, for on his feet he wore winged sandals to speed him swift on the errands of the gods. Apollo, the sun god, was the youngest of all the Olympian deities. He dwelt at Parnassus on the eastern coast of Greece, and his sanctuary was at Delphi. The fairest of the goddesses was Aphrodite, queen of love. Her little son was named Eros, and he never grew up. Always he was a little rosy, dimpled child, carrying in his hands a bow and arrows. Many more gods and goddesses were there in the wonder days of long ago, but of only one more may I stay to tell you now. The great god Pan, protector of the shepherds and their flocks, was half man, half goat. Everyone loved this strange god, who yet oft-times startled mortals by his wild and wilful ways. When today a sudden needless fear overtakes a crowd, and we say a panic has fallen upon it, we are using a word which we learned from the name of this old pagan god. Down by the streams the god Pan was sometimes seen to wander. What was he doing, the great god Pan, down in the reeds by the river, spreading ruin and scattering ban, splashing and paddling with hoofs of a goat, and breaking the golden lilies afloat, with the dragonfly on the river? He tore out a reed, the great god Pan, from the deep cool bank of the river, and then sitting down he hacked and hewed as a great god can at the slender reed. He made it hollow and notched out holes, and lo, there was a flute ready for his use. Sweet, piercing sweet was the music of Pan's pipe as the god placed his mouth upon the holes. Blinding sweet, O great god Pan, the sun on the hill forgot to die, and the lilies revived, and the dragonfly came back to dream on the river. On the hillsides and in the fields of Hellas, the shepherds heard the music of their god and were merry, knowing that he was on his way to frolic and to dance among them. Pan lived for many, many a long year, but there is a story which tells how, on the first glad Christmas Eve, when Jesus was born in Bethlehem, a traveller, as he passed Tarentum, the chief Greek city in Italy, heard a voice crying, "The great god Pan is dead." And when this same Jesus had grown to be a man, and hung for love's sake on a cross, one of our own women poets sings that all the old gods of Greece fell down moaning, each from off his golden seat. All the false gods, with a cry, rendered up their deity. Pan was dead. And the reason that the old gods fell was that the strange man upon the cross was mightier than they. But in the days of ancient Greece the gods were alive and strong. Of that the Hellenes were very sure. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Story of Greece Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. 6 Pomegranate Seeds. Demeter, the goddess of the earth, was often to be seen in the fields in springtime. As the Greek peasants sowed their seed, they caught glimpses of her long yellow hair, while she moved now here, now there, among them. It almost seemed to these simple folk as though already the bare fields were golden with the glory of harvest, so bright shone the yellow hair of the goddess. Then she smiled hopefully one to the other, knowing well that Demeter would give them a bounteous reaping time. In the autumn she was in the fields again. The peasants even dreamed that they saw her stoop to bind the sheaves. Certainly she had been known to visit their barns when the harvest was safely garnered. And stranger still, it was whispered among the womenfolk that the great Mother Earth had entered their homes, had stood close beside them as they baked bread to feed their hungry households. It was in the beautiful island of Sicily, which lies in the Mediterranean Sea, that the goddess had her home. Here she dwelt with her daughter Persephone, whom she loved more dearly than words could tell. Persephone was young and fair, so fair that she seemed as one of the spring flowers that leaped into life when her mother touched the earth with her gracious hands. Early as the dawn, the maiden was in the fields with Demeter, to gather violets while the dew still lay upon them, to dance and sing with her playmates. At other times she would move gravely by the side of her mother to help her in her quiet labours. All this time Pluto, king of Hades, was living in his gloomy kingdom underground, longing for some fair maiden to share his throne. But there was not one who was willing to leave the glad light of the sun, no, not though Pluto offered her the most brilliant gems in his kingdom. One day the dark king came up out of the shadows, riding in his chariot of gold, drawn by immortal horses. Swifter was their pace than that of any mortal steeds. Persephone was in a meadow with her playfellows when the king drew near. The maiden stood knee-deep amid the meadow grass, and stooping, plucked the fragrant sweet flowers all around her, hyacinth, lilies, roses, and pale violets. Pluto saw the group of happy maidens, beautiful each one as a day in spring, but it was Persephone who charmed him more than any other. "She shall be my queen and share my throne," muttered the gloomy king to himself. Then, for he knew that to woo the maiden would be vain, Pluto seized Persephone in his arms and bore her weeping to his chariot. Swift as an arrow the immortal steeds sped from the meadow, where Persephone's playmates were left terror-stricken and dismayed. On and on flew the chariot. Pluto was in such haste to reach Hades ere Demeter should miss her daughter. A river lay across his path, but of this the king recked naught, for his steeds would bear him across without so much as lessening their speed. But as the chariot drew near, the waters began to rise as though driven by a tempest. Soon they were lashed to such fury that Pluto saw that it was vain to hope to cross to the other side. So he seized his sceptre, and in a passion he struck 3 times upon the ground. At once a great chasm opened in the earth, and down into the darkness plunged the horses. A moment more, and Pluto was in his own kingdom, Persephone by his side. When the king seized the maiden in the meadow and bore her to his chariot, she had cried aloud to Zeus, her father, to save her. But Zeus had made no sign, nor had he heard save Hecate, a mysterious goddess whose face was half hidden by a veil. None other heard, yet her piteous cry echoed through the hills and woods, until at length the faint echo reached the ear of Demeter. A great pain plucked at the heart of the mother as she heard, and throwing the blue hood from off her shoulders, and loosening her long yellow hair, Demeter set forth, swift as a bird, to seek for Persephone until she found her. To her own home first she hastened, for there, she thought, she might find some trace of the child she loved so well. But the rooms were desolate as an empty bird's nest or an empty fold. The mother's eyes searched eagerly in every corner, but nothing met her gaze save the embroidery Persephone had been working, a gift against the return of the mother, with labour all to be in vain. It lay as she had flung it down in careless mood, and over it crept a spider, spinning his delicate web across the maiden's unfinished work. For 9 days Demeter wandered up and down the earth, carrying blazing torches in her hands. Her sorrow was so great that she would neither eat nor drink, no, not even ambrosia, or a cup of sweet nectar, which are the meat and drink of the gods. Nor would she wash her face. On the 10th day Hecate came towards her, but she had only heard the voice of the maiden, and could not tell Demeter who had carried her away. Onward sped the unhappy mother, sick at heart for hope unfulfilled, onward until she reached the sun. Here she learned that it was Pluto who had stolen her daughter, and carried her away to his gloomy kingdom. Then in her despair Demeter left all her duties undone, and a terrible famine came upon the earth. The dry seed remained hidden in the soil. In vain the oxen drew the ploughshare through the furrows. As the days passed, the misery of the people grew greater and greater, until faint and starving they came to Demeter and besought her once again to bless the earth. But sorrow had made the heart of the goddess hard, and she listened unmoved to the entreaties of the hungry folk, saying only that until her daughter was found she could not care for their griefs. Long weary days Demeter journeyed over land and sea to seek for Persephone, but at length she came back to Sicily. One day, as she walked along the bank of a river, the water gurgled gladly, and a little wave carried a girdle almost to her feet. Demeter stooped to pick it up, and lo, it was the girdle that Persephone had worn on the day that she had been carried away. The maiden had flung it into the river as the chariot had plunged into the abyss, hoping that it might reach her mother. The girdle could not help Demeter to recover her daughter, yet how glad she was to have it, how safe she treasured it. At length, broken-hearted indeed, Demeter went to Zeus to beg him to give her back her daughter. "If she returns, the people shall again have food and plenteous harvests," she cried. And the god, touched with the grief of the mother and the sore distress of the people, promised that Persephone should come back to earth if she had eaten no food while she had lived in the gloomy kingdom of Hades. No words can tell the joy with which Demeter hastened to Hades. Here she found her daughter with no smile upon her sweet face, but only tears of desire for her mother and the dear light of the sun. But alas, that very day Persephone had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds. For every seed that she had eaten she was doomed to spend a month each year with Pluto. But for the other 6 months, year after year, mother and daughter would dwell together, and as they clung to one another, they were joyous and content. For 6 glad months each year Demeter rejoiced, for her daughter was by her side. And ever it was spring and summer while Persephone dwelt on earth. But when the time came for her to return to Hades, Demeter grew ever cold and sad, and the earth too became weary and grey. It was autumn and winter in the world until Persephone returned once more. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Story of Greece Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Birth of Athene. One day Zeus was ill. To us it is strange to think of the gods as suffering the same pains as mortals suffer, but to the Hellenes it seemed quite natural. Zeus was ill. His head ached so severely that he bade all the gods assemble in Olympus to find a cure for his pain. But not one of them, not even Apollo, who was god of medicine as well as sun-god, could ease the suffering deity. After a time Zeus grew impatient with the cruel pain, and resolved at all costs to end it. So he sent for his strong son Hephaestus, and bade him take an axe and cleave open his head. Hephaestus did not hesitate to obey, and no sooner had the blow descended than from his father's head sprang forth Athene, the goddess of war and wisdom. She was clad in armour of pure gold, and held in her hand a spear, poised as though for battle. From her lips rang a triumphant war-song. The assembled gods gazed in wonder, not unmixed with fear, at the warrior goddess, who had so suddenly appeared in their midst. But she herself stood unmoved before them, while a great earthquake shook the land and proclaimed to the dwellers in Hellas the birth of a new god. Athene was a womanly goddess as well as a warlike one. She presided over all kinds of needlework, and herself loved to weave beautiful tapestry. Soon after the birth of the goddess, a man named Cecrops came to a province in Greece which was afterwards known as Attica. Here he began to build a city, which grew so beautiful beneath his hands that the gods in Olympus marvelled. When it was finished, each of the gods wished to choose a name for the city Cecrops had built. As only one name could be used, the gods met in a great council to determine what was to be done. Soon, one by one, each gave up his wish to name the city, save only Athene and Poseidon. Then Zeus decreed that Athene and Poseidon should create an object which would be of use to mortals. To name the city and to care for it should be the prize of the one who produced the most useful gift. Poseidon at once seized his 3-pronged fork or trident, which was the sign that he was ruler of the sea. As he struck the ground with it, lo, a noble horse sprang forth, the first horse that the gods had seen. As Poseidon told the gods in how many ways the beautiful animal could be of use to mortals, they thought that Athene would not be able to produce anything that could help men more. When she quietly bade the council to look at an olive tree, the gods laughed her to scorn. But they soon ceased to laugh, for Athene told them how the wood, the fruit, the leaves, all were of use, and not only so, but that the olive tree was the symbol of peace, while the horse was the symbol of war. And war did ever more harm than good to mortals. So the gods decided that it was Athene who had won the right to name the city, and she gave to it her own name of Athene, and the citizens ever after worshipped her as their own peculiar goddess. Of this city, which we know as Athens, you will hear much in this story. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Story of Greece, Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert Marlowe. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Two Weavers. Athene could not only wield the sword, she could also ply the needle. In these olden days there lived in Greece a Lydian maid who could weave with wondrous skill. So beautiful were the tapestries she wrought that her fame spread far and wide. Lords and ladies both came from distant towns to see the maiden's skillful hands at work. Arachne, for that was the maiden's name, lived in a cottage with her parents. They were poor folk, and had often found it hard to earn their daily bread. But now that their daughter was famous for her embroidery, their troubles were at an end. For not only lords and ladies, but merchants too, were glad to pay well to secure the young maid's exquisite designs. And so all would have been well with Arachne and her parents, had not the foolish girl become vain of her work. Soon her companions began to weary of her, for of nothing could she talk save of her own deft fingers, of her own beautiful embroideries. Those who loved Arachne grew sad as they listened to her proud words, and warned her that pride ever goes before a fall. But Arachne only tossed her pretty head as she listened to the wisdom of older folk. Nor did she cease to boast, even saying that she could do more wonderful work than the goddess Athene. Not once, but many times did Arachne say that she wished she might test her skill against that of the goddess. And should a prize be offered, proudly she declared that it was she who would win it. From Olympus, Athene heard the vain words of the maid. So displeased was she with her boldness that she determined to go to see Arachne, and if she did not repent, to punish her. She changed herself into an old white-haired dame, and came to earth. Leaning upon a staff, she knocked at the door of the cottage where Arachne lived, and was bidden to enter. Arachne was sitting in the midst of those who had come to see and praise her work. Soon she began to talk, as she was quick to do, of her skill, and of how she believed that her work surpassed in beauty any that Athene could produce. The old woman pushed her way through the group that surrounded the maid, and laying her hand upon the shoulder of Arachne, she spoke kindly to her. "Be more modest, my child," she said, "lest the anger of the gods descend upon you, lest Athene take you at your word and bid you the contest you desire." Impatiently, Arachne shook off the stranger's hand, and answered, "Who are you who dare speak to me? I would Athene might hear my words, and come to test her skill against mine. She would soon see that she had a rival in Arachne." Athene frowned at the insolence of the maiden. Then the little company were startled to see the old woman suddenly change into the glorious form of the goddess Athene. As she gazed, they were afraid and fell at her feet. But Arachne did not worship the goddess. Foolish Arachne looked boldly in her face, and asked if she had come to accept her challenge. Athene's only answer was to sit down before an empty loom. Soon each, in silence, had begun to weave a wondrous tapestry. Swift and more swift moved the fingers of the weavers, while the group of strangers gathered now near to the door watched the webs as they grew and grew apace. Into her tapestry Athene was weaving the story of her contest with Poseidon for the city of Cecrops. The olive tree, the horse, the gods in the council, all seemed to live as they appeared on the web of the goddess. The tapestry woven by Arachne was also beauteous in her work was wont to be. In it you saw the sea, with waves breaking over the great bowl, to whose horns clung a girl named Europa, and Europa's curls blew free in the wind. At length Athene rose from the loom, her work complete. Arachne, too, laid down her spindle, and as she turned to look upon the tapestry of the goddess, her courage suddenly failed. A glance had been enough to show her that her skill was nothing before the wonder and the beauty of Athene's work. Too late the maiden repented that she had defied the goddess. In her despair she seized a rope and tied it around her neck to hang herself. But the goddess saw what Arachne meant to do, and at once she changed her into a spider, bidding her from henceforth never cease to spin. And so, when you see a spider weaving its beautiful embroidery on a dewy morning in the garden, or when you find a delicate web in your lumber room, you will remember how Athene punished poor foolish Arachne in the days of old. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Simona Rusu. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Purple Flowers. Apollo, the youngest and most beautiful of all the gods, dearly loved a lad named Hyacinthus. Ofttimes he would leave the other gods sipping nectar in Mount Olympus. Ofttimes he would forsake the many beautiful temples in which he was worshipped on earth, that he might be free to wander through the woods with his little friend. For Hyacinthus was only a merry little lad, who loved to roam over hill and dale, and when the fancy seized him to hunt in the woods. Apollo was never happier than when he was with the boy. Sometimes he would go hunting with him, and then Hyacinthus was merrier than ever, for the world seemed more full of brightness when the sun god was by his side. Sometimes the friends would walk together over hill and dale, followed by the dogs Hyacinthus loved so well. One day they had wandered far, and the little lad was tired, so he flung himself down in a grassy meadow to rest, Apollo by his side. But the sun god was soon eager for a game. He sprang to his feet, crying, "Hyacinthus, let us play at quoits before the shadows fall." Quoits were flat, heavy discs, and the game was won by the player who could fling the quoits the farthest through the air. Hyacinthus was ever willing to do as Apollo wished, and the game was soon begun. After a throw of more than usual skill and strength, the friends laughed gleefully. Oh, but it was good to be alive in such a happy world, thought Hyacinthus, and Apollo, as he looked at the merry face of the little lad, rejoiced that he was not sitting in the cold marble halls of Olympus, but was here on the glad green earth. By and by, while they still played, Zephyrus, the god of the south wind, came fleeting by. He saw the sun god and his little playmate full of laughter and joy. Then an ugly passion, named jealousy, awoke in the heart of the god, for he too loved the little hunter Hyacinthus, and would fain have been in Apollo's place. Zephyrus tarried a while to watch the friends. Once, as Apollo flung his disk high into the air, the wind god sent a gust from the south which blew the quoit aside. He meant only to annoy Apollo, but Hyacinthus was standing by so that the quoit struck him violently on the forehead. The lad fell to the ground, and soon he was faint from loss of blood. In vain Apollo tried to staunch the wound. Nothing he could do was of any use. Little by little the boy's strength ebbed away, and the sun god knew that the lad would never hunt or play again on earth. Hyacinthus was dead. The grief of the god was terrible. His tears fell fast as he mourned for the playmate he had loved so well. At length he dried his tears and took his lyre, and as he played he sang a last song to his friend. And all the woodland creatures were silent, that they might listen to the love song of the god. When the song was ended, Apollo laid aside his lyre, and stooping, touched with his hand the blood drops of the lad. And lo, they were changed into a cluster of beautiful purple flowers, which have ever since been named hyacinths, after the little lad Hyacinthus. Year by year, as the spring sun shines, the wonderful purple of the hyacinth is seen. Then you, who know the story, think of the days of long ago, when the sun god lost his little friend and a cluster of purple flowers bloomed upon the spot where he lay. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 7. Danae and her little son. The stories I have told you are about the gods of ancient Greece. The story I am going to tell you now is about a Greek hero. When you think of a hero, you think of a man who does brave, unselfish deeds. But to the Hellenes or Greeks, a hero was one who was half god, half man, whose one parent was a god while the other was a mortal. So the god Zeus was the father of Perseus, the hero of whom I am going to tell, while his mother was a beautiful princess named Danae. From morning to night, from night till morning, Acrisius, the father of Danae, was never happy, yet he was a king. A king and unhappy? Yes, this king was unhappy because he was afraid that someday, as an oracle had foretold, he would be slain by his grandson. The ancient Greeks often sent to sacred groves or temples to ask their gods about the future, and the answer, which was given by a priestess, was called an oracle. Now Acrisius, king of Argos, had no grandson, so it was strange that the oracle would make him afraid. He hoped that he never would have a grandson. His one child, beautiful, gentle Danae, he had loved well until he heard the oracle. Now he was determined to send her away from the palace, to hide her where no prince would ever find her, and try to win her for his bride. So the king shut the princess into a tower, which was encased in brass, and surrounded it with guards, so that no one, and least of all a prince, could by any chance catch a glimpse of his beautiful daughter. Very sad was Danae, very lonely too, when she was left in the brazen tower, and Zeus, looking down from Olympus, pitied her and before long sent a little son to cheer her loneliness. One day the guards saw the babe on his mother's knee. Here was the grandson about whom the king had hoped he would never be born. In great alarm they hastened to the palace to tell the king the strange tidings. Acrisius was so frightened when he heard their story that he flew into a passion and vowed that both Danae and Perseus, as her little son was named, should perish. So he ordered the guards to carry the mother and her babe to the seashore, and to send them adrift on the waters in an empty boat. For 2 days and 2 nights the boat was tossed hither and thither by the winds and the waves, while Danae, in sore dismay, but with a brave heart, clasped her golden-haired boy tight in her arms. The child slept sound in the frail bark, while his mother cried to the gods to bring her and her treasure into a safe haven. On the 3rd day, the answer to her prayers came, for before her Danae saw an island with a shore of yellow sand, and on the shore stood a fisherman with his net, looking out to sea. He soon caught sight of the boat, and as it drew near, he cast his net over it and gently pulled it to the shore. It seemed to Danae almost too good to be true, to stand once again on dry land. She thought it was but a dream, from which she would awake to find herself once more tossing on the great wide sea. But there stood Dictys, the fisherman, looking at her in wonder. Then Danae knew that she was indeed awake. She hastened to thank him for his help and to ask him where she could find shelter for herself and her child. Then the fisherman, who was the brother of Polydectes, king of the island on which Danae had landed, said that if she would go with him to his home, he would treat her as a daughter. And Danae went gladly to live with Dictys. So Perseus grew up in the island of Seriphus, playing on the sands when he was small, and when he had grown tall and strong, going on voyages to other islands with Dictys, or fishing with him nearer home. Zeus loved the lad and watched over him. 15 years passed, and then the wife of Polydectes died, and the king wished to marry Danae, for he loved her and knew that she was a princess. But Danae did not wish to wed Polydectes, and she refused to become his queen, for indeed she loved no one save her son Perseus. Then the king was angry and vowed that if Danae would not come to the palace as his queen, he would compel her to come as his slave. And it was even so, as a slave, that Perseus found her when he returned from a voyage with Dictys. The anger of the lad was fierce. How dare anyone treat his beautiful mother so cruelly? He would have slain the king had not Dictys restrained him. Subduing his anger as well as he could, Perseus went boldly to the palace, and taking no heed of Polydectes, he brought his mother away and left her in the temple of Athene. There she would be safe, for no one, not even the king, would enter the sanctuary of the goddess. "Perseus must leave the island," said Polydectes, when he was told of the lad's bold deed. He thought that if her son were banished, Danae would perchance be willing to become his queen. But Polydectes was too crafty to issue a royal command bidding Perseus leave Seriphus. That, he knew, would make Danae hate him more than ever. So he thought of a better way to get rid of the lad. He arranged to give a great feast in the palace and proclaimed that each guest should bring a gift to present to the king. Among other youths, Perseus too was invited, but he was poor and had no gift to bring. And this was what the unkind king wished. So when Perseus entered the palace empty-handed, Polydectes was quick to draw attention to the lad, laughing at him and taunting him that he had not done as the other guests and brought with him a gift. The courtiers followed the example of their king, and Perseus found himself attacked on every side. The lad soon lost his temper, and looking with defiance at Polydectes, he answered, "I will bring you the head of Medusa as a gift, O king, when next I enter the palace." "Brave words are these, Perseus," answered the king. "See that you turn them into deeds, or we shall think you but boast as does a coward." Then, as Perseus turned and left the banqueting hall, the king laughed, well pleased, for he had goaded the lad until he had fallen into the trap prepared for him. If Perseus went in search of the head of Medusa, he was not likely to be seen again in Seriphus, thought the king. And Perseus, as he walked away toward the sea, was saying to himself, "Yes, I shall go in search of Medusa, nor shall I return unless I bring her head with me, a gift for the king." End of chapter 7. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on 31st of August, 2021. Chapter 8 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 8. The Quest of Perseus. Medusa and her two sisters were named the Gorgons. The sisters had always been plain and even terrible to see, but Medusa had once been fair to look upon. When she was young and beautiful, her home was in a northern land where the sun never shone. So she begged Athene to send her to the south, where sunshine made the long days glad. But the goddess refused her request. In her anger, Medusa cried, "It is because I am so beautiful that you will not let me go. For if Medusa were to be seen, who then would wish to look at Athene?" Such proud and foolish words might not be suffered by the gods, and the maiden was sharply punished for her rash speech. Her beautiful curly hair was changed into serpents, living serpents that hissed and coiled around her head. Nor was this all, but whoever so much as glanced at her face was at once turned into stone. Terrible indeed was Medusa, the Gorgon, whose head Perseus had vowed to bring as a gift to Polydectes. She had great wings like eagles and sharp claws instead of hands. Now, as Perseus wandered down to the shore after he had defied the king, his heart began to sink. How was he even to begin his task? He did not know where Medusa lived, nor did anyone on the island. In his perplexity, he did as his mother had taught him to do. He prayed to Athene. And lo, even as he prayed, the goddess was there by his side. With her was Hermes, the fleet-footed, wearing his winged sandals. "The gods will aid you, Perseus," said Athene, "if you will do as they bid you. But think not to find their service easy, for they who serve the gods must endure hardship and live laborious lives. Will this content you?" Perseus had no fears now that he knew the gods would help him, and with a brave and steadfast heart he answered, "I am content." Then Pluto sent to the lad his magic helmet, which made whoever wore it invisible. Hermes gave to him the winged sandals he wore, so that he might be able to fly over land and sea, while Athene trusted to him her shield, the dread Aegis, burnished bright as the sun. The shield was made from the hide of a goat, but the Hellenes thought of it as the great storm cloud in which Zeus hid himself when he was angry, for it was the shield of her father Zeus that Athene used. Upon Medusa herself, Perseus would not be able to cast a glance, lest he be turned to stone, but looking at the shield, he would see her image as in a mirror. The lad was now armed for his quest, but not yet did he know whither it would lead. But Athene could direct him. She said that the abode of the Gorgons was known to none, save 3 sisters called the Graeae. These sisters had been born with gray hair and had only 1 eye and 1 tooth between them, which they used in turn. Their home was in the north, in a land of perpetual darkness, and it was there that Perseus must go to learn the dwelling place of the Gorgons. So at length the lad was ready to set out on his great adventure. On and on, sped by his winged sandals, he flew, past many a fair town, until he left Greece far behind. On and on, until he reached the dark and dreary land where the Graeae dwelt. He could see them now, the 3 gray sisters, as they sat in the gloom just outside their cave. As Perseus drew near, unseen by them because of his magic helmet, the sisters were passing their 1 eye from hand to hand, so that at that moment all 3 were blind. Perseus saw his chance, and stretching out his hand, seized the eye. They, each thinking the other had it, began to quarrel. But Perseus cried, "I hold the eye in my hand. Tell me where I may find Medusa, and you shall have it back." The sisters were startled by a voice when they had neither seen nor heard anyone approach. They were more startled by what the voice said. Very unwilling were they to tell their secret, yet what could they do if the stranger refused to give back their 1 eye? Already he was growing impatient and threatening to throw it into the sea. So, lest he should really fling it away, they were forced to tell him where he would find the Gorgon. Then Perseus, placing the eye in one of the eager, outstretched hands, sped swiftly on his journey. As he reached the land of which the Graii had told him, he heard the restless beating of the Gorgon's wings, and he knew that his quest was well nigh over. Onward still he flew, and then, raising his burnished shield, he looked into it, and lo, he saw the images of the Gorgons. They lay, all three, fast asleep on the shore. Unsheathing his sword, Perseus held it high, and then, keeping his gaze fixed upon the shield, he flew down and swiftly cut off Medusa's head and thrust it into a magic bag which he carried slung over his shoulder. Now, as Perseus seized the terrible head, the serpents coiled around the Gorgon's brow roused themselves and began to hiss so fiercely that the two sisters awoke and knew that evil had befallen Medusa. They could not see Perseus, for he wore his magic helmet, but they heard him, and in an instant they were following fast, eager to avenge the death of their sister. For a moment, the brave heart of the hero failed. Was he doomed to perish now that his task was accomplished? He cried aloud to Athene, for he heard the Gorgons following ever closer on his path. Then more swiftly sped the winged sandals, and soon Perseus breathed freely once again, for he had left the dread sisters far behind. End of Chapter 8. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 31st of August, 2021.
Section 9 of The Story of Greece, Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Andromeda and the Sea Monster. As Perseus journeyed over land and sea on his great quest, he often thought of the dear mother he had left in Seriphus. Now that his task was done, he longed to fly over the blue waters of the Mediterranean to see her, to know that she was safe from the cruel King Polydectes. But the gods had work for Perseus to do before he might return to his island home. Again and again the lad struggled against wind and rain, trying ever to fly in the direction of Seriphus, but again and again he was beaten back. Faint and weary he grew, tired too of striving, so that he thought he would die in the desert through which he was passing. Then all at once it flashed across his mind that Hermes had told him that as long as he wore the winged sandals, he could not lose his way. New courage stole into his heart as he remembered the words of the god, and soon he found that he was being carried with the wind towards some high mountains. Among them he caught sight of a Titan, or giant named Atlas, who had once tried to dethrone Zeus, and who for his daring had been doomed to stand, supporting on his shoulders the vast pillar of heaven and earth, a weight of cumbrous grasp. The face of Atlas was pale with the mighty burden he bore, and he longed to lay down. As he caught sight of Perseus, he thought that perhaps the stranger would help him, for he knew what Perseus carried in his magic bag. So as he drew near, Atlas cried to him, "Hasten, Perseus, and let me look upon the Gorgon's face, that I may no longer feel this great weight upon my shoulders." Then in pity Perseus drew from the magic bag the head of Medusa, and held it up before the eyes of Atlas. In a moment the giant was changed into stone, or rather into a great rugged mountain, which ever since that day has been known as the Atlas Mountain. The winged sandals then bore Perseus on until he reached a dark and desolate land. So desolate it was that it seemed to him that the gods had forsaken it, or that it had been blighted by the sins of mortals. In this island lived Queen Cassiopeia and her daughter Andromeda. Cassiopeia was beautiful, but instead of thanking the gods for their gift of beauty, she used to boast of it, saying that she was fairer than the nymphs of the sea. So angry were the nymphs when they heard this, that they sent a terrible monster to the island, which laid it waste, and made it dark and desolate as Perseus had seen. The island folk sent to one of their temples to ask what they could do to free their island from the presence of the sea serpent. "This monster has been sent to punish Cassiopeia for her vain boast," was the answer. "Bid her sacrifice her daughter Andromeda to the sea serpent. Then will the nymphs remove the curse from your homes." Andromeda was fair and good, and the people loved her well, so that they were greatly grieved at the oracle. Yet if they did not give up their princess, their homes would be ruined, their children would perish before their eyes. So while the queen shut herself up in her palace to weep, the people took the beautiful maiden down to the shore and chained her fast to a great rock. Then slowly, sorrowfully, they went away, leaving her a prey to the terrible monster. As Perseus drew nearer to the sea, he saw the maiden. The next moment he was gazing in horror at the sea serpent, as with open hungry jaws it approached its victim. Quick as lightning, Perseus drew his sword, and swooped down towards the monster, at the same moment holding before him the head of Medusa. As the eyes of the serpent fell upon that awful sight, it slipped backward, and before Perseus could use his sword, it was changed into a rock, a great black rock. And if you go to the shore of the Levant, you may see it still, surrounded by the blue waters of the Mediterranean. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Story of Greece Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Acrisius is killed by Perseus. As soon as Perseus saw that the monster was harmless, he took off his magic helmet, and hastening to Andromeda, he broke the chain that held her to the rock. Then bidding her fear no more, he led her back to the palace, where the queen sat weeping for her lost daughter. When the door of her room was opened, Cassiopeia never stirred. Andromeda's arms were around her. Andromeda's kisses were on her cheek before she could believe that her daughter was in very truth alive. Then indeed the mother's joy was boundless. So fair, so good was the maiden that Perseus loved her, and thanked the gods who had led him to that desolate land. Before many weeks had passed, the princess was wedded to the stranger who had saved her from the terrible sea monster. 12 months later they left Cassiopeia and sailed away to Seriphus, for Perseus longed to see his mother, and to bring to her his beautiful bride. 7 long years had passed since Perseus set out on his quest, and Danae's heart was glad when she saw her son once more. As soon as their greetings were over, Perseus left Andromeda with his mother, and went to the palace, carrying with him the head of Medusa in the magic bag. The king was feasting with his nobles when Perseus entered the banqueting hall. Long, long ago he had ceased to think of Perseus, for he believed that he had perished on his wild adventure. Now he saw him, grown to be a man, entering the hall, and he grew pale with sudden fear. Paying no heed to any, Perseus strode through the throng of merry courtiers, until he stood before the throne on which sat Polydectes. "Behold the gift I promised you 7 years ago, O king," cried Perseus, and as he spoke he drew forth the head of Medusa, and held it up for the king to see. Polydectes and his startled nobles stared in horror at the awful face of the Gorgon, and as they gazed, the king and all his followers were changed into figures of stone. Then Perseus turned and left the palace, and telling the island folk that Polydectes was dead, he bade them now place Dictys, the fisherman, upon the throne. He then hastened to the temple of Athena, and with a glad heart gave back to the goddess the gifts which had served him so well, the helmet, the sandals, the shield. As his own offering to Athena, he gave the head of the Gorgon. She, well pleased, accepted it, and had it placed in the center of her shield. So from that day the aegis became even more terrible than before, for the Gorgon's head still turned to stone whoever looked upon it. Danae had often talked to Perseus when he was a boy of Acrisius her father, and of Argos, the city from which he had been banished when he was a babe. Perseus now resolved to sail to Argos with Danae and Andromeda. During these years Acrisius had been driven from his throne by an ambitious prince. He was in a miserable dungeon, thinking, it may be, of his unkindness to his daughter Danae, when she once again reached Argos. Perseus soon drove away the usurper, and for his mother's dear sake he took Acrisius out of his dungeon, and gave him back his kingdom. For Danae had wept and begged Perseus to rescue his grandfather from prison. It seemed as though the oracle that long ago had made Acrisius act so cruelly would now never be fulfilled. But sooner or later the words of the gods come true. One day Perseus was present at the games that were held each year at Argos. As he flung a quoit into the air, a sudden gust of wind hurled it aside, so that it fell upon the foot of Acrisius, who was sitting near. The king was an old man now, and the blow was more than he could bear. Before long he died from the wound, and thus the oracle of the gods was fulfilled. Perseus was kind as he was brave, and it grieved him that he had caused the death of his grandfather, although it had been by no fault of his own. Argos no longer seemed a happy place to the young king, so he left it, and going to a city called Mycenae, he made it his capital. Here, after a long and prosperous reign, Perseus died. The gods whom he had served loyally placed him in the skies among the stars, and there he still shines, together with Andromeda and Cassiopeia. End of section 10.
Chapter 11 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paulo Laudatio. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 11. Achilles and Briseis, the fair-cheeked. The story of Perseus belongs to the heroic age of Greek history, to the time when heroes were half mortal, half divine. Many other wonderful tales belong to the heroic age, but among them all none are so famous as those that are told in the Iliad and the Odyssey. The Iliad tells of the war that raged around the walls of the city of Troy, the Odyssey of the adventures of the goodly Odysseus. In the northwest corner of Asia, looking toward Greece, the ruins of an ancient city have been discovered. It was on this spot that Troy, or Ilium, was believed to have stood. Strange legends gathered round the warriors of the Trojan War, so strange that some people say that there never were such heroes as those of whom the Iliad tells. However that may be, we know that in long after years, when the Greeks fought with the people of Asia, they remembered these old stories and believed that they were carrying on the wars which their fathers had begun. The Iliad and the Odyssey were written by a poet named Homer, so many wise folks tell, while others, it may be just as wise, say that these poems were not written by one man, but were gathered from the legends of the people, now by one poet, now by another, until they grew into the collection of stories which we know as the Iliad and the Odyssey. At first, these old stories were not written in a book. They were sung or told in verse by the poets to the people of Hellas. And because what is simple and serious lives longer than what is merely clever, these grave old stories of 2,000 years ago are still alive, and people are still eager to read them. Someday you will read the Iliad and the Odyssey. In this story, I can only tell you about a few of the mighty warriors who fought at Troy, about a few of their strange adventures. If you look at a map of Greece, you will easily find in the south the country called Peloponnesus. In Peloponnesus, you will see Sparta, the capital city, over which Menelaus was king, when the story of the Iliad begins. Menelaus was married to a beautiful queen named Helen. She was the fairest woman in the wide world. One day there came to the court of the king a prince named Paris. He was the second son of Priam, king of Troy. Menelaus welcomed his royal guest and treated him with kindness. But Paris repaid the hospitality of the king most cruelly. For when affairs of state called Menelaus away from Sparta for a short time, Paris did not wait until he returned. He hastened back to Troy, taking with him the beautiful Queen of Sparta, who was ever after known as Helen of Troy. When Menelaus came home to find that Helen had gone away to Troy, he swore a great oath that he would besiege the city, punish Paris, and bring back his beautiful queen to Sparta. And this was the beginning of the Trojan War. Menelaus had not a large enough army to go alone against his enemy, so he sent to his brother Agamemnon, who was the chief of all the mighty warriors of Hellas, and to many other lords, to beg them to help him to besiege Troy and, if it might be, to slay Paris. The chiefs were eager to help Menelaus to avenge his wrongs, and soon a great army was ready to sail across the Hellespont to Asia to march on Troy. But before the army embarked, the warriors sent, as was their custom, to an oracle to ask if their expedition would be successful. "Without the help of goodly Achilles, Troy will never be taken," was the answer. Achilles was the son of Thetis, the silver-footed goddess, whose home was in the depths of the sea. Well did she love her strong son Achilles. When he was a babe, she wished to guard him from the dangers that would surely threaten him when he grew to be a man. So she took him in her arms, carried him to the banks of the river Styx. Whoever bathed in these magic waters became invulnerable. That is, he became proof against every weapon. Silver-footed Thetis, holding her precious babe firmly by one heel, plunged him into the tide, so that his little body became at once invulnerable, save only the heel by which his mother grasped him. It was untouched by the magic water. Achilles set sail with the other chiefs for Troy, so it seemed as though the city would be taken by his help, as the oracle foretold. With him, Achilles took his well-loved friend Patroclus. For 9 long years was the city of Troy besieged, and all for the sake of Helen, the beautiful queen of Sparta. Often as the years passed, she would stand upon the walls of Troy to look at the brave warriors of Hellas, to wonder when they would take the city. But when 9 years had passed, no breach had yet been made in the walls. When the Hellenes needed food or clothing, they attacked and plundered the neighboring cities, which were not so well defended as Troy. The plunder of one of these cities, named Crissa, was the cause of the fatal quarrel between Agamemnon and Achilles. In Crissa there was a temple sacred to Apollo, guarded by a priest named Chrysis. His daughter, Chryseis, and another beautiful maiden named Briseis, the fair-cheeked, were taken prisoners when the town was sacked by the Hellenes. Agamemnon claimed the daughter of the priest as his share of the spoil, while Briseis was awarded to Achilles. When Chrysis, the priest, found that his daughter had been carried away by the Greeks, he hastened to the tent of Agamemnon, taking with him a ransom great beyond telling. In his hands he bore a golden staff on which he had placed the holy garland, that the Greeks, seeing it, might treat him with reverence. "Now may the gods that dwell in the mansions of Olympus grant you to lay waste the city of Priam and to fare happily homeward," said the priest to the assembled chiefs. "Only set ye my dear child free, and accept the ransom in reverence to Apollo." All save Agamemnon wished to accept the ransom and set Chryseis free, but he was wroth with the priest, and roughly bade him begone. "Let me not find thee, old man," he cried, "amid the ships, whether tarrying now or returning again hereafter, lest the sacred staff of the god avail thee naught. And thy daughter will I not set free, but depart. Provoke me not, that thou mayest the rather go in peace." Then Chrysis was angry with Agamemnon, while for his daughter's sake he wept. Down by the shore of the loud-sounding sea he walked, praying to Apollo. "Hear me, god of the silver bow, if ever I built a temple gracious in thine eyes, or if ever I burnt to thee fat flesh of bulls or goats, fulfill thou this my desire. Let the Greeks pay by thine arrows for my tears." Apollo heard the cry of the priest, and swift was his answer, for he hastened to the tents of the Greeks, bearing upon his shoulders his silver bow, and he sped arrows of death into the camp. Dogs, mules, men, all fell before the arrows of the angry god. The bodies of the dead were burned on great piles of wood, and the smoke rose black toward the sky. For 9 days the clanging of the silver bow was heard. Then Achilles called the host of the Greeks together, and before them all he spake thus to Agamemnon. "Let us go home, son of Atreus," he said, "rather than perish, as we surely shall do if we remain here. Else let us ask a priest why Apollo treats us thus harshly." But it was easy to tell why Apollo was angry. said Calchas, a seer, answered Achilles in plain-spoken words. The wrath of the god is upon us, he said, for the sake of the priest whom Agamemnon spurned, refusing to accept the ransom of his daughter. Let Chryseis be sent back to her father, and for sacrifice also 100 beasts, that the anger of the god may be pacified. Deep was the wrath of Agamemnon as he listened to the words of Calchas. Thou seer of evil, he cried, his eyes aflame with anger, never yet hast thou told me the thing that is pleasant. Yet, that the hosts of our army perish not, I will send the maiden back. But in her place will I take Briseis, the fair-cheeked, whom Achilles has in his tent. When Achilles heard these words, he drew his sword to slay Agamemnon. But before he could strike a blow, he felt the locks of his golden hair caught in a strong grasp, and in a moment his rage was checked. For he knew the touch was that of the goddess Athene. None saw her save Achilles. None heard as she said to him, I came from heaven to stay thine anger. Go to now, cease from strife, and let not thine hand draw the sword. Then Achilles sheathed his sword, saying, Goddess, needs must a man observe thy saying, even though he be very wroth at heart, for so is the better way. Yet although Achilles struck no blow, bitter were the words he spoke to the king, for a coward did he deem him, and full of greed. If thou takest from me Briseis, he cried, verily by my staff, that shall not blossom again, seeing it has been cleft from a tree, never will I again draw sword for thee. Surely I and my warriors will go home, for no quarrel have we with the Trojans, and when Hector slaughters thy hosts, in vain shalt thou call for Achilles. Well did Agamemnon know that he ought to soothe the anger of Achilles and prevail on him to stay, for his presence alone could make the Trojans fear. Yet in his pride the king answered, Thou mayest go, and thy warriors with thee. Chieftains have I who will serve me as well as thou, and who will pay me more respect than thou ever hast done. As for the maiden Briseis, her I will have, that the Greeks may know that I am indeed the true sovereign of this host. The assembly then broke up, and Chryseis was sent home under the charge of Odysseus, one of the bravest of the Greek warriors. When the priest received his daughter again, he at once entreated Apollo to stay his fatal darts, that the Greeks might no longer perish in their camp. And Apollo heard, and laid aside his silver bow and his arrows of death. Then Agamemnon called heralds, and bade them go to the tent of Achilles, and bring to him Briseis, of the fair cheeks. Should Achilles refuse to give her up, said the angry king, let him know that I myself will come to fetch the maiden. But when the heralds told Achilles the words of the king, he bade Patroclus bring the damsel from her tent, and give her to the messengers of Agamemnon. And the maiden, who would fain have stayed with Achilles, was taken to the king. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paulo Laudadio. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 12. Menelaus and Paris do battle. When the heralds of Agamemnon had led Briseis away, Achilles stripped off his armor, for not again would he fight in the Trojan war. Down to the seashore he went alone, to weep for the loss of Briseis the fair-cheeked. As he wept, he called aloud to his mother, Thetis. From the depths of the sea she heard his cry, and swift on a wave she reached the shore. Soon she was by the side of her son, and taking his hand, as when he was a boy, she asked, My child, why weepest thou? Then Achilles told how Agamemnon had taken from him Briseis, whom he loved. Go to the palace of Zeus, he entreated her, and beseech Zeus to give me honor before the hosts of the Greeks. Let him grant victory to the Trojans until the king sends to Achilles to beg for his help in the battle. So Thetis, for the sake of her dear son, hastened to Olympus, and bending at the knee of Zeus, she besought the god to avenge the wrong done to Achilles. At first Zeus, the cloud-gatherer, was silent, as though he heard her not. "Give me now thy promise," urged Thetis, "and confirm it with a nod, or else deny me." Then the god nodded, and thereat Olympus shook to its foundations. So Thetis knew that she had found favor in the eyes of Zeus, and leaving the palace of the gods, she plunged deep into the sea. Zeus hastened to fulfill his promise, and sent to Agamemnon a baneful dream. As the king dreamed, he thought he heard Zeus bid him go forth to battle against the Trojans, for he would surely take the city. But in this, Zeus deceived the king. When Agamemnon awoke in the morning, he was glad, for now he hoped to win great honor among his warriors. Quickly he armed himself for battle, throwing a great cloak over his tunic, and slinging his sword, studded with silver, over his shoulder. In his right hand he bore the scepter of his sires, the sign of his lordship over all the great hosts of Hellas. Then when he was armed, the king assembled his great army, and after telling his dream, he bade it march in silence toward the city. But when the Trojans saw the Hellenes drawing near, they came out to meet them with clamor and with shouting like unto birds, even as when there goeth up before heaven a clamor of cranes, which flee from the coming of winter and sudden rain. As the Trojans approached, Menelaus saw Paris, who had stolen his fair wife, and he leaped from his chariot that he might slay the prince. But Paris, when he saw the wrath of Menelaus, was afraid, and hid himself among his comrades. Then Hector, his brother, who was the leader of the Trojans, mocked at him for his cowardice, until Paris grew ashamed. "Now will I challenge Menelaus to single combat," he cried, and Hector rejoiced at his words, and bade the warriors stay their arrows. "Hearken, ye Trojans and ye Greeks," he cried. "Paris bids you lay down your arms, while he and his enemy, Menelaus alone, do battle for Helen and for her wealth. And he who shall be victor shall keep the woman and her treasures, while we will make with one another oaths of friendship and of peace." So there, without the walls of the city, oaths were taken both by the Greeks and the Trojans. But the heart of Priam, king of Troy, was heavy, lest harm should befall Paris, and he hastened within the gates of the city, that he might not watch the combat. "I can in no wise bear to behold with mine eyes my dear son fighting with Menelaus," he said. "But Zeus knoweth, and all the immortal gods, for whether of the twain the doom of death is appointed." Then Menelaus and Paris drew their swords, and Menelaus cried to Zeus to grant him his aid, so that hereafter men may shudder to wrong his host that hath shown him kindness. But it seemed that Zeus heard not, for when Menelaus flung his ponderous spear, although it passed close to Paris, rending his tunic, yet did it not wound him. And when he dealt a mighty blow with his sword upon the helmet of his enemy, lo, his sword broke into pieces in his hand. Then in his wrath Menelaus reproached the god. "Father Zeus," he cried, "surely none of the gods is crueler than thou. My sword breaketh in my hand, and my spear sped from my grasp in vain, and I have not smitten my enemy." Yet even if Zeus denied his help, Menelaus determined to slay his foe. So he sprang forward and seized Paris by the strap of his helmet. But the goddess Aphrodite flew to the aid of the prince, and the strap broke in the hand of Menelaus. Before the king could again reach his enemy, a mist sent by the goddess concealed the combatants one from the other. Then, unseen by all, Aphrodite caught up Paris, very easily as a goddess may, and hid him in the city within his own house. In vain did Menelaus search for his foe, yet well did he know that no Trojan had given him shelter, for Paris was hated of all, even as Black Death, because it was through his base deed that Troy had been besieged for 9 long years. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paulo Laudadio. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 13. Hector and Andromache. The gods were angry with Aphrodite because she had hidden Paris from the king, and they determined that, in spite of their oath, the two armies should again begin to fight. So Athene was sent to the Trojan hosts, disguised as one of themselves. In and out among the soldiers she paced, until at length she spoke to one of them, bidding him draw his bow and wound Menelaus. The soldier obeyed, and the arrow, guided by Athene, reached the king. Yet was the wound but slight. When the Greeks saw that the Trojans had disregarded their oath, they were full of wrath, and seizing their arms they followed their chiefs to battle. You had thought them dumb, so silent were they, as they followed. But as the Trojans looked upon the enemy, there arose among them a confused murmur, as when sheep bleat without ceasing to hear their lambs cry. Fierce and yet more fierce raged the battle. Valiant deeds were done on both sides, but when Hector saw that the Greeks were being helped by the gods, he left the battlefield and hastened to the city. At the gates, wives and mothers pressed round him, eager to hear what had befallen their husbands, their sons. But Hector tarried only to bid them go pray to the gods. On to the palace he hastened to find Hecuba, his mother. She, seeing him come, ran to greet him and to beg of him to wait until she brought honey-sweet wine, that he might pour out an offering to Zeus, and himself drink and be refreshed. But Hector said, Bring me no honey-sweet wine, my lady mother, lest thou cripple me of my courage, and I be forgetful of my might. But go thou to the temple with all thy women, to offer gifts to Athene, and to beseech her aid. Then, leaving his mother, Hector went to the house of Paris, and bitterly did he rebuke him, because he was not in the forefront of the battle. Stay but till I arm, and I will go with thee, answered Paris. But Hector heeded him not, for he was in haste to find his dear wife Andromache and their beautiful boy, Scamandrus. By the people the child was called Astyanax, the city king, for it was his father who guarded Troy. Andromache was not in their house, but on the wall of the city, watching the battle, fearing lest harm should befall her lord. With her was her little son in the arms of his nurse. Hector dared not linger to search for his wife, but as he hastened back to the gates, she saw him and ran to bid him farewell ere he returned to battle. Close to his side she pressed, and her tears fell as she cried, Too brave, thy valor yet will cause thy death. Thou hast no pity on thy tender child, nor me, unhappy one, who soon must be thy widow. All the Greeks will rush on thee to take thy life. A happier lot were mine if I must lose thee to go down to earth, for I shall have no hope when thou art gone, nothing but sorrow. Father have I none, and no dear mother. Hector, thou art father and dear mother now to me, and brother, and my youthful spouse besides. In pity, keep within the fortress here, nor make thy child an orphan, nor thy wife a widow. But Hector, though he dearly loved his wife, could not shrink from the battle. As Andromache ceased to plead with him, he held out his arms to his little son. But the child drew back in fear of the great plumes that waved on his father's shining helmet. Then Hector took off his helmet, laid it on the ground, while he caught his child in his arms and kissed him, praying Zeus and all the gods to defend him. Andromache gazed pitifully at her husband as, at length, he gave the child to its nurse, and he, seeing her great grief, took her hand and said, Sorrow not thus, beloved one, for me. No living man can send me to the shades before my time. No man of woman born, coward or brave, can shun his destiny. But go thou home and tend thy labors there, the web, the distaff, and command thy maids to speed the work. The cares of war pertain to all men born in Troy, and most to me." Then springing into his chariot, Hector drove swiftly back to the field of battle. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 14. The Horses of Achilles. Hector and Paris reached the battlefield at the same moment. The Trojans were encouraged to fight yet more fiercely when they saw the two princes, and soon so many of the Greeks were slain that Agamemnon grew afraid. "Zeus hath sent me a deceiving dream," he said to his counselors. "If the gods send not their help, we must perish, unless indeed Achilles will forget his anger and come to our aid. Verily Zeus loveth Achilles, seeing that he putteth the Greeks to flight, that he may do him honor. But even as I wronged him in my folly, so will I make amends and give recompense beyond all telling." Then, casting aside his pride, the king sent messengers to the tent of Achilles to say that he would send back Briseis and give to him splendid gifts, if he would but come to the help of the Greeks, for they were flying before the enemy. But the heart of Achilles was too bitter to be touched by the fair promises of the king. For had he not taken from him Briseis, the lady of his love? So he bade the messengers go back to Agamemnon and say that he would not fight, but he would launch his ships on the morrow and sail away to his own land. When the king heard that Achilles spurned his gift and refused to come to his aid, he was afraid. But his counselors said, "Let us not heed Achilles, whether he sail or whether he linger by the loud-sounding sea. When the gods call to him, or when his own heart bids, he will fight. Let us go once more against the Trojans, and do thou show thyself, O king, in the forefront of the battle." Then Agamemnon rallied his men and led them against the foe. Yet again he was driven back. Chief after chief was wounded, and at length the Hellenes fled to their ships to defend them from the Trojans. But Patroclus determined to plead with Achilles to save his countrymen from defeat. When he entered the tent of his friend, he was weeping for pity of the dead and wounded. "Wherefore weepest thou, Patroclus, like a fond little maid that runs by her mother's side?" asked Achilles, as he looked up at the entrance of his friend and saw his tears. "Never may such wrath take hold of me as that thou nursest, thrice brave to the hurting of others," answered his comrade. "The Greeks are lying wounded and dead. If thou wilt not come to their help, let me lead thy men so that the enemy may be beaten back. And give the armor from thy shoulders. I will wear thy mail, and then the Trojans, at the sight, may think I am Achilles, and may pause from fighting." Even as Patroclus pleaded with his friend, a great light flared up against the sky. The Trojans had set fire to the Greek ships. Then, at length, Achilles was roused. He would not go himself to the help of Agamemnon, but he bade Patroclus put on his armor, while he called together his brave warriors and commanded them to follow his friend to battle. Quickly Patroclus donned the well-known armor of Achilles. Then, calling to Automedon, the chariot driver, he bade him harness Xanthus and Balius, the immortal horses of his friend, for their speed was swift as the wind. As Patroclus vanished from sight in the chariot drawn by Xanthus and Balius, Achilles prayed to Zeus. "O Zeus," he cried, "I send my comrade to this battle. Strengthen his heart within him, and when he has driven from the ships the war and din of battle, scatheless, then let him return to me, and my people with him." Down upon the Trojans swept the warriors led by Patroclus. They, seeing the armor of Achilles, were afraid and fled from the ships. But ere long they discovered that it was not Achilles, but Patroclus, who wore the well-known armor, and they returned to fight with new courage, and ever where the battle raged most fiercely did Patroclus bid Automedon drive his chariot. Then the gods bade Hector find Patroclus and slay him. Little trouble had the prince in finding the warrior who wore the armor of Achilles. Bravely the two heroes fought, but Patroclus was not able to stand against the great strength of Hector. Moreover, the gods betrayed him, striking him from behind on the head and shoulders, so that the helmet of Achilles fell in the dust. Apollo also snatched his shield from his arm and broke his spear in two. When Hector saw that his enemy was disarmed, he took his spear and struck him so fiercely that Patroclus fell. With clashing mail, and all the Greeks beheld his fall with grief. The friend of Achilles was wounded to death. In his triumph, Hector was merciless. He mocked at his fallen foe, saying, "Patroclus, surely thou saidst that thou wouldst sack my town, and from Trojan women take away the day of freedom, and bring them in ships to thine own dear country. Fool! I ward from them the day of destiny, but thee shall vultures here destroy." Faint though he was, Patroclus answered, "It was not thou, Hector, who didst slay me, but Apollo, who snatched from me my shield and brake my sword in twain." Then his strength failed, and he breathed his last. No pity yet showed Hector, for he stripped off the armor of Achilles from the body of Patroclus, that he might wear it himself. But Zeus, as he looked upon the haughty victor, was displeased. "Ah, hapless man," said the god to himself, "no thought is in thine heart of death that yet draweth nigh unto thee. Thou doest on thee the divine armor of a peerless man, before whom the rest have terror. His comrade, gentle and brave, thou hast slain, and unmeetly hast thou stripped the armor from his head and shoulders." The immortal horses of Achilles wept when they knew that Patroclus was slain. Automedon lashed them. He spoke kindly to them, yet would they not move. As a pillar on a tomb, so they stood yoked to the chariot. From their eyes big teardrops fell. Their beautiful heads hung down with grief, so that their long manes were trailed in the dust. Thus sorely did the immortal steeds grieve for the death of Patroclus. End of chapter 14. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on 9th of September, 2021. Chapter 15 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 15. The Death of Hector. Fierce and long raged the battle around the body of Patroclus, and while the armies fought, a messenger hastened to the tent of Achilles to tell him that his comrade was slain, and that the Trojans fought for his body as it lay naked on the ground, stripped of its armor. "Thy armor," said the messenger, "Hector has taken for himself." When Achilles heard the bitter tidings, he took dust and poured it with both hands upon his head. As he thought thereon, he shed big tears, now lying on his side, now on his back, now on his face, and then anon he would rise upon his feet and roam wildly beside the beach of the salt sea. As he cried aloud in his grief, his mother, Thetis, heard in her home beneath the sea. Swiftly she sped to her son, that she might learn why he wept. Achilles told her all that had befallen Patroclus, and how he himself cared no longer to live, save only that he might slay Hector, who had killed his friend. Thetis bade her son wait but till the morrow, before he went to battle, and she would bring him armor made by the great fire god. Then she left him, and prayed the god Hephaestus, keeper of the forge, to give her armor for her dear son. Hephaestus was pleased to work for so goodly a warrior as Achilles. Quickly he set his 20 bellows to work, and when the fire blazed in the forge, he threw into it bronze and silver and gold. Then, taking a great hammer in his hand, he fashioned a marvelous shield, more marvelous than words can tell. Before morning, a complete suit of armor was ready for Achilles. Meanwhile, Hector had all but captured the body of Patroclus. But the gods spoke to Achilles, bidding him now succor the body of his friend. Without armor, Achilles could not enter the fray, yet he hastened to the trenches that the Trojans might see him. Around his head gleamed a golden light, placed there by Athene. When the Trojans saw the flame and heard the mighty cry of Achilles, they drew back, afraid. 3 times the warrior shouted, and 3 times the Trojans drew back in fear. While they hesitated, the Greeks rushed forward and carried away the body of Patroclus, nor did they lay it down until they laid it in the tent of Achilles. On the morrow, Thetis came back to her son, bringing with her the armor made by Hephaestus. She found him weeping over the body of his friend. "My child," she said, "him who lieth here we must let be, for all our pain. Arm thyself now, and go thy way into the fray." Then Achilles put on the armor of the god in haste, for he feared lest another than he should slay Hector. With Achilles once again at their head, the Greek warriors attacked the Trojans with redoubled fury. But it was Hector alone whom Achilles longed to meet, and soon he saw his enemy near one of the gates of Troy. Now he would avenge the death of Patroclus. But when Hector saw the great hate in the eyes of his enemy, lo, he turned and fled. As a hawk, fastest of all the birds of air, pursues a dove upon the mountains, so did Achilles pursue the prince until he was forced to stand to take a breath. Then Hector, encouraged by the gods, drew near to him and spoke. "Thrice great Achilles, hast thou pursued me round the walls of Troy, and I dared not stand up against thee. But now I fear thee no more. Only do thou promise, if Zeus give thee the victory, to do no dishonor to my body, as I also will promise to do none to thine, should I slay thee." But Achilles, remembering Patroclus, cried out in anger that never would he make a covenant with him who had slain his friend. Then with fierce blows each fell upon the other, until at length Achilles drove his spear through the armor that Hector wore, and the Trojan prince fell, stricken to the ground. Achilles, his anger still burning fiercely, stripped the dead man of his armor, while many Greek warriors standing near thrust at him with their spears, saying to one another, "Go to, for easier to handle is Hector now than when he burnt the ships with blazing fire." Then Achilles tied the dead man to his chariot with thongs of oxhide, and drove 9 times round the city walls, dragging the fair head of Hector in the dust. From the tower, Priam and Hecuba saw the body of their son dragged in the dust, and bitter was their pain. But Andromache knew not yet what had befallen her lord, for she sat in an inner chamber, wearing a purple cloth. Soon she bade her maids prepare a bath for Hector, for she thought that he would return ere long from the battle. She knew not yet that Hector would never return. But as the noise of the wailing of the people reached the room in which she sat, her heart misgave her. In haste she ran to the wall of the city, only to see the chariot of Achilles as it dragged Hector down to the loud-sounding sea. Then, fainting with grief, Andromache fell to the ground, and the diadem which Aphrodite had given to her on her wedding morn dropped from her head, to be worn by her no more. Down by the seashore Achilles burned the body of Patroclus with great honor, and when the funeral rites were ended, he dragged the dead body of Hector round the tomb, weeping for the loss of his dear comrade. But Zeus was angry with Achilles for treating the Trojan prince so cruelly, and he sent Thetis to bid her son give back Hector's body to Priam, who would come to offer for it a ransom. "If Zeus decrees it, whoever brings a ransom shall return with the dead," answered Achilles. Then Zeus sent a messenger to the house of Priam, where the mother and the wife of Hector wept, saying, "Be of good cheer in thy heart, O Priam. I am the messenger of Zeus to thee, who, though he be afar off, hath great care and pity for thee. The Olympian biddeth thee ransom noble Hector's body, and carry gifts to Achilles that may gladden his heart." So Priam set out alone, save for the driver of the wagon which was to bring Hector again to Troy, for so had the messenger commanded. But Hecuba feared to let the old man go alone to the tent of the enemy. When he reached the camp of the Greeks, Priam hastened to the tent of Achilles, and entering it before his enemy was aware, the old king fell at the feet of his enemy and begged for the body of his dear son. Achilles could not look upon the grief of the old man unmoved. But when Priam offered him gifts, he frowned, and haughtily he answered, "Of myself am I minded to give Hector back to thee, for so has Zeus commanded." Then a truce for 9 days was made between the Greeks and the Trojans, so that King Priam and his people might mourn for Hector and bury him undisturbed by fear of the enemy. Priam tarried with Achilles until night fell. Then, while he and his warriors slept, the king arose and bade the driver yoke the horses and mules. When this was done, they laid the body of Hector upon the wagon, and in the silence of the night set out on their homeward journey. At the gates of Troy stood Andromache and Hecuba, watching until Priam returned. And when the wagon reached the city, the Trojans carried Hector into his own house. Then Andromache took the head of her dear husband in her arms and said, "Husband, thou art gone, young from life, and leavest me a widow in thy halls. And the child is yet but a little one, nor, methinks, shall he grow up to manhood, for ere then shall this city be utterly destroyed. For thou art verily perished, who didst watch over it, and guard it, and keepest safe its noble wives and infant little ones. The following morning Priam bade his people go gather wood for the burial, and after 9 days the body of Hector was laid on the pile and burned. Then his white bones, wrapped in purple cloth, were placed in a golden chest. Above the chest a great mound was raised, and thus Hector, the brave prince of Troy, was buried. Soon after the burial of Hector, Achilles was killed by a poisoned arrow, which Paris aimed at his heel, the one spot of his body that Thetis had failed to bathe in the magic waters of the river Styx. Paris himself perished soon after the death of Achilles. Troy still remained untaken. Then goodly Odysseus told the Greeks that although they could not take the city by storm, they might take her by a stratagem or trick. So the Greeks, as he bade them, built a huge wooden horse, which was hollow within. Here they hid a number of their bravest warriors, and then the main body of the army marched away, as though they were tired of trying to take the city. The wooden horse they left as an offering to Poseidon. Only a slave named Sinon was left behind to persuade the Trojans to drag the horse into the city. But the Trojans needed little persuasion. They came out of the city, gazed at the strange horse, half feared a trick, and then, like children amused with a new toy, they pulled it within the walls of Troy. So glad were the Trojans that the enemy had gone away, that they made a great feast. While they ate and drank, careless of danger, Sinon helped the Greek warriors out of the hollow wooden horse. They waited until it was late and all was quiet. Then they slipped down to the gates and flung them open, while their comrades, who had not marched far away, rushed in to plunder and burn the city. Thus, after many long years, Troy was taken by the counsel of Odysseus. One of the first to sail away from the city was Menelaus, with his beautiful queen safe at his side. After many adventures, he reached Sparta and lived with Helen in peace, comfort, and wealth, and his palace shone in its splendor like the sun or the moon. End of chapter 15. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, 16th of September, 2021.
Chapter 16 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Simona Russo. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Polyphemus the Giant. The Greek warriors burned and sacked the city of Troy, and then they set sail for the sunny isles of Greece. But storms overtook some, the gods sent misfortune to others, so that but few reached their own land in safety. Odysseus, king of Ithaca, an island on the west coast of Greece, suffered greater hardships than any other. For 10 years he was either tossed by the gods on stormy seas or kept captive in strange countries. Of some of his adventures I shall tell you now. When Odysseus and his comrades sailed away from Troy, they were driven by a fair wind to the shore of Ismarus. Here dwelt a rich and prosperous people called the Cicons. The Greeks wished to take much spoil back with them to their homes, so they resolved to slay the Cicons and plunder their city. Some of the citizens escaped the sword of the adventurers and hastened to their kinsmen who dwelt farther from the shore. When they had told their terrible tidings, their comrades armed themselves and sped to the shore to punish the strangers. Odysseus had tried in vain to make his followers go back to their ships. They had refused to be hurried and were now sitting on the seashore eating and drinking, heedless of danger. Before they were aware, the kinsmen of the Cicons had fallen upon them, and, when the sun went down, they had slain 6 men out of each of the strangers' ships. The rest barely escaped with their lives. Scarcely had the Greeks reached their vessels and sailed away from Ismarus, when Zeus sent a north wind against them. For 9 days their ships were driven hither and thither. Their sails were torn to shreds when, on the 10th day, the sailors caught sight of land. It was the land of the lotus eaters, where the people fed only on the fruit of the lotus, a fruit that brought sleep and forgetfulness to the eater. Odysseus sent 3 sailors on shore to find out what manner of people the lotus eaters were. No sooner had they landed than the inhabitants brought them fruit, which they ate with delight. But the honey-sweet flowers made them forget Odysseus, their comrades, and their ships. They had no wish save to stay forever with the lotus eaters, to share their magic food. At length Odysseus grew tired of waiting for the 3 sailors to return, and he himself with a few armed men went on shore to look for them. He thought that perhaps they had been taken prisoners and had been bound with chains, but he found them lying on the yellow sand, dreamy and content. And sweet it was to dream of fatherland, of child and wife and slave, but evermore most weary seemed the sea, weary the oar, weary the wandering fields of barren foam. When the 3 sailors saw Odysseus, they cried, "We will return no more," and all at once they sang, "Our island home is far beyond the wave, we will no longer roam." Odysseus and his comrades were offered fruit by the kindly lotus eaters, but Odysseus waved it aside and bade his men drag away the 3 sailors who had already eaten. The sailors wept sore, for fain would they have dwelt forever in the land of dreams. But when they were once more on their vessels and had put out to sea, the breezes brought back health to their bodies, vigor to their minds. Soon they were able to rejoice that they had left the enchanted lotus land far behind. Westward sailed the fleet of Odysseus until it reached the island of Sicily, where the Cyclops dwelled. The Cyclops were giants who had each but one eye fixed in the middle of his brow. Odysseus, taking with him only his own crew, landed on the island, for he wished to see the Cyclops. He had walked but a little way when he came to a great cave, in which stood baskets filled with cheese and milk pans filled with milk. In this cave dwelt Polyphemus, one of the sons of Poseidon, and the fiercest of all the fierce Cyclops. Into this cave went Odysseus and his comrades. Polyphemus was not within, he was out on the hills with his flocks. "Let us take the cheeses and drive away the lambs and the kids that are here before the giant returns," said the sailors. But Odysseus would not do as they wished, for, said he, "I greatly wish to see the giant shepherd who dwells in the cave." "Verily," said Odysseus, as he told the tale in after days, "verily his coming was not to be a joy to my company." Evening drew on apace, and Polyphemus, driving his flocks before him, reached the cave. When he had driven his flocks in before him, the giant took a huge rock and placed it in the doorway. Odysseus and his comrades had hidden themselves in the dimmest corners of the cave when Polyphemus entered. The giant lighted a great fire of pine wood and began to milk the ewes. Soon the flames lighted up every corner of the cave, and Polyphemus saw his unexpected guests. In a voice that struck terror even into the brave hearts of the Greeks, so gruff, so loud it was, the giant demanded, "Strangers, who are ye? Whence sail ye over the watery ways? On some trading enterprise, or at adventure do ye rove, even as sea robbers over the brine?" Boldly then answered Odysseus, "No man is my name. My ship, Poseidon, the shaker of the earth, broke it to pieces, for he cast it upon the rocks and the border of your country, and brought it nigh the headland, and wind bore it thither from the sea. But I, with these my men, escaped from utter doom. Give us, we beseech thee, food and shelter." As you know, Odysseus had not been shipwrecked. His vessel, safely anchored, awaited his return, nor was his true name No Man. He dared not tell the giant the truth, lest he should go in search of his ship and take it for firewood, while he and his companions were kept prisoners in the cave. The giant said not a word when Odysseus ended his tale, but he stretched out his great hand, seized two of the strangers, and devoured them before the eyes of their horrified companions. Then, well satisfied with his meal, he fell fast asleep. In the morning the giant finished his breakfast by eating two more of his guests. Then, moving away the stone at the entrance of the cave as easily as if it had been a feather, he drove his flocks to pasture. He did not forget to replace the stone in the doorway before he turned away. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elizabeth Horan. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Odysseus Escapes from the Cave. Odysseus was determined that he and his comrades should escape from the cave of the dread Cyclops. Hour after hour he pondered how he might persuade the giant to let them go, but at length he thought, "I will not persuade him, I will force him to let us go." At that moment his eye fell upon a great staff or club in a corner of the cave. He bade his companions make a sharp point to it. When this was done, he hardened it in the fire, and then hid it from sight. The day passed slowly, but at length evening came, and Polyphemus returned to the cave. His guests shrank into the farthest corner as the giant began his supper, but ere he finished, he again stretched out his hand, seized two of his prisoners, and devoured them. Then Odysseus offered him a draught of wine, which he had brought with him from Ismarus. Deep drank the giant, and ere he fell into a sound sleep, he turned to Odysseus, saying, "No man, thee will I eat last in return for thy gift of wine." Odysseus waited until he saw that Polyphemus was fast asleep. Then he bade his comrades put the point of the great staff in the fire. When it was red hot, he told them to thrust it deep into the eye of the giant. So great was the pain that the Cyclops leaped up from his sleep and hurled away the staff, uttering loud cries of agony. The giants who dwelt on the mountains round about heard the voice of Polyphemus, and together they hastened to the doorway of the cave. "What hath so distressed thee, Polyphemus?" they cried, "that thou criest thus aloud through the immortal night, and makest us sleepless? Surely no mortal driveth off thy flocks against thy will. Surely none slayeth thyself by force or craft." "No man is slaying me by guile, nor at all by force," answered Polyphemus, proud even in his pain. "If no man is harming thee, it may be that Zeus has sent sickness upon thee," answered the giants. "Pray thou, then, to thy father Poseidon for aid. As for us, we will go back to our slumbers." Odysseus laughed to himself as he heard their retreating feet, for now he was sure that he would be able to save himself and his comrades. When morning dawned, Polyphemus, still groaning with pain, groped his way to the door. Having found it, he pushed the stone a little way to the side to allow his flocks to pass out of the cave. To make sure that his prisoners did not escape with the animals, he sat down by the entrance and touched the back of each ram as it passed. But Odysseus had tied his followers with osier twigs beneath the rams, and so, in spite of the care of the giant, all his prisoners escaped. Odysseus himself was the last to leave the cave, holding fast to the fleece of the largest ram. No sooner had Odysseus rejoined his companions than he loosened the twigs with which he had bound them. Then together they ran to the shore, driving before them many of the giant's best sheep. These they took on board their ship, and then rowed out some way from land. Polyphemus soon found that he had been outwitted, and he began to stumble down toward the sea. When Odysseus saw him, he bade his men rest on their oars, while he spoke to the giant in a loud voice. "Cyclops," he cried, "so thou wert not to eat the company of a weakling by main might in thy hollow cave. Thine evil deeds were very sure to find thee out, thou cruel man, who hadst no shame to eat thy guests within thy gates. Wherefore Zeus hath requited thee and the other gods." In his rage, Polyphemus took a great rock off the top of a mountain and hurled it in the direction from which the voice came. The rock fell near to the bow of the ship, so that the waters rose and pushed the vessel toward the shore. But Odysseus seized a pole and swiftly thrust the ship back from the land. Then he bade the sailors pull for the open sea with might and main. When the ship was once more some distance from the shore, Odysseus taunted the giant yet again with his evil deeds. "Cyclops," he cried, "if any one of mortal men shall ask thee of the unsightly blinding of thine eye, say that it was Odysseus who blinded it, the waster of cities, son of Laertes, whose dwelling is in Ithaca." Then the giant, in impotent anger, stretched out his hands to the heavens and cried, "Hear me, Poseidon, girdler of the earth, god of the dark hair, if indeed I be thy son. Grant that he may never come to his home, even Odysseus, waster of cities, son of Laertes, whose dwelling is in Ithaca. Yet if he is ordained to see his friends, and come into his well-builded house and his own country, late may he come, and in evil case, with the loss of all his company in the ship of strangers, and find sorrows in his house." And so it came to pass, even as the Cyclops prayed, for only after many wanderings did Odysseus reach his home, to find it in the hands of those who prayed that the king might never return to Ithaca. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elizabeth Horan. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Odysseus returns to Ithaca. The small island of Ithaca, of which Odysseus was king, lay on the western shore of Greece. His subjects deemed that their king was dead, for 10 years had passed since Troy had been destroyed, and yet he had not come home. But Penelope, the wife of Odysseus, would not believe that her lord was dead. She clung to the hope that he would yet return. Princes came to the palace to beg the queen to wed, but in vain did each one urge his suit, for hope whispered in the heart of Penelope, "My lord is still alive." Laertes, the father of Odysseus, was too old. Her little son Telemachus was too young to help the queen when the princes rudely insisted on living in the palace and in wasting the goods of Odysseus. Again and again they entreated her to wed one among them, but the queen grew angry and rebuked them for their insolence in living in the palace. From day to day, from week to week, from month to month, even from year to year, Penelope mocked at the impatience of her suitors. For she set up in the hall of the palace a large loom, and began to weave a beautiful robe. "Ye princely youths, my wooers," she said, "now that Odysseus is dead, as ye declare, do ye abide patiently, how eager soever, on this marriage of mine, till I finish the robe." The princes agreed to wait until the robe was finished, but little did they dream how long the queen would take to her task. Day after day, Day after day, they watched as Penelope sat at her web weaving, ever weaving. But night after night, night after night, when the insolent princes had gone to bed, the queen carefully unravelled the work they had seen her do by day. For 3 long years did Penelope mock her suitors in this way. But when the 4th year came, and the robe was still incomplete, one of the queen's serving maids betrayed her secret to the princes. Then the queen could no longer refuse to wed, yet still she tried to put off the day as long as might be. So she promised to marry him who could most easily bend the great bow of Odysseus, and hit the mark on which she should decide. There was now but a little while until the day would dawn on which the trial of strength and skill was to take place. Telemachus, meanwhile, had grown into a tall lad, and guided by Athena, he left the palace where the princes wasted his wealth to go in search of his father. It might be that Odysseus was a captive in some distant land. But Odysseus was on his way to Ithaca, sailing in the ship of a king who had befriended him. As the vessel glided into the harbor of the little island, Odysseus lay asleep on the deck. So the sailors lifted him in a rug on which he lay, and put him down in his own kingdom by the side of the road. When he awoke, Odysseus did not at first know where he was, for Athena had covered the land with a thick mist. "Oh, woe is me now! Unto what mortal's land am I now come?" cried the king, well nigh in tears with desire for his own country. Even as he spoke, Athena stood by his side, disguised as a young man. "What land is this?" asked Odysseus, not yet knowing that it was the goddess to whom he spoke, but thinking that it was one of the country folk. "Thou art witless, stranger, or thou art come from afar, if indeed thou askest of this land," said Athena. "Verily, it is rough, and not fit for the driving of horses. Yet is it not a very sorry isle, though narrow withal. For herein is corn past telling, and herein too wine is found, and the rain is on it evermore, and the fresh dew. And it is good for feeding goats and feeding kine. All manner of wood is here, and watering places unfailing are herein. Wherefore, stranger, the name of Ithaca hath reached even unto Troyland." Then Odysseus knew that it was the grey-eyed goddess Athena who spoke to him, and he answered, "Methinks that thou speakest thus to mock me and beguile my mind. Tell me whether in very deed I am come to mine own dear country." The goddess did not answer, but silently she scattered the mist that the king might see that he was indeed in his own kingdom. Then Odysseus was glad and stooped to kiss the earth, knowing that at last his weary wanderings were at an end. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Story of Greece Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elizabeth Horan. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Argus the Hound dies. Athena knew that if Odysseus went to the palace, the princes would pretend that he was not the king, and would perhaps even slay him. So she bade him go, not to the palace, but to the hut of his swineherd Eumaeus, who had remained loyal to him and to his house. That no one, not even the swineherd, might recognize the king, Athena changed him into an old beggar man, with dirty, tattered garments. In his miserable guise, Odysseus reached the hut of Eumaeus. Now Eumaeus believed that strangers were sent by Zeus, so he welcomed the beggar and gave him food. As he ate, the swineherd sat beside him, bewailing the absence of his king, who had never returned from the Trojan War. "His name," said Eumaeus, "even though he is not here, it shameth me to speak, for he loved me exceedingly, and cared for me at heart. Nay, I call him worshipful, albeit he is far from hence." Much too did the swineherd tell of Penelope, of Telemachus, and of how the insolent suitors lived at the palace and wasted the king's goods. As Odysseus listened, he longed to go at once to the palace to avenge his wrongs. That night the king spent in the hut of his swineherd, lying before the fire, while over him the swineherd flung a covering of goat-skins. But Eumaeus did not sleep. He cast over his shoulders a rough mantle, and taking with him a sharp sword, he went out to guard his herd of swine. And the king was glad when he saw how well the swineherd cared for the flocks of his absent lord. In the morning, as Eumaeus kindled a fire and prepared breakfast for the stranger, footsteps were heard without. Telemachus had returned to Ithaca, having sought for his father in vain. Eumaeus hastened to welcome his master's son, and kissed him all over as one escaped from death. Then he set before the prince the best that his hut could provide. When Telemachus had eaten, and had drunk sweet wine out of a wooden goblet, he bade Eumaeus hasten to the palace to tell his mother that he had come safely home. So the swineherd took his sandals, bound them on his feet, and set out for the city. Odysseus and Telemachus were left alone. Then Athena came to the hut unseen, and changed Odysseus into his own goodly form, bidding him tell Telemachus who he was. At first the prince could not believe that this stranger, so strong, so fair, was Odysseus. But when at length he knew that it was indeed his father, he embraced him, while tears of joy fell down his cheeks. Then Athena bade them determine how the king should make himself known to Penelope, and how the greedy and insolent suitors should be punished. The father and son talked long together, and they agreed that on the morrow Telemachus should go to the palace, but to none, no, not even to Penelope, was he to tell that Odysseus had returned. The arms that hung in the hall of the palace the prince was to hide in his own room, so that when the time for the king's revenge should come, the suitors might find neither sword nor shield with which to defend themselves. Odysseus was to follow his son to the palace when a few hours had passed, disguised once more as a beggar. So, on the morrow, Telemachus set out for the palace. As he entered the hall, the first to see him was his father's old nurse Eurycleia. She was busy spreading the skins upon the oaken chairs, but she left her work and ran to greet the prince, kissing him lovingly on the head and shoulders. Penelope, too, coming from her chamber, saw him, and cast her arms about her dear son, and fell a-weeping, and kissed his face and both his beautiful eyes. "Thou art come, Telemachus," she said, "a sweet light in the dark. Methought I should never see thee again." While Telemachus was still telling his lady mother all that had befallen him in his search for his father, the beggar, with Eumaeus by his side, entered the court of the palace. In the court lay Argus, the great hound that Odysseus himself had trained ere he went to Troy. Old was he now, and despised, for no longer could he run in the hunt, swift as the wind. The princes had banished him from the hall, while by the servants he was spurned. As the beggar drew near, Argus raised his head, looked at the stranger, and began to wag his tail to show his joy, for rags could not hide his master from the faithful hound. Odysseus turned his head away that Eumaeus may not see his tears. "Surely a hound so noble as this should not lie thus neglected in the yard," he said to the swineherd. "In very truth," answered Eumaeus, "this is the dog of a man that has died in a far land. If he were what once he was in limb and in the feats of the chase, when Odysseus left him to go to Troy, soon wouldst thou marvel at the sight of his swiftness and his strength. There was no beast that could flee from him in the deep places of the wood when he was in pursuit of prey." As the king and the swineherd passed on into the palace, Argus fell back content to die, for after watching and waiting for 20 years, he had seen his master once again. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marie Christian. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 20, The Bow of Odysseus. In the hall of the palace the suitors sat feasting, as was their custom. When Eumaeus entered, followed by the beggar, they no sooner caught sight of him than they began to mock at his rags. But Telemachus took a loaf and gave it to the stranger, bidding him go to each prince and beg for himself. For, said he, Shame is an ill mate of a needy man. One haughty suitor named Antinous rebuked Eumaeus for bringing a beggar to the palace. "Have we not here vagrants enough?" he said in angry tones. "Killjoys of the feast?" And he seized a footstool and struck Odysseus on the shoulder. Penelope heard how Antinous had treated the stranger in her halls, and she was angry. Turning to her old nurse Euryclea, she said, "Nurse, they are all enemies, for they all devise evil continually. But of them all, Antinous is the most like to black fate. Some hapless stranger is roaming about the house, begging alms of the men as his needs bid him. All the others filled his wallet and gave him somewhat, but Antinous smote him at the base of the right shoulder with a stool." Then she summoned Eumaeus and bade him send the stranger to her, for she wished to know if he had heard aught of Odysseus as he wandered from place to place. So when evening came, the old nurse brought a settle, spread it over a fleece, and placed it near to Penelope. Then the beggar was brought to the queen's room, and sitting on the settle, he told her many a tale, and some were true, and some were false, for he would not yet have her know that he himself was her lord Odysseus. Penelope wept as she listened to the stories the stranger told, for he had seen Odysseus, and she thought that her husband might yet return in time to save her from the suitors whom she despised. But at length the queen dried her tears and called to Euryclea to come wash the feet of the stranger, who was of the same age as her master. The old woman answered, "Gladly will I wash his feet, for many strangers travel-worn have ere now come hither. But I say that I have never seen any so like another, as this stranger is like Odysseus, in fashion, in voice, and in feet." Then the king feared lest his old nurse should know him, and he turned his face from the hearth. But she, as she tended him, saw a scar on the spot where a boar had wounded him long years before, and she knew her master had come home. Tears well nigh choked her, yet she touched his chin lightly and said, "Yea, verily, thou art Odysseus, my dear child." But when she would have told the queen, Odysseus bade her be silent until he had taken revenge on the princes who were feasting in his palace. As she dismissed the stranger, Penelope told him that on the morrow the suitors held a feast, when they were to contend for her hand. "Him who shall most easily bend the bow of Odysseus I have promised to wed," she said. "Then I will go and forsake this house of my wedlock, so fair and filled with all livelihood, which methinks I shall yet remember, in a dream." Then Odysseus answered, "Wife revered of Odysseus, no longer delay this contest in thy halls. For lo, Odysseus will be here before these men, for all their handling of this polished bow, shall have strung it and shot the arrow to the mark." Penelope scarce heard the stranger's words, so troubled were her thoughts. She bade him farewell, then went to her room to weep for her absent lord, until gray-eyed Athene cast sweet sleep upon her eyelids. On the morrow Odysseus awoke early, and as he thought of all that he hoped to do that day, he lifted up his hands to Zeus. "O Father Zeus," he cried, "if thou hast led me to mine own country of good will, then give me a sign." And in answer the god thundered from Olympus, and Odysseus knew the voice of the god and was glad. Penelope too arose early on this fateful day, and when she had put on her royal robes, she came down the wide staircase from her chamber, carrying in her hand the strong key of her lord's treasure chest. She unlocked the chest, and taking from it the great bow in its case, she laid it upon her knees and wept over it. Then, drawing the bow from its case, she carried it into the hall where the suitors were feasting. "Ye suitors," she said, as she laid down before them the bow and the quiver of arrows. "Ye suitors who devour this house, making pretense that ye wish to wed me, lo, here is a proof of your skill. Here is the bow of the great Odysseus. Whoso shall bend it easiest in his hands, and shoot an arrow nearest to the mark I set, him will I follow, leaving this house of my wedlock, so fair, which methinks I shall yet remember, in a dream. Then each suitor in turn tried to bend the mighty bow, but each tried in vain. "Give the bow to me," cried the beggar, as he saw that the suitors had failed to bend the mighty bow. "Give it to me, that I may prove that my hands are strong." The princes laughed at the words of the stranger. How should the old man bend the bow which they in their youthful strength were unable to move? But Telemachus gave the bow into the stranger's hands, for, said he, "I would fain see if the wanderer can bend the bow of Odysseus." Then turning to his mother, the prince besought her to go to her daily tasks until the contest was over, for not for her eyes was the dread revenge of Odysseus. So Penelope with her maidens went to her room, and as she spun, she mourned for her absent lord. In the hall, Odysseus stood with his beloved bow in his hand. Carefully he tested it, lest harm had befallen it in his absence. Then taking an arrow from the quiver, he placed it on the bow and drew the string, and lo, it sped to its mark and reached the wall beyond. At once Telemachus, his sharp sword in his hand, sprang to his father's side, while Eumaeus, to whom the beggar's secret had been told, followed him fast. The suitors leapt to their feet in dismay as the arrows of Odysseus fell swiftly among them. Then they turned to the walls to seek the arms which usually hung there, but Telemachus had carried them away. Not until the proud suitors were slain did Odysseus cease to bend his mighty bow. But at length all was over, and none were left to mock at the stranger. Then Odysseus bade Euryclea go tell Penelope that her lord had returned and awaited her in the hall. The queen lay on her bed fast asleep when the old nurse broke into her room, and, all tremulous with joy, told her that Odysseus had come and slain the suitors. Too good were the tidings for Penelope to believe. "Dear nurse," she cried, "do not be so foolish. Why dost thou mock my sorrow? It may be that one of the gods hath slain the suitors, but Odysseus himself hath perished in a strange land." "Nay, I mock thee not, dear child," answered Euryclea. "The stranger with whom thou didst talk yesterday is Odysseus." Yet Penelope could not believe that her lord had returned. She spoke sadly to the old nurse, telling her that she was deceived and did not understand the ways of the gods. "None the less," she added, "let us go to my child, that I may see the suitors dead, and him that slew them." Down in the hall, Odysseus, clothed no longer in rags, but in bright apparel, awaited his wife. Then Penelope, as she gazed upon him, knew that it was indeed Odysseus, and she threw her arms around him and kissed him, saying, "Be not angry with me, Odysseus, that I did not know thee when I first saw thee. For ever I feared lest another than thou should deceive me, saying he was my husband. But now I know that thou art indeed he." So welcome to her was the sight of her lord, that her white arm she would never quite let go from his neck. Thus, after 20 years, did Odysseus come back to Ithaca. End of chapter 20.
Chapter number 21, The Story of Greece Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor, The Land of Hellas. The stories of gods and heroes are not pure history. They are myths or legends which have grown with the ages, until sometimes they are told as though they were true. Although the tales I have been telling you of the early days of Greece are myths, yet the Greeks who lived in later times would often speak of them as though they had actually happened. I'm going to tell you now, not of gods or heroes, but of the true deeds of mortal men.
and first of all, you will wish to hear a little about the land in which the ancient Greeks lived. It was named, as you already know, Hellas, while the inhabitants were called Hellenes. But Hellas and her people had another name given to them by the Romans, who called Hellas Graecia and the Hellenes Graeci, from a tribe that dwelt in a part of the country known as Epirus. Epirus was not a very important region, but it was well known to the Romans who dwelt in the south of Italy. We have altered these Roman names a little and call Hellas Greece, the Hellenes Greeks. If you open your atlas at the map of Europe, you will find in the south the little country of Greece, which, although it is so small, has yet flung its influence over all the wide world. On three sides, Greece is bounded by the Mediterranean Sea, and the country is now usually known as the Balkan Peninsula. Greece is a land of great mountains. Of its loftiest summit, Olympus, which in ancient days was the abode of the gods, you have already read. The coastline is broken up much as is the coast of Scotland, by arms of the sea which run far inland, so far inland that it is easy to reach the water from any part of the country. Close to the shores of Greece lie the islands of the Aegean Sea. In these islands many Greeks settled, so that they became an important part of Greece. The Aegean Sea we now call the archipelago. In the time of Homer, all Greeks were called Achaeans. But in later days, only those Greeks were called Achaeans who lived in the narrow strip of land in northern Peloponnesus, called Achaea. The ancient Achaeans dwelt in the valleys, which were cut off from one another by great spurs of mountains. They were united by an ancient league, and quarreled less with one another than did the other peoples of Greece. Besides the Achaeans, there were three other great races in Greece. The Dorians came from a little country called Doris, near the famous pass of Thermopylae, of which you have still to hear. The Ionians dwelt on the east side of the Aegean Sea, that is, they lived on the coast of Asia, while the Aeolians were scattered here and there throughout Greece. All these different tribes were Greeks, and they were proud of their name, counting all other peoples barbarians, and despising them because they were not Greeks. Many of them were traders or adventurers from Asia, and they entered the new country from the northeast, through Thessaly, and that was not a difficult journey. Others crossed over from Asia by sea to search for a new home. But their galleys were rough, uncomfortable vessels in which there was little room for the many who embarked. When storms arose, they suffered great misery, huddled closely together on their small and unseaworthy boats. Fear, too, took hold of them and the horror of death. So the wanderers were glad when they saw the many little islands that were studded here and there over the Aegean Sea. Some of these islands, it is true, were mere rocks, desolate and without water, but there were others where people had already settled and made a home. On these the strangers landed to fight with the inhabitants until, by the help of the gods, they had conquered and taken possession of them. Here they feasted, glad of heart that the perils of the sea were now at an end. In the heroic age, the kings of the different tribes were believed to have descended from the gods, and each country or state had its own king. And so it was when the heroic age had passed away. Each tribe or little nation, living in its own valley or plain, still had its own separate sovereign, and each soon built for itself a city. The city might be small, but it was always surrounded by a wall, which was built for defense. If there was no wall, it was not a city but a village, however large it might be. In those days, kings were not ashamed to work. They were often to be seen in the fields at harvest time, not looking idly on, but toiling side by side with their people. Odysseus, king of Ithaca, is said to have built his own bedroom as well as his own boats. He claimed, too, to be a skillful plowman and reaper. And still, for many years after the age of Odysseus, kings worked as hard as he had done. The queens and princesses were as diligent as the kings. Often they were to be found, like Penelope, sitting at a loom weaving or working beautiful embroideries. They even went to the well themselves to fetch water, and were sometimes to be seen by the riverside, where they helped to wash the linen of the household. In battle the king was always on the field, riding before his army in a war chariot. When peace reigned, he often sat in the marketplace to judge his people. Each suppliant told his own tale and brought his own witnesses. The elders of the city then gave their judgment of the case, after which the king, taking his scepter in his hand, stood up to pronounce sentence. But above all else, the king was the chief priest of his people, offering sacrifices for them, while they, with due reverence, looked upon him as a god.
Section 22 of The Story of Greece Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Lycurgus and his little nephew. The Dorians were a brave and sturdy race, braver, perhaps, than any other of the Greek tribes. Apollo, the sun god, one of the noblest of the Olympians, was the god they held in greatest reverence. A band of these Dorians came from the north and settled in the valley of Laconia, through which flows the river Eurotas. Here they built villages and called themselves Lacedaemonians. Before long, 5 of these villages joined together to form a city, which was named Sparta. Sparta became the capital or chief city in Laconia. At first, the new city was weak, scarcely able to hold her own against the neighboring tribes, and much less able to add to her dominion. She was indeed hardly able to keep order within her own borders. Sparta was ruled not by one king, but by 2, and so you might perhaps think that she would be governed better than any other city or state, but this was not so. The first kings were twin brothers, for an oracle had bidden the Spartans to take both as kings, but to give greater honor to the elder. Instead of helping each other to improve their country, the 2 kings often disagreed, and then spent their days in quarreling. The people were content that they should do so, for while the kings quarreled, they had no time to frame stricter laws or to punish those who disturbed the peace of the city. It soon became clear that if Sparta was to grow great and prosperous, a strong man must be found to guide the kings as well as the people. This strong man was found in Lycurgus, the famous lawgiver. History tells little about the life of the lawgiver, but many legends cluster around his name. It is told that Lycurgus belonged to one of the royal houses, and that when his elder brother died, he became, for a short time, one of the kings of Sparta. The queen mother was an ambitious woman, and she wished still to sit on the throne as she had done while her husband was alive. So she said to Lycurgus that she would kill her tiny baby boy, who would one day be king, if he would marry her. But the lawgiver was angry and rebuked the queen mother for wishing to do such a wicked deed. One night, as he sat at supper with the chief men of Sparta, Lycurgus ordered his little nephew to be brought to him. When the child was carried into the room, he took him in his arms, and holding him up for all to see, he cried, "Men of Sparta, here is a king born unto us." Before them all, he placed the babe on the throne, and as the child had not yet been named, he called him Cherilaus, the joy of the people. From that time, Lycurgus became the guardian of his little nephew, and the regent of the kingdom. So upright were his ways, so honest his words, that he was reverenced by the people as greatly as when he was king. Meanwhile, the queen mother had not forgiven Lycurgus for thwarting her ambition, and she determined to punish him. So she spread a report among the people that Lycurgus meant to put his nephew to death, that he might again become king. Before long, the rumor spread by the queen mother reached the ears of Lycurgus, and he at once made up his mind to leave Sparta until Cherilaus was old enough to reign. As he journeyed from palace to palace, Lycurgus studied the laws and manners of the different countries, so that when he returned to Sparta, he might be able to improve the laws of his own land. At Ionia, he is said not only to have read the works of Homer, but to have met the poet himself. So wise were many of the customs described in the poet's books that he set to work to reframe those he thought would be of most use in his own country. Some stories tell that Lycurgus made a copy of part of the poet's works, for it is thought that the Greeks at this time, about 800 or 900 BC, already knew how to write. It was thus Lycurgus who made the works of Homer well known to his countrymen. But in all his travels, what interested Lycurgus most was the way the soldiers were trained in Egypt. In other countries, he had seen men who plowed their fields or plied their trade leave their work to fight when war broke out, but the Egyptian soldiers were soldiers and nothing else all the year round. Lycurgus determined that he would train the youths of Sparta as strictly as the soldiers in Egypt were trained. They should be neither plowmen nor merchants, but the best soldiers the world had ever seen. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Lycurgus returns to Sparta. While Lycurgus was journeying from country to country, Sparta was ruled more badly than before. The laws were not obeyed, and no one punished those who disobeyed them. The citizens who cared for the welfare of the state longed for the return of Lycurgus and even sent messengers to bid him come home. Kings indeed we have, they said, who wear the marks and assume the title of royalty. But as for the qualities of their minds, they have nothing by which they are to be distinguished from their subjects. You alone have a nature made to rule and a genius to gain obedience. Lycurgus was at length persuaded to return to Sparta. But before he would attempt to reform the laws of his country, he went to Delphi to ask the help and advice of Apollo. The oracle encouraged the future lawgiver, for it told him that he was the beloved of the gods, who heard his prayers, and that his laws would make Sparta the most famous kingdom in the world. Then Lycurgus hesitated no more. He went back to Sparta, determined to spend his life for the good of his country. His first act was to call together 30 of the chief men of Sparta and tell them his plans. When they had promised to support him, he bade them assemble armed at the marketplace at break of day, for he wished to strike terror into the hearts of those who were ready to resist any change in the laws of the land. On the day appointed, the marketplace was crowded with the followers of Lycurgus and the mob who had come to see what was going to be done. King Kerylos, hearing the tramp of armed men, was so frightened that he fled to the temple of Athena for sanctuary, or, as we should say, for safety. He believed that a plot had been formed against him and that his life was in danger. But Lycurgus soon allayed the king's fears, sending a messenger to tell him that all he wished to do was to give better laws to the state so that it might grow strong and prosperous. King Kerylos was a kind and gentle prince. His brother king, who knew him well, said, "Who can say he is anything but good? He is so even to the bad." When he had been reassured by his uncle, Kerylos left the temple of Athena and going to the marketplace, he joined Lycurgus and his 30 followers. Lycurgus began his reforms by limiting the power of the kings, for he decreed that on all important matters of state they should consult the Senate or Council of Elders. The plans of the Senate were laid before the assembly of the people, the members saying yes if they agreed to them, no if they disagreed. Nor were they allowed to talk together over the matter before they gave their answer. Long after the death of the lawgiver, 5 new rulers called ephors or overseers were chosen from the people. At first, the ephors shared their power with the kings, but little by little, they succeeded in getting more power into their own hands. They began their duties with the strange order to the people: shave your upper lip and obey the laws. Although the kings lost some of their power through the laws that were made by Lycurgus, Yet they kept their right as priests to offer each month solemn sacrifices to Apollo for the safety of the city. Before the army marched to battle, it was usual too for the kings to pray to the gods to give them victory. But there were other priests in Sparta as well as those who belonged to the royal houses. The supreme command of the army belonged to the kings, who might go to war with any country as they pleased. If a noble or one of the people tried to interfere with their decision, he was punished. A bodyguard of 100 always attended the royal commanders. But as the years passed, a new law was made declaring that only one of the kings should go to the battle at the head of the army, and that one was forced to account to the people for the way in which he carried on the war. In still later times, the power of the king on the battlefield was checked by the presence of two ephors. Sometimes the king was glad of their presence and would even appeal to them to make the soldiers obey the royal commands. When a king died, no public work was done until 10 days after the funeral. Herodotus, a great Greek historian, tells us how the news of the royal death was made known. Horsemen carry round the tidings of the event throughout Laconia, and in the city, women go about beating a cauldron. And at this sign, 2 free persons of each house, a man and a woman, must put on mourning garb, that is sackcloth and ashes, and if any fail to do this, great pains are imposed. Lycurgus not only made laws to lessen the power of the kings, he tried also to alter the extravagant customs of the people. Gold and silver money was banished from the country, and large bars of iron were used in its place. These bars were so heavy and took up so much room that it was impossible to hoard them. End of section 23, read by Lakshmi. Section 24 of the story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Training of the Spartans. Lycurgus had seen the severe discipline which soldiers in Egypt were forced to undergo. He had made up his mind that his own countrymen should be trained as thoroughly. The Spartans at this time were poor and their numbers were small. Perhaps about 10,000 were fit to bear arms. They were surrounded by enemies whose attack they found hard to repulse. But Lycurgus thought that if each citizen became a soldier, and that if each soldier was trained from his childhood to fight and to endure hardship, Sparta would soon have an army that no other power could conquer. So as soon as a baby boy was born in Sparta, he was taken to the council of elders that they might decide if he should live or die. If the child was strong and healthy, he was given back to his parents. If he was weak and ailing, he was left alone on a hillside to die from cold and hunger. When he was 7 years old, the Spartan boy was taken from his home to a public training house. Here the strict discipline commanded by Lycurgus was begun. Shoes and stockings were never worn by the little lads of Sparta. Although the hills and countryside were rough for unshod feet, in winter they were clad in one garment, just as in summer. Their beds were made of rushes, which they had themselves gathered from the banks of the river Eurotas. This was a hard task, for they were not allowed to cut them with a knife, but must break them with their hands. In winter, the boys used to scatter thistle down on the rushes to give a little warmth to their hard couch. Each child from the age of 7 cooked his own food, which was scanty and plain. If after their meals the boys were still hungry, so much the better, said Lycurgus. It would teach them to hunt the more keenly, that they might add to their daily portion of food. It would teach them to steal from the neighboring farmyards or gardens without being found. So a hungry Spartan boy would often climb into a garden undiscovered, or even slip into a stranger's larder in search of fruit and food. If the lads were caught, they were punished, not, I'm sorry to tell you, for stealing, but for being so clumsy as to be found out. Once a Spartan boy stole a young fox and hid it under his coat. It soon began to scratch with its claws, to bite with its teeth, until the lad was in terrible pain. Yet he would have died rather than tell what he was suffering. Such was the endurance taught to the lads of Sparta. If a boy shirked any hardship or flagged at his gymnastic exercises, he was flogged, perhaps even tortured. One test of his endurance was a terrible scourging, under which he would die rather than utter a cry of pain. In public, the boys were trained to be silent, or if they were spoken to answer as shortly as possible. Their short, abrupt way of talking was called laconic, because the name of their country was Laconia. We still use the word laconic when we hear anyone speak in as brief a way as possible. Hard as the Spartan training was, cruel as it sometimes became, it yet made boys into strong and hardy soldiers. Girls too were trained, although not so severely as boys. They ran, they wrestled, they boxed with one another, while boys and girls marched together in religious processions and danced on the solemn feast days. When they were 20 years of age, the girls usually married. They had been taught, as had the boys, that they belonged to the state and that they must love their country and serve her with all their strength. So when Spartan mothers sent their sons forth to war, they handed them the shield, saying, "Return either with your shield or upon it," for they feared death less than disgrace or defeat. The children were taught to sing in chorus as part of their drill. At some of the festivals, 3 choirs took part, one of old men, one of young men, and one of boys. When the old men sang a song beginning, "We once were young and brave and strong," the young men answered, "And we are so now, come on and try," while the boys' voice rang out bravely when their turn came, "But we'll be strongest by and by." The Spartan lads were 20 years old before they left the training house to which they had been sent when they were 7. They were then fully trained soldiers and left the training house for the barracks. After they married, the men still had to take their meals in the barracks with their fellow soldiers. Not until they were 60 years of age were the Spartans allowed to live and take their meals in their own house. In this way, almost the whole of a Spartan's life was given to the state. When war actually came and the Spartans were on the field, they were treated with more kindness than in time of peace. Their food was more plentiful and pleasant, their discipline less strict. This was done to make the soldiers look forward to war and to desire it rather than peace. The younger soldiers too were allowed to curl their hair before the battle began, to wear gayer clothes and to carry more costly arms. It's said that Lycurgus thought that a large head of hair added beauty to a good face and terror to an ugly one. So famous became the bravery and the endurance of the Spartans that even now we call one who suffers hardships without complaint a Spartan. End of section 24, read by Lakshmi.
Chapter 25 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christoph Stangenberg. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Helots. When Lycurgus made a law compelling soldiers to eat their meals in the barracks, some of the wealthier citizens were indignant. They did not wish to sit at table with their fellow soldiers in batches of 15. They would rather have gone to their homes and take their meals with their families. Nor did they enjoy the plain fare of which Lycurgus insisted, a share of which each citizen was forced to send to the mess table month by month. The most usual food in Laconia was black broth, which was not a palatable soup. When someone ventured to grumble at the broth, the cook answered, "It is nothing without the seasoning of fatigue and hunger." This black broth, with barley meal, cheese, and figs, was the Spartans' daily fare. Meat was a luxury, which they enjoyed only on special occasions. So great was the indignation against Lycurgus that a crowd assembled in the marketplace to complain of his laws and to speak harshly of his conduct. When they saw the great lawgiver coming toward the marketplace, they were so angry that they picked up stones to throw at him, and he was forced to fly for his life. His enemies followed him, but he outstripped them all, save one, named Alexander. As he turned to see who pursued him so closely, Alexander struck his face with his stick and put out one of his eyes. As the others hastened up, Lycurgus showed them what Alexander had done, and they, ashamed of his violence, told the lawgiver to take the rash youth and punish him as he would. They then went with him to his house to show that they were sorry for what had happened. When they reached the door, Lycurgus sent them all away, save his prisoner. Then, going into his dining room, he dismissed his attendants and bade Alexander wait upon him. During the meal he uttered no word of reproach, although the lad had done him so great an injury. Alexander lived with Lycurgus until he learned not only to admire, but to imitate the industry and the gentleness of his host. And so Lycurgus had the pleasure of seeing a rash and wilful lad become a grave and sensible citizen. Each Spartan had a portion or lot of land given to him, on the produce of which he and his family had to live. But citizen soldiers had no time to dig the ground, to sow, to reap, for all their days were spent in drill and military exercises. So their land was cultivated for them by the Helots, who had owned Laconia before the Spartans conquered them and took possession of their land. The Helots were treated very much as slaves, although they had no taskmasters to drive them to their work. They were even allowed to own property. But they had many hardships to endure, and were always ready to rebel against their masters. One of their greatest hardships was that their lives were never safe, for while the Spartans were being trained, they were often sent into the country with orders to kill any Helot who was suspected of wishing to rebel. In time of war, the Helots fought as light-armed troops. If they showed themselves brave and loyal in the service of the state, they were sometimes rewarded by being made free. Once, during the great Peloponnesian War between Sparta and Athens, of which you will read in this story, the Spartans believed that the Helots had plotted to rise against them. They determined that the rising should never take place, and to prevent it, they did a cruel deed. For they chose 2,000 of the bravest Helots, set them free, and gave them a great feast to celebrate the event. Then, when the feast was over and the Helots had gone away to their homes, suspecting nothing, the Spartans ordered each of the 2,000 freed men to be put to death. When the bravest were killed, the others were not likely to rebel. The Spartan army became strong, as Lycurgus had foreseen it would, if it were trained according to his strict methods. It conquered Peloponnesus, and for a time Sparta was the chief city in that land. But there was one strange thing about these soldiers. Well as they had been trained, they could never learn how to attack or to take a town that was fortified. Wall fighting, as the Greeks called it, was beyond their power. Even an ordinary wall or fence would stop them in their victorious course. At sea, too, they were not nearly so successful as on land. Sparta itself was not, like other Greek cities, surrounded by a wall, for when the citizens once sent to ask Lycurgus if it were necessary to enclose their city with a wall, his answer was, "The city is well fortified, which hath a wall of men instead of brick." When, after many years, Lycurgus had finished his code of laws, he called the people together and told them that he was going to Delphi to consult the oracle on an important matter which concerned the state. Before he set out, he begged them, and also the 2 kings and the senate, to take an oath to keep his laws unaltered until his return. This they gladly promised to do. Then Lycurgus journeyed to Delphi, and after offering sacrifices to Apollo, he asked the god if the laws he had made for his country were good laws. The oracle answered that the laws were good, and that as long as the people keep them, their fame would endure. Lycurgus sent this answer in writing to Sparta. Then, that the Spartans might not be set free from their oath, he determined never to go back to the city. Yet it seemed that he could not live away from her, and so, for the welfare of the state, as he believed, the lawgiver starved himself to death. The Spartans kept the oath that they had taken, and when they died, their sons and their sons' sons observed it. For 500 years, during the reigns of 14 kings, the laws of Lycurgus were unaltered and strictly followed. After his death, Lycurgus was worshipped as a god, and a temple was built for him in Sparta, where sacrifices were offered to him every year. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christoph Stangenberg. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Aristomenes and the Fox. The Spartans were eager to fight and to add to their dominions, so they determined to attack the Messenians, whose country lay west of Laconia, close to their own borders. One day, while the Messenians were feasting and offering sacrifices to their gods, the Spartans sent 3 youths, disguised as maidens, across the borderland. Beneath their robes, the young soldiers carried arms. They stole quietly in among the Messenians and attacked them in the midst of their feast. But although the Messenians were unarmed, they soon captured the 3 Spartan lads. They then advanced against the Spartans, and in the tumult that followed, one of the kings of Sparta was slain. The war, which was thus begun in 743 BC, lasted for many years and was known as the First Messenian War. No great battle was fought until 4 years had passed. Even then, neither side could claim a victory, but so many Messenians had fallen that Aristodemus, their chief, withdrew with those of his followers who were left to a mountain fortress called Ithome. Then, as was their custom when it was difficult to know what to do next, the Messenians sent to consult the oracle. The answer filled them with dismay, for the oracle declared that not until a maiden belonging to one of their ancient houses was sacrificed to the gods need they hope to conquer the Spartans. But Aristodemus loved his country so dearly that he did not hesitate to sacrifice his own daughter to the gods. When the Spartans heard what the brave chief had done, they hastened to make peace with the Messenians. They could not hope to conquer those for whom the gods would no fight. A few years passed, and then the Spartans determined to attack the Messenians once again, and to drive them from Ithome, their mountain fortress. Again, a great battle was fought, and again neither side could claim the victory. But the king of the Messenians was killed, and Aristodemus was chosen to rule in his place. In the 5th year of his reign, he defeated the Spartans and drove them from his dominions. The victory brought no happiness to the king, for omens of evil seemed to pursue him. In the temple, a brazen shield fell from the hand of the statue of Artemis, the goddess. The daughter of Aristodemus appeared to her father and bade him lay aside his armor. He obeyed, and she then placed on his head a crown of gold and clad him in a white robe. These things meant that the death of the king was near. Aristodemus believed that not only he, but his country was doomed, and deeming that he had sacrificed his daughter in vain, he slew himself in his despair on her tomb. For 20 years the war still dragged on, and only then were the Spartans able to drive the Messenians from Ithome and raze the fortress to the ground. Many of the conquered people fled, while those who remained were treated more harshly than were the Helots. For they were compelled to pay as tribute to the Spartans half the produce of their lands. This was the end of the First Messenian War. For almost 30 years the conquered people bore their cruel lot. Then, in 685 BC, they rebelled, and the Second Messenian War was begun. Aristomenes, the leader of the rebels, was a bold and daring foe. To show how little he feared the Spartans, he secretly crossed the borderland into the enemy's country, and one night he succeeded in entering the city of Sparta itself. He made his way to the temple of Athene, and, walking in boldly, he hung up his shield beside the statue of the goddess, with these words tied to it: "Dedicated by Aristomenes to the goddess from the Spartan spoils." With a band of his bravest followers, the chief made more than one successful raid into the heart of the enemy's country and plundered 2 of their cities. As in the first war, so in the second war, no decisive victory was gained at first by either side. But legend tells that Aristomenes did many valiant deeds. 3 times he offered a strange sacrifice to the king of the gods, which one who had slain in battle 100 of the foe was alone permitted to do. The sacrifice was named the Hecatomphonia. The Spartans, alarmed at the daring of Aristomenes, sent to consult the oracle at Delphi. They were told to send to the famous city of Athens for a leader. Now the Spartans did not wish to do this, for they were not on good terms with the Athenians. Still, as they dared not disregard the oracle, they did as they were bid. The Athenians did not wish to help the Spartans any more than they wished to ask for help, yet they too knew they could not ignore the oracle. So they got out of the difficulty, as they thought, by sending a lame schoolmaster named Tyrtaeus. He would not be likely to lead an army far. But although Tyrtaeus was a lame man, he was also a poet. His war songs roused the Spartans and inspired them to fight more bravely than ever. When they marched again to battle, they were singing the songs of Tyrtaeus and marching to victory. Aristomenes was forced to retreat to the mountains, to a fortress called Ira. For 11 years the war lingered on. The Spartans often encamped at the foot of Ira to keep the enemy in check. But again and again Aristomenes broke out of the fortress and with a band of followers crossed the border and laid waste Laconia. Twice he was taken prisoner, and twice he escaped. But the 3rd time he was captured, he was carried in triumph to the city of Sparta. With 50 of his countrymen he was flung from Mount Taygetus into a great chasm in the rock below. The 50 followers of Aristomenes were killed by the fall. But Aristomenes was saved by the gods, for, so the legend tells, an eagle with wings outspread carried him unhurt to the bottom of the pit. For 3 days Aristomenes lay in the cavern, surrounded by the dead bodies of his comrades. To escape seemed impossible. But when no hope was left in the heart of the brave man, he noticed something move at the foot of the cave. At once he roused himself to look more closely at the moving object. It was a fox, prowling about in search of food. In an instant, hope was alive in the heart of Aristomenes. If an animal had got into the cave, it was possible for him to get out of it. Weak though he was for want of food, Aristomenes managed to seize the tail of the fox and to hold it fast when the animal tried to escape. Onward the fox struggled until it reached a narrow hole in the rock. Then Aristomenes let his deliverer go, while he began at once to enlarge the hole. The next day, to the joy of his countrymen, and to the alarm of his enemies, Aristomenes was again in the Messenian fortress. But there was a traitor in the camp of the Messenians, and one night, soon after the return of their leader, the mountain fortress at Ira was betrayed into the hands of the Spartans. In the battle that followed, Aristomenes was wounded, but gathering together the bravest of his followers, he made a desperate charge through the lines of the enemy, and escaped. Some time after, he died in Rome. but it is told that 250 years later he was seen on a battlefield fighting against the Spartans. The Second Messenian War ended, as had the first, in the triumph of the Spartans, who again treated their prisoners as slaves. In 464 BC, war again broke out between the Messenians and Sparta. The Spartans were victorious, and the conquered people were driven from Peloponnesus. But in 369 BC, a great Theban leader called Epaminondas restored freedom to the Messenians and brought them back again to their own country. The history of the Messenian War was written by the poet Tartatus, whose songs were sung for many years by the Spartans as they marched to battle. Some of these songs we can still read for ourselves. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christoph Stangenberg. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Olympian Games. Greece was made up of many separate states, each independent of the other. But there were several bonds which united the states. They spoke the same language, they worshipped the same gods, they kept the same great festivals. The festivals, held by a council called the Amphictyonic Council, were honored by all the states. The council was made up of men chosen from 12 of the most ancient Greek tribes and met twice each year. The temple of Apollo at Delphi was under the care of the Amphictyonic Council, and it was at Delphi that the Springtide Festival was held. Another great festival of the Amphictyonic Council was celebrated in the temple dedicated to Demeter at Thermopylae. The Amphictyons, as the members of the council were called, did not govern Greece as a parliament governs a country, but they often talked of what could be done for the good of the states and of how their interests could be united more closely. Of more power to weld the states together than the council were the national games, where members of all the different countries of Greece met together. The chief of these games was the Olympian Games, which were believed to have begun far back in the shadowy past and to have been revived by Lycurgus the lawgiver in 776 BC. Olympia, where the games were held, was in the country of Elis in Peloponnesus. The king of Elis helped Lycurgus to renew the interest of the Greeks in the ancient games. It is said that when Apollo first saw the beautiful valley of Olympia, he exclaimed, "Here will I make me a fair temple to be an oracle for men." The ancient stadium, or racecourse, was erected in the valley, as well as a temple to Zeus, in which the victors of the games were given wreaths of wild olive. These wreaths were valued more than any other prize or distinction in Greece. Indeed, at Olympia no other reward was given save the simple wild olive branches, which were plucked from the sacred grove in the Olympian plain and twined into a wreath. But when the victor returned to his own country, he was loaded with gifts and honors, for he had gained for his state and for his relations a glory which all longed to possess. In the Olympian temple in later days, there was a marvelous statue of Zeus in gold and ivory, wrought by the genius of Phidias, the greatest sculptor of Greece. The games were open to all, and spectators as well as competitors flocked to Olympia from every state in Greece. To the Greeks these games were part of their religion. They were rites pleasing, so they believed, to the gods. Should there be war between any of the Greek states at the time of the games, all hostile acts were forbidden in Olympia. Until the festival was over, those who had been in arms, one against another, might meet in safety and in peace. Twice or thrice an armed force made its way into the sacred territory of Elis to interfere with the games. This, to the Greeks, was sacrilege. In the earliest times, the games lasted only for one day, and a simple foot race was the only event. But soon the festival came to last for 5 days, for there were now not only foot races, but wrestling, boxing, racing in armor, and above all else chariot races. In these races it was not the driver who, if successful, won the wreath of olive, but the owner of the chariot. On the first day of the games, sacrifices were offered to the gods. On the following 3 days the races were held, while on the last day the people marched in procession to the temple and again offered sacrifices and feasted. At the end of every 4 years the games were celebrated, the time between the games being called an Olympiad. The year 776 BC was counted as the first Olympiad. The second began in 772 BC. In ancient times the Greeks reckoned their dates by the Olympiads. Thus an event was said to take place in a certain year of a certain Olympiad. Games were held at many other places as well as at Olympia, but the 3 most important celebrations after the Olympian were the Isthmian, the Pythian, and the Nemean. To these festivals came the poets of Greece, prepared to celebrate in song the skill of the victors. During the intervals between the games, great numbers of the people assembled in a hall to listen to the poets while they recited their poems. As the years passed, the great Greek dramas or plays came to be acted also at these festivals. At first the stage was a simple wooden platform in the open air, but soon wooden buildings were erected. Plays were performed at Athens in a splendid theatre which was hewn out of the solid rock of the Acropolis or citadel of the city. Tier after tier was cut until the theatre could hold 30,000 spectators. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christoph Stangenberg. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Last King of Athens. You remember how Cecrops came to Attica and built a city so beautiful that the gods marveled, and how Athene made the first olive tree and was therefore awarded the honor of naming the city and becoming its patron. The olive tree was now said to grow on a rock in the stronghold or acropolis of the city. In ancient days, Sparta was a more important city than the beautiful one built by Cecrops. But little by little, as the years passed, Athens became supreme in Greece, and the most glorious city of the world. At first Athens, like Sparta and the other states, was governed by kings. But while Sparta continued to be a monarchy, Athens became an oligarchy. That is, she was governed by a few, and these few were nobles. When Codrus, the last king of Athens, was on the throne, the state was invaded by the Dorians. An oracle had declared that, unless the Athenian king was slain in the camp of the enemy, Athens would be taken. Codrus loved his city, and determined to save it from the enemy. So he disguised himself as a peasant, and went to the camp of the Dorians, where he killed the first soldier he met. The comrades of the dead man at once fell upon Codrus, and, as he had hoped, he was speedily slain. Then, as the oracle had foretold, Athens was saved from the enemy. The Athenians resolved that they would no longer have kings to rule over them, because they were sure that they could never find any worthy to follow Codrus, who had died for the sake of his country. This seems a strange reason for which to overturn the monarchy. In most countries it is the bad conduct of their kings which makes the people wish to get rid of them. As Athens would not have another king, the son of Codrus was given neither the power nor the title of royalty. He was named merely Archon or ruler. An Archon ruled only for 10 years. Soon the Athenians determined to choose 9 archons each year, for they thought it would be well to divide the power among these men rather than entrust it to one ruler. The archons were obliged to consult a council of nobles before they made a new law, while the council had to lay their plans before the assembly of the people. In this way, Athens became before long an oligarchy governed by a few nobles. The nobles often proved harsh rulers, taking from the people the rights that had been theirs when Athens was a monarchy. At length, the people grew so angry that they determined to destroy the nobles who treated them so cruelly. But as they were helpless without a leader, they were glad to follow any ambitious noble who would place himself at their head and lead them to fight against their oppressors. Too often, the deliverer seized the supreme power himself and oppressed the people more than had the oligarch. The usurper was called by the Greeks a tyrant. But the word tyrant did not mean to them, as it means to us, a cruel man. It meant simply one who had seized a power to which he had no real right. Some of the tyrants were cruel, but others used the power which they had seized for the good of the state. The years 700 BC to 500 BC are known as the Age of the Tyrants, because there were few states, save Sparta, which did not fall under the power of a tyrant during those years. Often the people learned to hate a tyrant as greatly as they had hated the nobles under whose harsh treatment they had groaned. But it was not easy to get rid of him, for he usually had hired soldiers to help him to keep the citizens from rebelling. One of the wisest and best of the tyrants was named Pisistratus, and he was a cousin of Solon, the great lawgiver of Athens. Solon was not a tyrant, although, had he wished, he might have become one. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of The Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Cylon fails to make himself tyrant. The people of Attica were divided into 3 classes. There were the men of the plain, who owned land and were wealthy, the men of the shore, who were fisher folk and traders, the men of the hill or uplanders, who were shepherds and herdsmen. These 3 parties, the plain, the shore, the hill, as they were often called, were dissatisfied with the way in which they were treated by the nobles. For little by little, they were taking possession of the land and making free men slaves. When the harvest failed, or when trade was bad, the poor were forced to borrow from the rich. And if a poor man could not pay his debt when it became due, his land and his goods were seized by the rich man. Nor was that the worst, for if the land and the goods were not enough to cover the debt, then the poor man himself was taken to be used or sold as a slave. So great was the discontent of the people that in 632 BC a noble named Cylon determined to put himself at their head, overthrow those who were in power, and make himself tyrant. But Cylon did not trouble to gain the goodwill of the people. He succeeded in seizing the Acropolis, but it was by the aid of soldiers whom he had hired from the neighboring city of Megara, not by the help of the people of Athens. The Athenians were indignant when they saw Megarian soldiers in their capital, and they looked on coldly and struck no blow for Cylon when the Archons besieged the rebel noble in the citadel. Cylon did not stay to see his plans destroyed. He escaped from the city by night, but his followers held the Acropolis until famine stared them in the face. Then they gathered for sanctuary around the altar of Athena, and threw open the gates of the citadel. Megacles, the chief archon, promised that the lives of the defenders should be spared, but no sooner had they left the altar than he ordered that they should be put to death. The Athenians punished Megacles for his treacherous deed, for he and the family to which he belonged were banished from Athens, while their property was seized by the state. It is told that the city lay under a curse after the treacherous deed of Megacles, nor was she freed from it until a priest purified her with solemn religious rites. Cylon had neither gained his own ends, nor he had helped the people by his rebellion. Poverty and debt were hard to bear, yet these the citizens might now have suffered in silence, but injustice drove them to demand that the laws should be reformed. For the archons punished as they pleased those who disobeyed the law, and at the courts sentence was often passed in favor of those who had bribed or befriended the judge. When the people rose in 621 BC, demanding that justice should be done in the land, the task of reforming the laws was entrusted to one of the archons named Draco. Until now, the laws had not been written, and so many of them were unknown to the people. Draco ordered that the laws should be inscribed on tablets that they might be read by the people. Sometimes he was blamed for the severity of these laws, although all he had done was to make them known. But the code of laws which Draco drew up was so severe that in later days, as the Athenians read them, they exclaimed in horror, "The laws of Draco seem to have been written in blood rather than with ink." And indeed, there was cause for dismay when the theft of a cabbage was punished with death. Draco was thus of little real help to the poor people of Athens. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of The Story of Greece, Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marie Christian. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 30, Solon Frees the Slaves. Solon, the wise lawgiver of Athens, was a descendant of King Codrus. His father had given away most of his wealth to help his city or his countrymen, so Solon became a merchant, as the sons of noblemen often did in these days of long ago. To increase his business, Solon journeyed through many of the states of Greece as well as to Asia. Wherever he went, he studied the laws and manners of the people, just as Lycurgus, the lawgiver of Sparta, had done. Solon was not only a merchant, he was also a poet, and because he was both wise and learned, he was counted one of the 7 sages of Greece. When Solon returned from one of his journeys about 593 BC, he was made an archon and asked to reform the laws. His first act was a great and unexpected one, for he proclaimed that henceforth no one might be made a slave because he was unable to pay his debts. And more than that, he said that those who were already slaves were at once to be set free. Hundreds of men were thus delivered from slavery. Many hundreds more were freed from the fear of becoming slaves. As these men plowed their own lands and reaped their own harvests, they were full of gratitude to Solon. For this law alone the name of Solon might well be held in reverence. So great was the joy of the people that the day the law was passed was kept each year as a festival. But the rich nobles were not pleased with Solon's act, for they lost many of their slaves and found it less easy to add to their wealth. The lawgiver also declared that if there was war or strife in the state, each citizen must take one side or the other. No one was to be allowed to look on idly or side now with one party, now with another. Solon restored to the assembly of the people the rights that had been wrested from it, and he did all he could to add to its powers. In these ways, Solon made Greece less and less of an oligarchy and more of a democracy. That is to say, Greece began to be governed by the many rather than by the few. The laws made by Solon, and there were many of which I have not told, were written on tables of wood and placed in frames that revolved. These frames were called axons and were numbered. When the laws had been written on the tables of wood, they were placed in the public hall that they might be read by all. Other copies were made on stone pillars and kept in the portico of the king. Each citizen took an oath he would keep these laws, which were to remain unaltered for 100 years. Solon had enemies, as reformers in all ages have had. Some people complained because his laws were not bold enough, others because they were too bold. Once when he was asked if he believed that he had given to the Athenians the best possible laws, he answered, "The best they could receive." The complaints of his enemies did not greatly disturb him. He declared that neither friend nor foe influenced him as he worked. "I threw my stout shield over both parties," he said, and steadfastly refused to alter his code. When he ceased to be Archon, he left Athens and spent 10 years seeing many strange people and many new places. It is said that during his absence he met Croesus, king of Lydia, the richest man in the world. As Solon and Croesus did not live at the same time, it is not possible that the wise lawgiver and the rich king could have met, but this is the story that is told. When Solon reached Lydia, he went to the court of Croesus. The nobles were clad in such rich garments and were attended by so many guards and pages that the Athenian thought that one of them must be the king himself. But when he actually stood in the presence of the monarch, he must have smiled at his mistake. So gorgeously was the king arrayed in gold and purple, so plentifully was he bedecked with sparkling jewels. Croesus thought that Solon would be filled with awe at the sight of his grandeur, but he soon found that purple cloth and rare stones had no great interest for the Athenian. There were still his treasure houses. These could not fail to impress the stranger. So the king led Solon through gallery after gallery, that he might see his pictures, his statues, and all the wonderful things that his wealth had brought to him. Then, in a glow of pride, he turned to his guest, asking if he did not think that Croesus was the happiest man in the world. "Nay, O king," answered Solon. "Tellus, one of my own countrymen, was happier than thou, for he died bravely on the battlefield in defense of his country." Croesus thought Solon was foolish not to count that man happiest who owned the most gold. But he only said, "After Tellus, dost thou count me the happiest man in the world?" "Nay," again answered the wise man, "but 2 sons who loved their mother well and served her with their strength." Then the king was angry, and he said, "Dost thou not count me a happy man?" "Call no man happy until he dies," replied the wise man, "for who knows what pains the gods may yet have in store for him while he lives." Croesus was yet to learn the truth of what Solon said, for in days to come Cyrus, king of Persia, seized his city, took him prisoner, and condemned him to be burned to death. As he was being bound to the pyre, Croesus remembered the words of the Athenian, and he cried aloud 3 times, "O Solon, Solon, Solon!" The king of Persia had never heard of Solon, and he asked on what strange god his prisoner was calling. "On no god," answered the miserable man, "but on one whom I would that all tyrants might meet and converse with." He then told Cyrus how Solon had said no one need count himself happy while he lived, as he could not know what misfortunes the gods had yet in store for him. Already the pyre had been set alight. But Cyrus, struck by the words he had heard, and thinking that he did not know what fate might yet befall himself, ordered Croesus to be set free. But the flames had blazed up fiercely, and no one could quench the fire. Then Croesus besought Apollo to help him, and lo, the sky which had been clear grew dark, and a heavy downfall of rain soon extinguished the flames. Thus, says Plutarch, who tells this story, Solon had the glory by the same saying to save one king and instruct another. End of chapter 30.
Section 31 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Athenians take Salamis. Salamis, an island lying about a mile from both Athens and Megara, was in the hands of the Megarians. Its position between the two states made it an important one, so the Athenians determined to proclaim war against the Megarians and try to win Salamis for themselves. But the war dragged on so long that the Athenians grew weary, and although the Megarians still held the island, they longed for the war to end. The poor soldiers wished to go home to plow their fields. The rich wished to escape from the hardships of the camp to their own comfortable homes. So at length peace was made, and a law was passed by the Athenians forbidding anyone either to say or to write, upon pain of death, that Athens ought still to try to win Salamis. There were many citizens, both indignant and ashamed that such a law had been passed. Yet lest they should be put to death, they did not dare to say what they thought. Solon was away from Athens when this law was passed, and when he came back from his journey and found that peace had been made while Salamis was still in the hands of the Megarians, he was much displeased. Some time had passed since peace had been made, and Solon knew that the Megarians were not now as strong as they had been when the Athenians gave up fighting. So he determined that he would rouse his countrymen to try again to capture the island. Yet what could he do? He would be put to death if he defied the law, which said that no one must say or write that Athens ought still to try to win Salamis. At length he hit on a strange plan. He pretended that he was mad and persuaded his own family to spread the report that this terrible fate had befallen him. Then he wrote some verses, learned them by heart, and ran towards the marketplace, a cap upon his head. In those days a cap was worn by a man only if he were ill. Solon soon attracted as much attention as he had hoped to do by his strange gestures and by the words he shouted. As the people crowded round him, he jumped onto the platform from which heralds were used to announce important tidings, and began to recite the verses he had written. I came myself as a herald from lovely Salamis, but with song on my lips instead of common speech, so began the poem. It then went on to blame those who wished no longer to fight, and bade them, arise and come to Salamis to win that fair island and undo our shame. As the people listened, they forgot that they had believed Solon was mad, and their hearts were stirred by his words. From that day, so strong became the desire of the people to blot out their disgrace and win Salamis, that the law which had so displeased Solon was repealed. No one had thought of punishing the man who had broken it. The Athenian forces were again mustered, Solon himself being made commander of the troops. His cousin, Pisistratus, went with him to battle, and it was he who succeeded in taking the port of Salamis. In those days Athens had no fleet. Solon sailed towards Salamis in a ship, but his army followed him in a number of fishing boats. When the Megarians caught sight of the Athenian ship, they sent one of their own vessels to find out the strength of the enemy's fleet. Solon managed to capture this ship, and all on board were taken prisoners. The captured vessel was then manned with Athenians, and the men were ordered to sail slowly and quietly to the island. Solon meanwhile reached the shore and, landing with his army, at once attacked the Megarians. While the fight still raged, the ship manned by the Athenians sailed unnoticed to the port. The soldiers leaped to the ground, sped swiftly to the city, and took it almost before the citizens were aware of the presence of the enemy. The island was soon in the hands of the triumphant Athenians, by whom it was held for many long years, until indeed Philip of Macedon conquered Greece. To celebrate the victory in after years, an Athenian ship used to sail to the island just as the victorious one had done on the actual battle day. When it reached the shore, a soldier armed as though for battle jumped to the ground, and, with a loud shout, ran towards the city, where he was met and welcomed by his countrymen. Close to the spot where Solon won the victory, a temple was built and dedicated to the god of the battle. End of section 31.
Chapter 32 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 32. Pisistratus becomes tyrant. Solon did not expect the laws he made to please each of the three parties in Attica, so he was not greatly surprised that while the plain and the coast were more or less content, the hill was dissatisfied, and even rebellious. Pisistratus wished to help the hill folk, who were shepherds and herdsmen, and he hoped at the same time to fulfill his own ambition, which was to become tyrant of Athens. Solon did not think that it was good for the state to have a tyrant at its head. He warned the people again and again that Pisistratus would take away their freedom. But it was in vain that he spoke. No one would listen to him. One day, as Pisistratus drove in a chariot to the marketplace, the citizens saw, to their horror, that he had been wounded. They crowded round his chariot, begging to be told what had happened. This was what Pisistratus wished. He pointed to his wounds, telling them that the men of the plain had attacked him, because he was defending the rights of the poor hill folk. But Pisistratus was deceiving the people, for he had given himself these wounds that he might gain the sympathy of the people and be voted a bodyguard, lest he should be killed outright by his enemies. The citizens agreed that he should have a guard of 50 clubsmen. At first Pisistratus seemed content with his guard, but after a time he began to add to its number, now one, then another, until he knew that he was strong enough to defy his enemies. He then seized the Acropolis and soon made himself master of the state. The leaders of the plain and the shore were forced to flee, and the people, in spite of the warnings of Solon, were amazed at the cunning and the boldness Pisistratus had shown. Solon himself felt that all he had done for the state was undone when a tyrant ruled at Athens. Old as he now was, he was brave enough to go to the marketplace to upbraid the citizens for their folly in having allowed Pisistratus to deceive them, and to beg them not to lose their freedom without a struggle. You might with ease, he said, have crushed the tyrant in the bud, but nothing now remains but to pluck him up by the roots. It is said that he even begged the people to take up arms against Pisistratus, but they were not bold enough to defy the tyrant. So Solon went home sadly, gathered together his arms, and laid them on the threshold of his house, saying, I have done my part to maintain my country and my laws, and I appeal to others to do likewise. Here is a verse from one of the poems which he wrote at this time. If now you suffer, do not blame the powers, for they are good, and all the fault is ours. All the strongholds you put into his hands, and now his slaves must do what he commands. His friends feared that Pisistratus would punish Solon for his bold words and actions, perhaps even take his life, so they begged him to leave the country, but he refused to do so. When they asked him why he was not afraid, and to what he trusted to save him from the anger of the tyrant, he answered simply, "To my old age." And his trust was well founded, for Pisistratus treated Solon with kindness and with respect. He even asked his advice in matters of state. But the overthrow of his reforms was more than the old lawgiver could bear, and 2 years later, when he was 80 years of age, he died. It is said that by his own wish, his ashes were scattered on Salamis, the island which he had won for Athens. Pisistratus was a good tyrant. For 5 years he ruled, doing all that he could for the welfare of the state. But his enemies, although they saw that Athens grew more prosperous under his control, were ever plotting to get rid of him. At the end of 5 years, the plain and the coast joined together and succeeded in driving Pisistratus from the city. But Megacles, the leader of the coast, quarreled with the plain, and he then offered to help Pisistratus to return to Athens. It was by a strange trick that the Athenians were persuaded once more to allow the tyrant to rule. In one of the villages of Attica, Megacles knew of a woman named Phaia, who was taller and more stately than most Greek women. He ordered Phaia to be clad in armor, such as was worn by the goddess Athene, and then, seating her in his chariot, he drove to Athens. Before the chariot went a herald to proclaim that the goddess Athene was herself coming to bid them open their gates to Pisistratus and to restore him to power. The story tells that the Athenians believed that Phaia was indeed the goddess, and they hastened to obey her behests. Pisistratus was allowed to enter the city and rule it as before. For 6 years all went well. Then the tyrant quarreled with Megacles, who again joined the plain, and Pisistratus was expelled for the second time. But the tyrant was a patient and persistent man. For 10 years he lived in a province called Thrace, keeping in touch all the time with the hill. In 535 BC, he was back again in Attica, with no goddess to help him, but with a band of hired soldiers to strengthen his party. The Athenian army was sent against the invaders, but Pisistratus pretended that he did not mean to fight. So the Athenians, thinking themselves safe, sat down to their midday meal. Then, while they were eating and drinking, the tyrant fell upon them, scattering them with but little loss on either side. As the Athenians fled, the sons of Pisistratus, Hippias and Hipparchus, rode after them, crying aloud that all who went quietly home would be pardoned. The citizens saw that it was useless to resist. So Pisistratus entered Athens as tyrant for the 3rd time. During the next 8 years, Pisistratus devoted himself to making Athens the most beautiful city of the world. He ordered that a new feast should be held in honor of the gods, and he began to build a magnificent temple to Zeus, which he did not live to finish. Many learned men were invited to Athens, and poets and historians were encouraged to write and to read their works to the people. It is even said that Pisistratus collected a library, which he urged the citizens to use, but of this we cannot be sure. Then, thinking perhaps that Athens was strong enough to defy her enemies, the tyrant ordered the walls of the city to be pulled down, so that for half a century Athens, like Sparta, was an unwalled town. In many of the states where tyrants ruled, Pisistratus had formed allies, and he even offered his friendship to Sparta, the state that despised tyrants and would not allow them to rule in Peloponnesus. Pisistratus died in 527 BC and was succeeded by his two sons, Hippias and Hipparchus. End of chapter 32. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 3rd of December, 2021. Chapter 33 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 33, Harmodius and Aristogiton. Hippias and Hipparchus were as eager as their father Pisistratus had been to govern Athens as well. Nor did they quarrel as to the way in which they could best do this, as brother tyrants might have done. But one day Hipparchus quarreled with a citizen named Harmodius, and to quarrel with Harmodius meant to make an enemy of his great friend Aristogiton. Harmodius showed that he was angry with Hipparchus, who then used his power as tyrant to punish the citizen. This was unfair, as the quarrel was a private one. The tyrant even refused to allow the sister of Harmodius to carry a basket in the procession of the gods, an insult which the citizen could ill brook. He therefore resolved to revenge himself, and together with Aristogiton he made a plot to slay not only Hipparchus, but his brother Hippias as well. Only a few friends were told of the plot, which they hoped to carry out on the day of the procession. As it was usual to carry arms at the festival, it would arouse no suspicion if the friends were seen to carry theirs. When the day arrived, Harmodius and Aristogiton appeared at the festival, bearing lances, as did the other citizens. But to be more certain of carrying out their plan, they also carried daggers concealed beneath their cloaks. The conspirators wished to kill Hippias outside the city gates, while he was arranging the order of the procession. But when they approached the tyrant, he chanced to be talking to one of those who knew of the plot, and the conspirators fled, thinking that Hippias had learned their secret. Hippias was saved, but rushing to the marketplace, the two friends fell upon Hipparchus and killed him. The conspirators expected the citizens to rally round them, but they stood aloof, while Harmodius was seized by the guards and put to death. Aristogiton was tortured to make him betray the names of those who knew of the plot, but he too died, steadfastly refusing to speak. Although at first the Athenians paid little attention to what Harmodius and Aristogiton had done and had suffered, they began ere long to think of them as heroes who had freed Athens from the rule of one of the tyrants. Perhaps this was because Hippias, frightened by his brother's death, brought hired soldiers into the city, raised the taxes that he might have money with which to pay his mercenaries, and began to oppress the citizens in many other ways. The discontent of the people encouraged Cleisthenes, the son of Megacles, to put himself at their head and lead them against Hippias, but they were soon crushed by the hired soldiers of the tyrant. Cleisthenes then tried to do by a trick what he had been unable to do by force. He knew that he was liked by the priests at Delphi, for he had given munificent gifts to the temple. So he begged them, if a Spartan came to consult the oracle, no matter about what, to answer always, Athens must be set free. This the priests promised should be done. The Spartans had been friendly with Pisistratus, and they did not wish to harm his son. But when the oracle's one answer to all their requests was, Athens must be set free, they knew that they must march against the tyrant if they wished their own affairs to prosper. At first they were defeated by the mercenaries of Hippias, but one of their kings then took command of the army and defeated the tyrant, who took refuge in the Acropolis. The citadel would stand a long siege, as Hippias was well aware, but he was soon forced to surrender, for his children, whom he was sending secretly out of the country, were captured by the Spartans. On condition that their lives should be spared, Hippias promised to leave the state within 5 days. So the children were released and sailed with Hippias under a safe conduct to Asia, where they lived in a small town which had belonged to Pisistratus. End of chapter 33. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 23rd of November, 2021.
Chapter 34 of The Story of Greece, Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andy Glover. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Law of Ostracism. After Cleisthenes had set Athens free from the rule of Hippias, he began to reform the laws and make Athens a more democratic state than she had yet been. Until now, the Athenians had been divided into 4 tribes. Cleisthenes split up the 4 tribes into 10. Each of the 10 tribes he then arranged in 10 parishes or demes. In each tribe there were demes made up of the plain, the shore, and the hill. As these demes had to fight together in the time of war, the 3 different parties grew to be friends instead of enemies. And that was why Cleisthenes had arranged the tribes in this way. Instead of making one tribe consist of 10 demes of hillmen, and another of 10 demes of plain or coastmen, members of the new tribes were sent to the assembly of the people, and to the assembly Cleisthenes gave new powers. It could choose its own rulers, and punish those who ruled unjustly. It could impose taxes, make war, and settle terms of peace. But of all the laws which Cleisthenes made, the one which will interest you most is the one that was called the Law of Ostracism. The word ostracism comes from the Greek ostrakon, a shell. In Athens, there were often 2 leaders opposed to one another, but each as powerful as the other. Cleisthenes thought that it would be a good plan to be able to get rid of one of these leaders for a time, and so save the city from civil war, which often threatened to overtake it. So he said that when it was necessary to banish one of these leaders, the citizens should meet together, each being given an oyster shell on which to write the name of the man of whom he disapproved. If 6,000 votes were given against one leader, he was said to be ostracized, and was compelled to leave the city within 10 days for 5 or perhaps even 10 years. His exile was not a disgrace. It was enforced only for the good of the state. When the 5 or 10 years had passed, the leader returned to Athens to hold as high a position as he had held before, and to take possession of his property. The reforms of Cleisthenes displeased the nobles who wished Athens to be an oligarchy, and they were angry that so much power had been given to the assembly of the people. They said the city would soon be ruined, for how could the people who were unaccustomed to so much power use it well and wisely? But the fears of the nobles were groundless, for from this time Athens grew more prosperous as well as more powerful. She soon had a stronger army, a better fleet, and, as you shall hear, was victorious over her enemies both by land and by sea. Great writers and sculptors, too, added to the glory of Athens and made her the most famous city of Greece. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 35. The Bridge of Boats. Along the western shore of Asia Minor, there were many Greek colonies. One of these was called Ionia, and the chief city of the Ionian state was Miletus. The Greeks who lived in these colonies owned, often against their will, the king of Persia as their overlord. In time of war, they were forced to fight for him. In 521 BC, a great monarch named Darius became king of Persia. He added many kingdoms to his dominions during the first 9 years of his reign. In 512 BC, he determined to conquer Greece and add it also to his possessions. So he assembled a great army and crossed the Bosphorus, but instead of going west to Thessaly, which lies in the northeast of Greece, Darius turned first toward the north, and crossing the Balkans, he reached the river Danube. Beyond the river lay a wild and desolate country, the home of the Scythians, who wandered up and down the land, settling now here, now there, as their fancy pleased. The great king, as the Persian monarchs were often called, bade the Ionian Greeks, who formed part of his army, throw a bridge of boats across the river. When this was done, he bade them stay to guard the bridge, while he marched with the main body of his men into the wild Scythian country. Should he not return in 60 days, Darius told the Ionians that they might break up the bridge and go back to their homes. No sooner had the great king crossed the bridge and marched into Scythia than his difficulties began. The foe he had come to seek was not to be found. Knowing that they were not strong enough to face Darius in battle, the Scythians had driven their herds far into the desert, while they themselves, like shadows, dogged the steps of the Persian army. 2 months passed, and still the king had not been able to make the enemy fight. Their shadowy forms were sometimes seen, but they were never near enough to be attacked. Darius was unwilling to own that his expedition had been useless. Yet his men were sick from cold, and their provisions were nearly at an end. So he had almost made up his mind to order the retreat. But while he still hesitated, the story tells that the Scythians sent one of their number to the great king, carrying with him as gifts a bird, a mouse, a frog, and 5 arrows. The Persians demanded the meaning of these strange gifts, but the messenger had no answer to give. He had been but bidden to give them to the great king and return to his people. Then Darius called together his council to consider what the offering might betoken. The king himself thought that the presents were to show that the Scythians were ready to surrender their land, for on it the mouse found its home, their water, for in it dwelt the frog. The bird was a symbol of their war steeds, and with the arrows showed that they were willing to lay down their arms. Darius was satisfied with his own explanation, but one of his counselors, thought that the gifts had quite a different meaning. "O Persians," he cried, "listen to my words and be wise, for unless ye become as birds and fly up into heaven, or go down like mice beneath the earth, or becoming frogs leap into the lake, ye will not escape being shot by these arrows." As he listened to these alarming words, the king thought that after all, perhaps this was the true meaning of the gifts. So he determined to return to the Danube. But the sick men and the beasts of burden were left behind when the army set out, for they could not march as quickly as Darius wished. The groanings of these miserable men and the cries of the animals were heard by the Scythians, who soon discovered what had happened and set out in pursuit of Darius and his army. Now the Ionians in charge of the bridge had long been tired of waiting for the return of the Greek king. He had perished, they said one to another, and it would be well for them to break up the bridge and return to their homes. Those who longed most to throw off their allegiance to the Persians muttered that even if the king had not already perished, he would soon do so if he reached the Danube without provisions to find the bridge was no longer there. Miltiades, an Athenian, was strongly in favor of withdrawing. But Histiaeus, tyrant of Miletus, begged the Ionians to remain, for Darius would come back. Of that he felt certain. Then turning to the other tyrants, he cried, "O ye tyrants, be sure of this, that if we leave the Persians to perish, the men of our cities will rise up against us, because it is the king who strengthens us in our power, and if he die, neither shall I be able to rule in Miletus, nor you in those cities of which ye are tyrants." Then the other tyrants agreed with Histiaeus that it would be for their own good to wait for the king. End of chapter 35. Read by Carrie Adams, your book boys, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 30th of November, 2021.
Chapter number 36, The Story of Greece Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Darius rewards Histiaeus. Meanwhile, a band of Scythians had reached the banks of the Danube. The Ionians had already loosed some of the boats on the farther side, that the enemy might think that the bridge was useless. And they, seeing this, and thinking that it would be impossible for Darius to cross the river, turned back to meet him. But that same night, after a terrible march, the great king reached the river unnoticed by the Scythians. He saw at once that there were no boats on his side of the river. Had the Ionians gone home and left him to fall into the hands of his enemy? Then he bade one of his men, who was noted for the strength of his voice, to call aloud for Histiaeus of Miletus. No sooner was this done than an answering shout was heard, and Histiaeus sent in haste to restore the bridge of boats. When the boats were secure, Darius, with his weary army, crossed to the other side, and was greeted with every token of loyalty by the Greeks. The king was grateful to Histiaeus when he heard that it was he who had persuaded the other tyrants to await his return, after the 60 days had passed, and he bade him ask for whatever he wished. Now the tyrant longed to build a strong city far from the control of the Persian power. So he asked for land in the country called Thrace, which stretches north of Macedon to the river Danube, and Darius granted his request. But Megabazus, the general of the great king, did not trust Histiaeus, and when he came to Sardis, where the king's court was, he said to Darius, "O king, what hast thou done? Thou hast given to a Greek who is wise and crafty a city in Thrace, where there is much timber for building ships and blades for oars, and mines of silver, and round it there are many people, both Greek and barbarian, who will take him for a chief, and do his will by night and by day. See then that he make not war against thee in time to come. Darius feared lest Megabazus was right, and he determined to send for Histius and keep him at his own court. Yet as Megabazus might have made a mistake, the message the king sent to the Greek was a kind one. "O Histius," said the king, "I have pondered it well, and I find none who is better minded to me and to my kingdom than thou art. This I know, for I have learnt it, not by words but in deed. And now I purpose to do great things. Come therefore to me in any wise, that I may entrust them to thee." These words pleased Histius. It seemed to him that the great king was treating him even as one of his counselors. But when he reached the king's court, and was told what the commands of Darius were, he was not so well content. "O Histius," said the king, "there is nothing more precious than a wise and kind friend, and I knew that this thou art to me. So now thou must leave Miletus and the new city which thou hast built, and come with me to my court at Susa." The Greek found it hard to hide his anger and disappointment. Rather would he be tyrant at Miletus or ruler in his new city than a favored courtier at Susa. Aristogoras, the brother-in-law of Histius, was now made tyrant of Miletus, while Darius appointed his own brother Artaphernes to be ruler of Sardis. End of chapter 36. Read by Lisa Gibson, Lincoln, Montana, February 22nd, 2022.
Section 37 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Simona Rusu. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Histiaeus shaves the head of his slave. For a few years after Histiaeus was summoned to Susa, the Greek cities in Asia showed no disloyalty. But about 500 BC, the people of Naxos, an island in the Aegean Sea, rose and expelled the nobles from their city. This was the beginning of a war between Greece and Asia, known as the Ionian Revolt. The nobles, when they were turned out of Naxos, went to Aristogoras, tyrant of Miletus, to beg him to help them to punish the rebels and to gain possession of the island. Aristogoras knew that alone he was not strong enough to regain Naxos for the nobles, but he said that he would ask Artaphernes, the Persian ruler in Sardis, to help him. So Aristogoras went to Sardis and begged Artaphernes to give him 100 ships to sail against Naxos, promising, if he would do so, to reward him with money and with gifts. Artaphernes offered, if Darius would consent, to give not only 100 but 200 ships. The great king bade his brother do as he thought well, so 200 ships under the command of Megabates were sent from Sardis to join Aristogoras in his expedition against Naxos. The two leaders, Aristogoras and Megabates, had not sailed far together when they quarreled, and it was because of this quarrel that the plans of Aristogoras went awry. One night, Megabates found that no watch had been sent on one of the ships belonging to Aristogoras. He was so angry with the captain for being careless that he ordered his head to be placed in one of the oar holes in the side of the vessel. When this was done, the unhappy man could do nothing to set himself free, but with hanging head he was forced to gaze into the water. When Aristogoras found what Megabates had done, he went at once to ask him to set the culprit free. This Megabates refused to do, and the tyrant himself released the captain. To have his authority flouted in this way made Megabates angry, but when he would have spoken, Aristogoras proudly bade him be silent, saying, "Did not Artaphernes send you to serve under me?" Perhaps it would have been wiser to allow the Persian to speak, for now his anger smouldered in his heart, and he resolved to be revenged on Aristogoras. So he sent a messenger to Naxos to warn the citizens that an enemy was at hand. The nation at once strengthened their walls and brought provisions into the city, so that when Aristogoras arrived, he found to his astonishment that the citizens had been warned and were ready to resist an attack. For 4 months the Greeks and Persians besieged Naxos, but all their efforts to take the city were in vain. Then their money and their provisions having come to an end, Aristogoras was forced to order the fleets to withdraw. The tyrant was now in great trouble. He had neither gold nor gifts to give to Artaphernes as he had promised. He had wasted Persian money on a useless expedition, and he had made Megabates his enemy. What would Darius say when he heard these things? Aristogoras was afraid that the king would no longer allow him to be tyrant of Miletus. It seemed to Aristogoras that the only way to save himself from disgrace was to persuade the Greeks in Asia Minor to revolt against Darius and himself to become their leader. Now, just at this time, Hystaius was more than ever determined to escape from the court of Susa. He thought if Aristogoras would but incite the Greeks to rebel, Darius would send him back to Miletus to restore order to the city. So, while Aristogoras was still hesitating about rousing the citizens, a slave was shown into his presence. He came from Hystaius and said that his master had bidden him tell Aristogoras to shave off his hair and look at the message that was branded on his hand. This was a strange way to send a message, but Hystaius had been unable to think of any other way to tell Aristogoras what he wished him to do. So he had himself first shaved the head of his slave, and branded on it certain signs which meant that the tyrant was to revolt against the Persians. He had waited until the slave's hair had grown again, when he had at once sent him to Miletus. When Aristogoras looked at the slave's head and learned that Hystaius encouraged him to revolt, he hesitated no longer. He determined to rouse the Ionian Greeks, and he began with his own city Miletus. When he had assembled the citizens, he told them that the time had come to throw off the Persian yoke. He then gave up his position as tyrant that Miletus might be made into a democracy. The example of Miletus was quickly followed by many other cities, and the Greeks were soon in open rebellion against Darius. End of section 37. Section 38 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Simona Russo. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Sardis is destroyed. The Ionians knew that they would not be able to throw off the Persian yoke without help from their kinsfolk in Greece. So Aristogoras was appointed to go to Sparta to beg King Cleomenes to help the Ionians, who were of the same race as were he and his people. When Aristogoras reached Sparta, he tried to tempt the king to help the Ionians by telling him of the wealth he might gain for himself. After Artaphernes was conquered as Sardis, it would, he said, be an easy matter to go to Susa and seize the treasures of the great king. He then showed Cleomenes a thing he had never seen before, a map engraved in bronze. Aristogoras pointed out to him all the countries he might make his own if he would aid the Ionians in their revolt. The king listened and looked, and then he dismissed the Greek, promising to think over the matter. In 3 days he sent for Aristogoras and asked him how long it took to journey from Ionia to Susa. 3 months, answered the messenger. O stranger, Then said Cleomenes, "Depart from Sparta before the sun goes down. Thou art no friend to the Lacedaemonians when thou seekest to lead them 3 months' journey from the sea." In spite of the king's command, Aristogoras still tarried in Sparta. He had made up his mind that he would see Cleomenes once again ere he left the country. So one day, taking an olive branch in his hand as a sign of peace, he went to the king's house. He found Cleomenes alone with his little daughter Gorgo, a child about 8 years old. Aristogoras begged the king to send his daughter away, but Cleomenes said, "Pay no heed to the child." Then the Greek tried to bribe the king to send help to Ionia. 10 talents he offered, 20, 30, but in vain. 40, 50. Surely, thought Aristogoras, the king would be won by 50 talents. But at that moment little Gorgo interfered. "Father," she cried, "the stranger will corrupt you unless you rise up and go." Cleomenes listened to the child's words and knew that they were wise. He rose and left the room, and Aristogoras knew that he had been beaten by the little princess. But although Sparta would not help, Athens might. So Aristogoras went to the beautiful city and found that the Athenians were willing to send 20 ships to the aid of the Ionians. These ships, said Herodotus, were the beginnings of evil both to the Greeks and to the barbarians. In 498 BC, the Athenian fleet was ready. It sailed across the Aegean, and the troops landed at Ephesus, where they were joined by the Ionians. Together they marched upon Sardis. Artaphernes saw that he could not hope to hold the town against a force that was approaching, so he left the city to be plundered, while he with a small band of soldiers took refuge in the Acropolis. As they met with little resistance, the Athenians at once began to pillage the town. One of the soldiers set fire to a house, and as many of them were made of wicker work, while all the roofs were thatched, the flames spread quickly through the city until Sardis was destroyed. Then the Greeks, loaded with plunder, began to march back to Ephesus, but on the way they were met by a troop of Persians and defeated. The Athenians now determined to go home. Aristogoras begged them to stay, but they paid no heed to his request, and hastening to the shore they embarked and set sail for Athens. Nor did the Athenians take any further share in the Ionic revolt. But they had already done enough to rouse the anger of Darius. The great king knew that it would be easy to punish Aristogoras and the Ionians. As for the strangers who had burned Sardis, one of his capital towns, they, whoever they were, should suffer most heavily. He was told that the strangers were the Athenians. "The Athenians? Who are they?" he demanded haughtily. And when he had been told, he sent for a bow and shot an arrow high into the air, saying as he did so, "O Zeus, suffer me to avenge myself on the Athenians." He then bade one of his slaves say to him 3 times each day as he sat at dinner, "O king, remember the Athenians." Meanwhile Aristogoras saw that there was little chance of the revolt being successful against the forces of Darius. So, like a coward rather than like a brave leader, he deserted those whom he had encouraged to rebel and fled to Thrace. Here, while besieging a town, he was slain. End of section 38.
Chapter 39 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Sandal Sewn by Histiaeus. Now when Darius heard that Sardis had been destroyed, he sent for Histiaeus, and said to him, "O Histiaeus, I hear that the man to whom thou hast given thy city has been doing strange things. He has brought over men from Europe to help the Ionians, whom I shall punish. How can all this seem good to thee? And without thy counsels, how could such a thing be done? See that thou bring not thyself into blame afresh." Histiaeus tried not to think of the slave whose head he had shaved, and whom he had sent to Aristagoras, as he told the king that he had had nothing to do with the revolt in Ionia. He begged to be allowed to go help Artaphernes to put down the rebellion. He would do even more to show his loyalty. He would seize the rich island of Sardinia to add to the possessions of the great king. "Yea, I swear by the gods whom the king worshippeth," he cried, "that I will not put off the tunic in which I shall go down to Ionia before I bring under thy power the mighty island of Sardinia." It was not difficult to persuade Darius that Histiaeus was innocent, for since the Greek had tarried for him at the bridge of boats, the king was ever ready to believe in his loyalty. So, to his great delight, Histiaeus was bidden to go to Sardis and help Artaphernes to put down the revolt. But Artaphernes was less easily deceived than the great king. No sooner had Histiaeus arrived at Sardis than the Persian accused him of treachery. "Why did the Ionians rebel against the king?" he asked the Greek in a stern voice. "I cannot tell," answered Histiaeus. "I have marvelled at all the things which have happened." "O Histiaeus," said Artaphernes, "thou hast thus much to do with these matters. Thou didst sew this sandal, and Aristagoras hath put it on." Then at length Histiaeus was afraid lest his deceit had been discovered, and lest he should be punished. So when night came, he stole out of the city, and went as speedily as might be to the sea. From that time he became a sea robber or pirate, seizing any vessel from which he could hope to get booty, whether it belonged to Greek or to barbarian. After a long time he was taken prisoner by the Persians. Artaphernes ordered that he should be crucified, and that his head should be sent to Darius. But the great king was displeased that the general had not sent the Greek to him alive. "If Histiaeus had been sent away alive to King Darius," says Herodotus, "he would not, I think, have suffered any harm, but his trespass would have been forgiven him." Even as it was, Darius was determined to show what honor was yet possible to his faithless servant, for he ordered his slaves to "wash the head and adorn it well, and to bury it as the head of one who had done much good to himself and to the Persians." In 494 B.C., 4 years after the Athenians had sailed to the help of the Ionians, the revolt was crushed. Miletus, where the rebellion had begun, was punished more severely than the other rebellious cities. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 40. Darius demands earth and water. The Ionic revolt was ended, but Darius had yet to punish the Athenians for burning the city of Sardis. 8 years had now passed since she had been destroyed, yet his anger against the Greeks was as fierce as ever. Daily, during all these years, a slave had said to him as he sat at dinner, "Sire, remember the Athenians." And now at length his vengeance was at hand. Mardonius, one of the king's generals, was ordered to invade Greece and to bring back with him to Susa the Athenians who had dared to destroy Sardis. So Mardonius crossed the Hellespont and began to march through Thrace and Macedonia. His fleet, with part of his army, was to meet him later beyond the perilous promontory of Mount Athos. The country through which Mardonius marched was wild and inhabited by rough and savage tribes. These tribes attacked the Persian troops so fiercely that more than half of them were slain. Meanwhile, the fleet had encountered a terrible storm. and 300 ships were dashed to pieces upon the rocks near Mount Athos, while 20,000 men were drowned. When Mardonius heard of this terrible disaster, he knew that his troops would not now be strong enough to invade Greece, so he went back to Persia. But Darius was as determined as ever to punish the Athenians. He spent 2 years in preparations, and then, before he set out for Greece, he sent heralds to the different states, demanding from each earth and water. To give earth to the great king was to acknowledge him as ruler of their land. To give water was to own that he was monarch of the sea. Many of the states were afraid to refuse, and sent the earth and water which Darius demanded. But among these was neither Athens nor Sparta. So indignant were these 2 cities that a barbarian, as they called Darius, should send such a demand to the free states of Greece, that they treated his heralds with scant courtesy. The Athenians flung the messenger who came to their city into a deep pit, while he who went to Sparta was tossed into a well and told that there he would find the earth and water that his king desired. In the spring of 490 BC, Darius sent the army and fleet that he had assembled across the Aegean Sea to the island of Euboea. Here there was a city named Eretria, whose inhabitants had shared in the destruction of Sardis. The Persians plundered the city and took its chief citizens prisoners, loading them with chains. Flushed with victory, the army then crossed over to Attica and landed near the plain of Marathon. There, where the mountains look on Marathon, and Marathon looks on the sea, a great battle was fought between the Greeks and the Persians. Hippias, the tyrant who had fled from Athens many years before, had been living under the protection of Darius and was now with the Persian army. It is said that it was he who had advised the enemy to land at Marathon. The army of Darius was much larger than that of the Athenians, for it was 100,000 strong, while the Greeks numbered only about 10,000 trained soldiers. The Greeks were commanded by 10 generals. If they did not agree how to attack the enemy or how to defend themselves, they consulted one of the archons, called the polemarch or commander-in-chief. The polemarch at this time was Callimachus. But the glory of the victory of Marathon belongs not to Callimachus, but to the general Miltiades. It was Miltiades who had urged the Greeks to break up the bridge of boats at the Danube and to leave Darius to his fate, and he had ever rebelled against the lordship of the Persian king. He had done all he could to encourage the Ionian revolt, and when it was crushed, he fled to Athens, to which city he belonged. When the Persians landed at Marathon, the 10 Greek generals met together to decide how best they might defend their country. 5 of them, among whom Miltiades was the most urgent, wished to march at once to Marathon to attack the enemy. But the other 5 were more timid and said that it would be better to wait until they were joined by the other Greek states before they risked a battle. Then Miltiades rose in the council of war to beg Callimachus to give his vote for war without delay. So sure was he of success that his eagerness decided the polemarch to give his vote as Miltiades wished. Thus it was settled that the army should march to Marathon without delay. At this time, an army was usually drawn up for battle in 3 divisions: the right wing, the left wing, and the center. On the field of Marathon, Miltiades made his wings as deep as possible, but as his army was small, this left his center less strong than that of the enemy. End of chapter 40. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 9th of December, 2021.
Chapter 41 of The Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Battle of Marathon. While the council of war was being held, a youth named Philippides was on his way to Sparta to beg the citizens to hasten to the help of their country. Philippides was sometimes called by his friends Phidippides. As Philippides sped on his errand, a strange adventure befell him, for it is told that he met the great god Pan. There, in the cool of a cleft, sat he, majestical Pan. Ivy drooped wanton, kissed his head, moss cushioned his hoof. All the great god was good in the eyes, grave kindly, the curl carved on the bearded cheek, amused at a mortal's awe. As under the human trunk, the goat thighs grand I saw. Halt, Phidippides! Halt I did, my brain in a whirl. Hither to me, why pale in my presence? He gracious began. The young Athenian was too amazed to answer. He but gazed at the god in silence. Then Pan asked why he was no longer worshipped in Athens, and promised that he would fight among the ranks of the Athenians against Persia, so that henceforth they would worship him in gratitude for his help. Test, Pan, trust me. Go bid Athens take heart. Laugh Persia to scorn. Have faith in the temples and tombs. Go say to Athens, the goat god saith, when Persia so much as strews not the soil, is flung under the sea, then praise Pan who fought in the ranks with your most and least. Goat thigh to grieved thigh, made one cause with the free and the bold. As a pledge, the god then gave to Philippides a handful of a herb called fennel. The youth then sped on as before until he reached Sparta. But although the Spartans said they were willing to fight, they could not march until the moon was full, for their religious rites forbade that they should. So Philippides, having done his errand, hastened back to Athens and told the citizens all that had befallen him. Glad that the god had promised his aid, the Athenians at once set out on their march to Marathon. Here they were joined by a force of 1,000 men from the little town of Plataea. They came to show their gratitude to the Athenians, who had sent help to them when they were attacked by their enemies. From their camp on a hill above the plain of Marathon, the Greeks looked down upon the vast army of the Persians. For several days no battle was fought, the Persians being unable to attack the Athenians without danger, as they were on the hill. At length, Miltiades, whom the other 9 generals were willing to follow, resolved to wait no longer. He ordered his men to advance at a sharp run down the hill and to charge the enemy. When they had started, the soldiers could not stop themselves. Quicker and quicker they ran, until, when they reached the plain,
They crashed into the Persian army with tremendous force. The shock was so great that the enemy gave way before it and was driven by the Athenians toward the sea or toward a small marsh that lay at one end of the plain. But while both wings of the Greek army were victorious, the center, which was weak, would have been beaten had not Miltiades seen the danger and called back those who were pursuing the scattered Persian wings. Only after a fierce struggle was the center of the Persian army also driven to the shore in utter confusion. Those who escaped the sword of the Athenians tried to reach their ships, but 7 of the vessels had been seized by the victors. In the struggle on the shore, Callimachus the polemarch was slain. The Battle of Marathon was won, and the glory of the victory was due to the prowess and skill of Miltiades. No sooner was the victory certain than the whole army cried that Philippides should race once again, but this time to the Acropolis, to tell Athens that by the help of Pan she was indeed saved. So Phidippides flung down his shield, ran like fire once more, and the space twixt the fennel field and Athens was stubble again, a field which a fire runs through, till in he broke, "Rejoice, we conquer!" Like wine through clay, joy in his blood bursting his heart, he died. The bliss! So is Phidippides happy forever, the noble, strong man, who could race like a god, bear the face of a god, whom a god loved so well. He saw the land saved he had helped to save, and was suffered to tell such tidings, yet never decline, but gloriously as he began, so to end gloriously. Once to shout, thereafter be mute. Athens is saved! Phidippides dies in the shout for his meed. End of section 41. Read by Annie Laurie Tuttle.
Chapter 42 of The Story of Greece, Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chip in Boulder, Colorado. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 42. Miltiades sails to the island of Paros. Until the Greeks won their great victory at Marathon in 490 BC, they had always feared the Persians. Now their fear was forgotten. They had still a long struggle before the Persians were banished from their land, but inspired by the memory of Marathon, the Greeks fought bravely and were sure always that they would be the victors. It was as though on the day of Marathon the gods had said to the Athenians, "Go on and prosper." Among those who fought on this famous field was Themistocles. He was young then and fought in the ranks, but he was yet to become one of the greatest men that Athens ever knew. Aristides, too, was there, of whom, as of Themistocles, there were many things to tell. Aeschylus, the great tragic poet, also bore arms at Marathon. When the battle was over, they found that the Athenians had lost only 192 men, while of the Persians 6,400 lay dead upon the field. In spite of this, the army of the Persians was still large enough to attack the unwalled city of Athens. Soon after the battle, a bright shield was hung on one of the heights of the city, and it was said that a traitor had signaled to the enemy that now was the time to attack her. But Miltiades saw the light as well as the Persians, and, guessing what it meant, he took his army back to Athens by a forced march. He arrived in time to see the fleet of the enemy as it approached the harbor. But when the Persian general saw that he need not hope to take the city unawares, he did not venture to risk another battle. An army already flushed with victory would soon scatter his dejected troops. So he ordered the fleet to sail for Asia. While Miltiades was making a forced march back to Athens, Aristides was left at Marathon with a band of soldiers to guard the prisoners and the plunder, for his honesty was already well known. Neither he himself touched any of the treasures of the Persian camp, nor did he allow his followers to plunder. Callias, the torchbearer, most cruel and impious of men, did, it is true, seize a treasure, but he did so unknown to Aristides. For one of the Persians, thinking Callias was of noble rank, and hoping to win his favor, fell at his feet, and then, rising, took his hand and led him to a ditch in which a large quantity of gold had been hidden. Callias seized the treasure. Then, lest the Persian should tell what had happened, he slew him. The Spartans, who had promised to help to fight against their country's foe, did not forget to march to Marathon when the moon was full. They even marched 150 miles in 3 days, but in spite of this, they reached the battlefield too late to share in the victory. A mound was raised over the Athenians who had perished about a half a mile from the sea. If you go to where the mountains look on Marathon and Marathon looks on the sea, you may see it still. After the victory, Miltiades was the hero of Athens. He knew that the citizens would grant what he chose to ask, so he begged for a fleet of 70 ships. He knew of a land where gold and treasures were to be had in abundance. Thither he would sail and return to enrich the city. The fleet was entrusted to him, but Miltiades did not sail to the wonderful land of which he had told, but, so it is said, to the island of Paros. Here in the capital city, which was also called Paros, dwelt a citizen with whom the Athenian had a quarrel. To punish him, Miltiades laid siege to the town, but again and again his attacks were repulsed. Then one day, as he was on his way to the temple of Demeter, Miltiades was seized with sudden panic. In his haste to leave the sacred grove, he leaped over a fence, and in doing so, hurt his thigh. When he returned to Athens, he was no longer in favor with the people whom he had deceived. Wounded as he was carried into court on a couch, and was condemned to pay a heavy fine, but he died before he had collected the money. Meanwhile, Darius heard how his army had been defeated at Marathon. In his wrath he vowed that he would never rest until he had conquered Greece. 3 years he spent, preparing once again to invade Europe. His heralds were sent all over his wide dominions to gather together a great army. Horses and corn, too, the king demanded, should be sent much more than before. But the great king never carried out his plan of attacking Greece, for he died in 485 B.C., after having reigned for 36 years. His son Xerxes succeeded to the throne of Persia. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Aristides is Ostracized. 4 years after the Battle of Marathon, Themistocles and Aristides were the two chief citizens in Athens. Themistocles wished to make Athens a great sea power, for he was sure that someday the Persians would return. He believed that if the Athenians were able to destroy the Persian fleet, all would be well. The land forces of the enemy would be powerless to conquer Greece. But if Athens was to have a better fleet, Themistocles knew that she must first have a better harbor. The one that the Athenians used was at Phalerum, where the sea almost reached the city. It was only an open roadstead, a place where ships might ride at anchor, which would be of little use to protect vessels from an enemy. Themistocles knew a better site than Phalerum, where a strong harbor might be built. This was the rocky peninsula of Piraeus, which was about 4 miles from Athens. By his advice, 3 harbors were made here, into which the largest vessels could enter. Yet the opening to all 3 was such that it could be closed easily with chains and logs, so as to prevent the entrance of an enemy. The Piraeus soon grew into a large town, for those who did not own land flocked to the port in the hope of finding work. Not only did Themistocles persuade the Athenians to fortify the Piraeus, but he also made Athens a great sea power. At this time there was money to spare in the public treasury, for a rich bed of silver had been discovered in an old mine. This money was to be divided among the Athenians. Themistocles was brave enough to risk the anger of the people by proposing that it should not be given to them, but should be used to build ships. The Athenians were eager to conquer the people of Aegina, who for years had harried their coasts, and they agreed to his proposal more readily than Themistocles had dared to hope. With the money, the state built 200 ships, so the people were able to conquer their enemy and were well content. But it was Themistocles alone who wished to prepare Greece for a great Persian invasion. Of this the Athenians had no fear. When the ships were ready, Themistocles saw that the soldiers must be trained to manage the vessels, to become indeed good sailors. A wise Greek named Plato tells us that Themistocles, from steady soldiers, turned the Greeks into mariners and seamen, tossed about the sea, and gave occasion for the reproach against him that he took away from the Athenians the spear and the shield, and bound them to the bench and the oar. Aristides and Themistocles were rivals. They were brought up together, and when they were boys they usually took different sides, just as they continued to do when they were men. If you could have watched the boys in school or in the playground, you would have seen at once how different they were. Themistocles was impetuous and bold, artful too, if by being so he could gain his own ends. Aristides was gentle and retiring, honest as the day, in work as in play. Themistocles was not fond of lessons nor yet of games, but he knew a great deal even as a boy of what was going on in the city and in the state, and he was eager to know more. While Aristides and his comrades were laughing and shouting over their game of quoits, Themistocles was walking up and down alone in a quiet corner of the playground. He was rehearsing a speech, which he would soon begin to recite aloud. Sometimes, in more friendly mood, he called his playfellows together and delivered his speech to the crowd of little critics. It was usually about the affairs of state, about politics, as we would say. His schoolmasters saw that although the lad did not love lessons, he could be an earnest student if he were interested in a subject. One day he said to him, "You, my boy, will be nothing small, but great, one way or other, for good or else for bad." From his boyhood, Themistocles was ambitious, and when he grew up he accepted bribes, if by doing so he thought he could reach a higher position in the state. When he became a judge, he showed favor to his friends, even though to do so was unjust. One of them once said to him that he would be a good judge, if he would give sentence without respect of persons. But in no way abashed, Themistocles answered, "May I never sit upon the seat of judgment where my friends shall not receive more favor from me than strangers." Aristides was in this, as in other things, the opposite of his rival, for he was an honorable and upright judge. He was ever ready to please or to help a friend, but to do so he would stoop to no act of injustice. Once he accused one of his enemies of a crime, and the people, with whom Aristides was at that time a favorite, wished to condemn the man without listening to his defense. But this Aristides would not allow. When he himself was judge, 2 people came before him, one of whom was an enemy of his own. The other, knowing this, felt sure that he would win his suit, and instead of telling of what he accused the man, he began to remind Aristides that it was an enemy of his own who stood before him. But Aristides bade him be silent. "Tell me not," he said, "what injury has done to me, but what harm you have suffered from him, for I am trying your cause and not my own." Themistocles not only took bribes, but he often tried to make others accept them. Many of the Greeks did so, for they could not easily resist gold, but Aristides was never one of those who took money from Themistocles, or indeed from anyone. When Themistocles urged the Athenians to increase their fleet, Aristides opposed him with all his strength, and he did this not because he disliked his rival, but because he believed that it would be better for the state to increase her army rather than to have a powerful navy. About this, as about other important affairs, the 2 great men disagreed so often and so long that the people thought the city would be governed better if one of the leaders was ostracized. So they assembled in the marketplace, where each was given an oyster shell on which to write the name of the man he wished to be banished from Athens. As the citizens were busy writing on their shells, a rough country fellow who could not write came up to Aristides and, handing him his shell, asked him to put down the name of Aristides. The countryman did not know that he was speaking to Aristides himself. "Has Aristides done you an injury?" asked the Athenian as he took the shell. "None at all," answered the fellow. "Neither know I the man, but I am tired of everywhere hearing him called the Just." Aristides did not answer the ignorant countryman, but he quietly wrote his own name upon the shell and handed it back to its owner. The necessary number of votes being recorded against him, he was ostracized. As he left the city, he lifted up his hands to heaven and prayed that the Athenians might never have any occasion which should constrain them to remember Aristides. And this he did, although it was a bitter thing to have him leave the city that he loved so well. In his absence, he knew that Themistocles would be able to carry out his plans unopposed, and this added to his pain. But Themistocles was wiser than Aristides when he urged the Athenians to increase their fleet. For although the great king Darius was dead, Xerxes his son was preparing to invade Greece as his father had hoped to do. And without a large and well-equipped fleet, the Athenians would have been unable to meet the Persians at sea. End of Chapter 43. Read by Lisa Gibson, Lincoln, Montana, February 24th, 2022.
Chapter 44 of the Story of Greece Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Dream of Xerxes. Xerxes, the new ruler of Persia, looked every inch a king. He was tall and handsome, standing head and shoulders above the great warriors he led to battle. But although he looked a king among men, in character he was most unkingly, for he was both weak and foolish. It is true that he was sometimes good-natured, but it was not wise for his people to trust his temper, for he was often seized by sudden fits of rage when he would do deeds of terrible cruelty. In 483 BC, Xerxes put down a revolt in Egypt. Then his captain and kinsman, Mardonius, begged the king to go to Greece to avenge the Persian defeat at Marathon. "O king," said Mardonius, "it is not seemly that the Athenians, who have done much wrong to the Persians, should not suffer for their doings. And now will anyone dare to face thee, O king, with thy great army from Asia and all thy ships? Sure I am that the Greeks are not so desperate. But if I am wrong, and in their rash folly they come out to battle, they will find that of all men we are the bravest. To tempt Xerxes yet farther to do as he wished, Mardonius told him how fair a country Europe was, how rich in fruit and trees. Such a country, said the subtle flatterer, should belong to none save to thee, O king. Mardonius hoped that if Greece was made a province of Persia, he himself would become her ruler. But while Mardonius urged one thing, Artabanus, the king's uncle, urged another. Thou, O king, said Artabanus, art going against men who are said to be most brave and strong both by sea and land. And it is right I should say why we ought to fear them. Thou sayest that thou wilt make a bridge over the Hellespont and carry thine army through Europe against Hellas. And so we may be beaten either by land or by sea or by both. For the men are said to be strong, and it would seem that they are, if by themselves alone the Athenians destroyed the great host that landed at Marathon. Now Xerxes was, as I told you, a timid king. So as he listened now to one, now to the other of his counselors, he did not know what to do. First he thought that he would go to Greece. Then he thought that he would not go. One night, while he still hesitated, the king had a strange dream. In his dream, a man fair and tall stood over him who said, Dost thou repent, O Persian, from leading an army against Hellas, when thou hast charged thy people to gather their hosts together? Thou doest not well in thy change of counsel, neither is there any one who will forgive thee. Go thou on the road in which thou didst purpose to walk on the day that is past. When Xerxes awoke, he tried to thrust away the memory of his dream, for he now wished to follow the advice of Artabanus and stay at home. But the next night, as he slept, he saw the same fair, tall man, who chided him for putting aside his words as though they had never been spoken. But be thou sure, he said, that if thou set not out forthwith, as thou hast become great and mighty in a little while, so in a little while shalt thou be made low. The king awoke from this second dream in sudden fear, and springing from his bed, he bade his servants bring Artabanus to him without delay. When his uncle stood before him, Xerxes told his vision in feverish haste. Now, if it be a god who sends it, said the king, and if it must be that an army go against Hellas, then the same vision will come to thee. The foolish king then begged Artabanus to put on his clothes, to sit on his throne, and afterwards to lie down upon his bed. At first Artabanus refused to do as the king wished, for he said, If the vision must come, it ought to come to me no more if I put on thy dress than if I wear my own, and if I rest on thy couch than if I sleep on my own. For that which comes to thee in thy sleep, whatever it be, is surely not so silly as to think on seeing me that it looks upon thee, judging by thy vesture. But at length Artabanus was persuaded to do as the king wished. And lo, when he had lain down on the royal couch, the dream of Xerxes came and stood over him, saying, Neither now or hereafter shalt thou go unscathed if thou seekest to turn aside that which must be. Then the dream appeared as though it were about to sear out his eyes with hot irons. Artabanus awoke in great fear, and leaping from the couch, he told Xerxes what he had seen and heard. From that night, Artabanus was as ready as Mardonius to urge the king to invade Greece. End of section 44, read by Annie Laurie Tuttle. Chapter 45 of the Story of Greece Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Xerxes orders the Hellespont to be scourged. In the autumn of 481 BC, Xerxes led his vast hosts to Sardis. His warriors were of many different races, and each was clad in the dress of the country from which he came. Each, too, was armed with his own weapon, and each talked his own language. So you can picture to yourself with what a strange army Xerxes set out to conquer Greece. From Sardis, he sent heralds with an interpreter into Greece to demand from the people earth and water, the signs of their subjection to the great king of Persia. Themistocles was so angry with the interpreter, who was a barbarian, for daring to utter the demands of Xerxes in the Greek language, that he ordered him to be put to death. Another messenger was then sent by Xerxes, and he brought with him gold to bribe the Athenians to join the Persian. Him also Themistocles punished. Now that danger was near, the Athenians recalled Aristides from exile. They were afraid lest he should join the Persians, for they knew that if he did, many of his friends would go over to the enemy with him. But it was a needless fear, and the citizens might well have trusted the exile not to betray his country. Even before he knew that his banishment was over, Aristides had begun to stir up the Greeks that were with him to fight against the Persians. Themistocles, too, was using all his influence to persuade the different states to lay aside the quarrels they had with one another and to fight together against the force that was coming to invade their land. Meanwhile, Xerxes, to avoid sailing across the Hellespont with his vast army, ordered a bridge to be built across it. But soon after the bridge was finished, a violent storm dashed it into fragments. When Xerxes heard of the disaster, his cruel and childish temper was roused. He ordered the engineers who had planned the bridge to be beheaded, and that was a cruel act. He also commanded that the Hellespont should be scourged with 300 stripes and that a pair of fetters should be cast into the sea. And these were foolish acts. He sent branders too, as some say, to brand the Hellespont, and he charged them to rebuke the water and cry unto it, O bitter water, thus doth the king punish thee, because without wrong from him thou hast done him harm. Before long, a new bridge was built, with hedges planted on either side, so that the horses, as they passed across, might not be frightened by seeing the water. First of the great host came 1,000 gallant Persian troops, followed by 1,000 spearmen. The points of their lances were turned downward. On the handles, which were held aloft, shone golden pomegranates. 10 sacred horses with splendid trappings stepped behind the spearmen, while after the horses came a chariot dedicated to Zeus and drawn by 8 white horses. No driver was allowed to mount the sacred chariot. He might only walk behind, holding the reins in his hands. Xerxes himself was in another chariot, surrounded by 1,000 guards bearing spears upon which glistened apples of gold. 10,000 of the king's own bodyguard were named immortals, for if one of their number was slain or if one died, his place was at once filled, so that the number of the immortals might never become less. As I told you, the Persian army was made up of many different tribes. Ethiopians from beyond Egypt were there, clad in leopard skins and carrying bows made of the central rib of the palm leaf, while their arrows were reeds tipped with sharp fragments of stone. They carried as well spears pointed with gazelle's horns or knotted clubs. Half their body they painted white and half red before going into battle. Some had no arms but only a lasso and a long knife. Others bore staves that had had their points hardened in the fire. From Caucasus came wild tribes that had no armor to protect their bodies and only wooden hats to guard their heads. Xerxes' army was indeed vast, but with so many half-clad and but poorly armed barbarians in his ranks, he would, had he been wise, have feared to face the small but well-armed and well-trained forces of the Greeks. On the shore of the Hellespont, a throne of white stone or marble was placed, and here Xerxes took his seat to watch his army cross the bridge which led from Asia into Europe. But before the vast host began to move, Xerxes poured wine from a golden cup into the sea and prayed to the sun that no harm might happen to him, which might prevent him from conquering all Europe. Then he threw the cup into the Hellespont with a golden goblet and a Persian dagger. It is said that the king called himself a happy man as he watched the countless numbers of his troops crossing the bridge. But soon after, Artabanus was amazed to see him burst into tears. "O king," he said, "thou doest strange things. Even now thou didst call thyself happy, and yet thou weepest." "Thought came upon me, and sorrow for the shortness of the life of man," answered Xerxes, "because after 100 years of all this great host, not one shall remain alive." When the army had crossed the bridge, it marched on toward the plain of Thessaly, while the fleet, sailing round the southeast point of the same country, anchored near the promontory of Magnesia. Here it was as near to the army as it was possible for it to be. Not long after the fleet had anchored, a sudden storm arose and for 3 days did much damage to the ships. The Greeks, meanwhile, had been preparing to fight the invaders. They had sent spies to Sardis to find out not only the numbers of the Persian host, but its mettle. As it chanced, the spies were captured and were on the point of being put to death when Xerxes ordered them to be brought before him. When they stood in his presence, he demanded why they had ventured into the camp of the enemy. On hearing the reason, he bade an officer show them the strength of his army, and then send them back unharmed to their own country. "For," said the king, "if the spies had been killed, the Greeks could not have heard beforehand of all my great might. Yet it would do them but little hurt to slay 3 men. But now will I have no trouble by marching against them, when the spies have already told of my mighty army." So confident was the king that he would conquer the enemy without difficulty, that when vessels filled with corn sailed past his fleet on the way to Athens, he would not allow any of his ships to pursue them. "Whither are they sailing?" asked Xerxes when the corn ships were pointed out to him. "To thy enemies, O king, laden with corn," answered his anxious counselors. "Why, we are going thither also," said the king. "What harm do they do by taking corn for me?" Now that the Persians were actually at hand, the Spartans and Athenians summoned the Greek states to a council of war, to be held at the Isthmus of Corinth. But some of the states were afraid, and instead of attending the council, they sent earth and water to Xerxes. Thessaly, in the north, would be the first to suffer from the invading army. So, a Greek force was sent to the pass of Tempe, between Mount Olympus and Mount Ossa, to try to stop the advance of the Persians. But there were other ways by which the enemy could slip past the Greeks, so after a time they determined to withdraw from Thessaly. The northern people, being thus left defenseless, hastened to submit to Xerxes while there was still time. End of section 45. Read by Annie Laurie Tuttle.
Chapter 46 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 46. The Bravest Men of all Hellas. Through the pass of Thermopylae lay the entrance from the north to the south of Greece. It was this pass that the Greeks determined to hold against the Persians when they withdrew from the pass of Tempe. The pass of Thermopylae was about a mile long, and the narrow road ran between the mountains and the sea. At each end of the pass, the mountains were sheer cliffs, descending so close to the sea that the only pathway was a mere strip of sand. To enter the pass at either end, it was necessary to go through a narrow entrance called Pylae, or the gates. In the road between the Pylae, or gates, there were hot springs. The Greek word for hot is thermos, and that is how the pass came to be named Thermopylae, or Hot Gates. At the narrowest part of the pass stood an old broken-down wall, and this wall was repaired by the order of Leonidas, king of Sparta, that it might form a defense against the enemy. A short distance from the mainland lay the island of Euboea, the strait between being at one place only 2.5 miles in breadth. Here the Greek fleet took up its position under the command of the Spartan Eurybiades, Themistocles being second in command. Themistocles would have held the chief command had not some of the states refused to serve under an Athenian admiral. The land army was led by Leonidas, one of the kings of Sparta. But because this was now the month of June, 480 BC, the time when the Olympic Games were held, many of the Spartans did not march with Leonidas to Thermopylae. For although the country was in danger, the games, being also religious rites, must be held as usual, and numbers of brave soldiers stayed at home to take part in the festival. When Leonidas set out on his march to defend the entrance to the south of Greece, he had with him only 300 Spartans. On the way to Thermopylae, he was joined by troops from other states, so that when he reached the pass, he was at the head of 7,000 men. Now there was only one narrow hill track by which the enemy could reach the rear of the Spartans, and strangers to the country were little likely to find it. Yet Leonidas bade the Phocians, who lived in the district, guard well this narrow footpath. He would leave nothing to chance. When Xerxes, with his great army, reached Thermopylae, he was told that it was in the hands of a small band of Spartans under King Leonidas. The tidings did not disturb the Persian monarch. He was sure that the Spartans would soon leave their post when they saw his great army. But the Spartans did not retreat, although they could see plainly the vast hordes that had come against them. By and by Xerxes grew impatient and sent a horseman to reconnoiter. The horseman could not see the Spartan camp, for it was hidden by the old wall that had been repaired. But he could see the men themselves without the wall. Their arms were piled up against it in stacks, as though no enemy was near. Some of the soldiers were wrestling with each other. Others were combing their hair, as if they were getting ready for a festival rather than for a battle. The Persian was astonished at what he saw. As the Spartans took no notice of him, he stayed to count their number, and then rode quietly back to tell Xerxes all that he had seen. Xerxes, too, was amazed. Why should soldiers trouble to comb their hair before fighting? Why should they wrestle with one another as though no danger lay before them? He thought that they were doing childish and silly things, for he did not understand that this was the Spartans' way of getting ready, either to die or to slay their enemies. In the Persian camp was an exiled king of Sparta named Demaratus. Xerxes sent for him to ask why his countrymen wasted their time wrestling and combing their long curls. "These men," answered Demaratus, "are here to fight for the pass, and when they have to face a mortal danger, their custom is to comb and deck out their hair. Be sure, then, that if thou canst conquer these and all the rest who remain behind in Sparta, there is no nation which shall dare to raise a hand against thee. For now art thou face to face with the bravest men of all Hellas." But Xerxes laughed at the thought of a small band of men, like the Spartans, daring to fight against his great army. He dismissed Demaratus and sent to demand that the Spartans should give up their arms. But the only answer that Leonidas sent back was to bid the king to come and take them. It was plain that the Spartans did not fear the enemy. When one of them was told that the Persian host was so numerous that the flight of their arrows would darken the light of the sun, he answered carelessly, "So much the better. We shall fight in the shade." For 4 days Xerxes waited, expecting the Spartans to flee. But on the 5th day they were still there, wrestling and combing their hair as before. Then the king sent a band of soldiers to the enemy's camp, bidding it take these bold Spartans alive and bring them bound into his presence. But the Persians could not push their way through the narrow gates, which were guarded by the enemy. They were not only kept at bay, they were thrust back again and again, and many of their numbers were slain by the long spears of the Spartans. End of chapter 46. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on 17th of September, 2021. Chapter 47 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 47. The Battle of Thermopylae. Xerxes looked on while his soldiers fought at the entrance to the pass, and they did their best, for they were unwilling that their king should see them beaten back by men who had spent their days in games or in bedecking their hair. But they could not stand against the fierce attacks of the Spartans, and at length, when many of their number had been slain, they withdrew. The king then ordered his own chosen bodyguard, the 10,000 famous immortals, to advance against the gallant defenders of the pass. Even at the approach of these renowned warriors, the Spartans did not waver. They pretended to flee, only to turn and slay the barbarians who had followed them into the pass. At length, after a furious conflict, the immortals were forced to give way and return to their camp. 3 times, as he watched his immortals, Xerxes sprang from his throne, thinking that all was lost. But the next day he sent them against the foe once more, for now he believed that the Spartans would be too weary to fight. But Leonidas was careful of the little band he commanded. It was easy to hold the pass with only a small number of men. As each company grew tired, the king ordered it to withdraw and sent a fresh one to take its place. Soon the entrance to the pass was choked with the dead bodies of the barbarians. Some of the most valiant of Xerxes' warriors were next sent against the enemy, but they were cowed by the bravery of the Spartans, and as they saw their comrades falling around them, they turned to flee. Then their officers drove them back with lashes. For 2 days the terrible slaughter never ceased, and Xerxes was almost ready to leave the pass to its brave defenders, so hopeless seemed the task of taking it. But that night a Greek named Ephialtes came to the great king, and for a large sum of money he offered to show the Persians a path which led over the hill down to the pass of Thermopylae. The path was the tiny track that was guarded by the Phocians. The offer of the traitor was at once accepted, and at midnight Xerxes sent his officer Hydarmes at the head of his immortals to follow Ephialtes. All night long they followed the path, with the mountains on the right and on the left. The day was dawning when they reached the peak of the mountain, and there the 1,000 Phocians were keeping watch and guarding the pathway. While the Persians were climbing the hill, the Phocians knew not of their coming, for the whole hill was covered with oak trees. But they knew what had happened when the Persians reached the summit. Not a breath of wind was stirring, and they heard the trampling of their feet as they trod on the fallen oak leaves. No sooner had they heard than the arrows of the immortals were pouring in upon them. They fell back, leaving the pathway free, while they hastily put on their armor and prepared to fight to the death. They did not dream that the immortals had no wish to fight with them. But so it was, for the Persians took no more notice of them, but finding the hill path free, they sped downward to the pass to take the Spartans in the rear. The Phocians were left alone on the heights almost before they were aware. Leonidas had heard of the treachery of Ephialtes soon after the traitor left the Persian king. He knew that to try to hold the pass now that he would be attacked in the rear was certain death. Yet the brave king did not hesitate, for his orders had been to hold the pass at all costs. Nor did he waver as he remembered the ominous words of the oracle. Sparta must be overthrown, or one of her kings must perish. It seemed that he was the king who was doomed to die. But what of that, if his country was saved? He resolved that to Sparta alone should belong the glory of the defense of Thermopylae. So, while there was still time, he sent away all his allies, keeping with him only his 300 Spartans, 700 Thespians, who refused to leave him, and 400 Boeotians, lest they should join the enemy. Then, when the sun arose, Xerxes poured out wine to the gods, and the barbarians arose for the onset, and the men of Leonidas knew now that they must die. But they would die fighting, and before they were attacked in the rear, they would do great deeds. Fierce and desperate was their defense, and before the fury of their blows the barbarians fell in heaps. Once again the Persian officers, armed with whips, had to drive their men forward to face the small but undaunted band. In the confusion, many of the great host of Xerxes were pushed into the sea, while many more were trampled to death by their comrades. So furious was the struggle that at length the spears of the Spartans were broken in their hands. In a moment they had seized their swords, and hundreds of the Persians fell before their terrible thrusts. But now the worst that could befall the Spartans happened. Leonidas, their brave king, Leonidas, was slain where he fought in the forefront of the battle. A terrible struggle at once began for the body of the king. 4 times the Spartans drove back the Persians, and then, with one tremendous effort, they carried away the body of their king. It was at this moment that the immortals, led by the traitor Ephialtes, reached the pass. The Spartans hastily withdrew behind the wall which had been repaired by the order of their king. Here, on a hillock, they defended themselves to the last, such as had swords using them, and the others resisting with their hands and teeth, till the barbarian who had in part pulled down the wall and attacked them in front, in part had gone round and now encircled them upon every side, overwhelmed and buried the remnant which was left beneath showers of missile weapons. As you read the story of the brave defense of Thermopylae, you do not wonder that Leonidas and his 300 Spartans have won for themselves immortal fame. On the hillock where the little band took their last stand, a stone lion was placed in honor of King Leonidas, while in the pass itself a pillar was erected on which were written these words: "Go tell the Spartans, thou that passest by, that here obedient to their laws we lie." When the battle was over, Xerxes ordered his men to search for the body of Leonidas. When it was found, he ordered the head to be cut off and the body to be hung upon a cross. It was the custom of the Persians to honor the bodies of those who had fallen fighting bravely against them. This unusual and cruel punishment was but a proof of the fear the brave Spartan had inspired in the heart of Xerxes. Nor could the king forget that he had been on the point of leaving the pass in the hands of its brave defenders. Demaratus could not look at the slaughter of his countrymen unmoved. He had seemed to be a friend of the great king, yet now he longed to warn the Spartans who had stayed at home that the Persians were ready to march against them. But how could he send a message unknown to the Persians? He soon thought of a strange and less cruel way than had Astyages, who, you remember, branded his secret on the head of his slave. The exiled king took a writing tablet and scraped away the wax on which letters were usually engraved. On the wood beneath, he scratched the message he wished to send. He then poured melted wax on the top of what he had written, and the tablet looked as any other tablet looked. When it reached Sparta, the people studied it with amazement. There was a tablet, but where was the message? They turned it this way and that. They peered at it, now on one side, now on another. Nothing was to be seen. Then Gorgo, whom you heard of last as a little maiden of 8 years old, gave the people advice as wise as she had given to her royal father long before. She was grown up since those days and had been married to brave King Leonidas. "Scrape off the wax," she said to the people, "and see if the message lies on the wood beneath." And when this was done, there stood the warning words of Demaratus, so that all might read. End of chapter 47. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 25th of September, 2021. Chapter 48 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 48. The Battle of Artemisium. While Leonidas was fighting so bravely on land, Themistocles was with the fleet at Artemisium. If the Persians passed this point and entered the Malian Gulf, they would be able to land troops behind Leonidas and secure the pass of Thermopylae without difficulty. But before the Persian fleet reached Artemisium, a sudden storm arose and dashed some of the ships upon the rocks, some against each other. For 3 days the tempest raged, and when at length the sea grew calm, 400 ships had been destroyed. In spite of this disaster, the Persian fleet was still large enough to alarm the Greeks. When they saw it sailing off the north of the island of Euboea, Eurybiades, the Greek admiral, wished to sail away. But the inhabitants of the island went to Themistocles to beg him not to let the fleet desert them. So fearful were they that they offered him 30 talents, about 5,800 pounds, if he would use his influence to persuade the other admirals to stay and protect their island. Themistocles readily took the money and sent 8 talents, about 1,552 pounds, to Eurybiades and his colleagues to bribe them to remain at Euboea. The next night another storm arose, and again many of the Persian ships were scattered or dashed to pieces on the rocks. But when the wind fell, the ships were repaired, and the 2 fleets met in battle. The struggle was fierce and long, but though the Persians lost a greater number of ships than did the Greeks, yet the fleet under Eurybiades was so heavily damaged that even Themistocles saw that safety lay in retreat. At the same time, tidings reached him of the defeat of Thermopylae, and he knew that Xerxes would soon be marching to the south. The fleet must hasten home to protect her own coasts. So the Greek fleet set sail down the long Euboean Strait and did not stop until it reached the island of Salamis. But as they sailed, Themistocles bade the captains of the Athenian fleets send some of their ships to the rocks where the Persians would search for water. On these rocks, Themistocles ordered to be cut in large letters these words: "Ye do wrong, O Ionians, by going against your fathers and bringing Hellas into slavery. If ye can, take our side. If ye cannot, then fight for neither. But if this also is impossible, at least in the battle be slack and lazy, remembering that ye are sprung from us, and that we are fighting in a quarrel which ye began." By these words, Themistocles hoped to win the Ionians to his side, or, if that might not be, he hoped at least to make Xerxes so suspicious of them that he would be afraid to let them take part in the battles which had yet to be fought. End of chapter 48. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on 18th of September, 2021.
Section 49 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kate Boyster. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Themistocles urges Eurybiades to stay at Salamis. After Xerxes had secured the pass of Thermopylae, a march of 6 days would bring him to Athens. There was no army in his way, for the Spartans and other tribes in Peloponnesus were now fortifying the isthmus of Corinth so as to protect their cities from the foe. If the Athenians wished to save themselves, they would have to desert their city and seek refuge elsewhere, for it was impossible to hold Athens against the great army that was marching towards her. Yet even to save their lives, how hard it was to leave their homes, their temples, their gods! The oracle at Delphi was consulted, and told them that, when all was lost, a wooden wall should still shelter the Athenians. Some there were who believed that the oracle meant that if the Acropolis were fortified with timber, it would not be taken by the Persians, and these shut themselves up in the citadel and refused to leave the city. But Themistocles knew that the only way to save the people was to get them away from Athens, and he used all his eloquence to make them willing to go. When it seemed that he had failed, he tried another way. He began to work upon their superstitious fears. He told them that Athene, their own goddess, had already deserted the city, and taking with her her pet snake had gone to the sea. He assured them that the walls of wood, of which the oracle had spoken, were the good ships that were at Salamis, waiting to defeat the Persians and put their fleet to flight. At length his words prevailed, and the old men, women, and children were sent to the island of Salamis, while the fighting men joined the fleet. In the confusion, many faithful animals were forgotten. These ran along the shore, while the ships carrying the fugitives sailed away. One faithful dog leaped into the water and followed his master's ship until it reached Salamis. But when he had dragged himself out of the water, the poor creature was so exhausted that he lay down on the shore and died. Meanwhile, Xerxes was marching toward Athens. On the way, he ordered a large company to break off to the west to seize Delphi and the sanctuary of the oracle, in which, as the king knew, vast treasures were kept. No Greek would have dared to rob the sacred temple. When the Delphians heard that the Persians were approaching, they fled to Parnassus, leaving only 60 men and the priest to defend the sanctuary. They did not think that the treasures would be stolen, for the gods would protect their own. And as soon as the barbarians were close to the city, strange things are said to have taken place. The sacred arms, which none might touch, were mysteriously carried out and placed in front of the temple. The sky was ablaze with brilliant flashes of lightning, while 2 great crags were wrenched from the heights of Mount Parnassus and fell with a loud crash upon the enemy. At the same time, from the temple of Athene, a shout as of a mighty warrior was heard. The barbarians were stricken with terror at these strange sights and sounds, and they fled, pursued, so they declared, by 2 Greeks, each taller and more fearful than any mortal they had ever seen. Xerxes had now reached Athens, to find the city deserted, save for the few who had taken refuge in the citadel. These defended themselves bravely, and as it was difficult to scale the height on which the Acropolis stood, they were able for a time to keep the enemy at bay. But at length the wooden defenses, in which the people had put their trust, were set on fire by the burning brands of the enemy. At the same time, a band of Persian soldiers discovered a secret path on the north side of the citadel. Although it was steep, they at once began to climb, and before long they reached the summit and entered the citadel. The defenders were slain, the temples were plundered and burned. As the Greek fleet lay in the narrow strait between Salamis and the Attic coast, the Athenians saw smoke and flames rising from the burning city. They were filled with grief as they gazed upon the destruction of their homes and their temples, while their wrath burned hot against the destroyers. Themistocles and the Athenians wished to stay where they were to await the enemy, but the other admirals were anxious to sail to the Isthmus of Corinth, where they would be within reach of the Peloponnesian army. A council of war was called, at which Themistocles urged that they should stay where they were to fight and to conquer the Persian fleet. He reminded the other admirals that in the narrow Strait of Salamis the big and heavy ships of the Persians would have no room to move and would be captured without great difficulty. But no one agreed with the Athenian general, and the council broke up, after having agreed that the fleet should sail to the Isthmus of Corinth on the following day. Themistocles was so sure that it was a mistake to move that he went alone to Eurybiades and earnestly begged him not to withdraw. His gravity impressed the commander, and he promised to recall the council to discuss the matter once more. No sooner had the admirals again assembled than Themistocles rose, without waiting until the council was open in the usual way, and again explained the urgent reasons why the fleet should stay to fight at Salamis. The Corinthian admiral was angry already because the council had been reopened. He was angrier still as he listened to the words of Themistocles. At length he could keep silent no longer, and he interrupted the orator, saying in a harsh voice, "Themistocles, at the games they who start too soon are scourged." "True," answered the Athenian, "but they who loiter are not crowned." Even Eurybiades lost his temper as Themistocles urged his wish more and more vehemently, and at length he raised his staff as though he would strike the persistent orator. Themistocles looked calmly at the admiral and said, "Strike if you will, but at least hear me." His self-control pleased the Spartan commander. He let his arms drop to his side and listened until Themistocles had ended his speech. But although Eurybiades said nothing, an officer began to taunt Themistocles, saying that he was the last man who should urge them to stay at Salamis, for he had now no city to defend, as Athens was in the hands of the barbarians. "A base fellow art thou to use such a taunt," answered Themistocles. "True it is that we have left our houses and our walls, for we will not endure to be made slaves for such things. But in these 200 ships here ready to defend you all, we still possess the fairest city in Greece." Then, turning to Eurybiades, he said, "By remaining here, thou wilt show thyself a brave man. By going away, thou wilt destroy all Hellas, for with the war on land the Athenians have nothing more to do. If thou wilt not stay, we will sail away with our 200 ships and build a city in the west, where the Persians will not trouble us." Then Eurybiades grew afraid, for he knew that without the help of the Athenians, the Greeks need not hope to conquer the enemy, so he agreed to stay to fight at Salamis. End of section 49. Section 50 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Themistocles Tricks the Admirals. Eurybiades had determined that the fleet should stay at Salamis, but the other admirals were dissatisfied. When great numbers of the Persian ships were sighted, and when at the same time Xerxes was seen marching with his vast land forces toward the shore, they were more than dissatisfied. They were afraid. So they called a secret council at which they resolved to retreat to Corinth, as they had wished to do from the first. To settle the matter, they bade the pilots get ready to sail. Themistocles soon heard what had been done, but he was determined to thwart the plans of his adversaries. He would force them to fight in the narrow Strait of Salamis. So he sent a message to the king of Persia, and pretending to be his friend, he warned him that the Greek fleet had determined to escape. "If you wish to win a great victory, O king," ran the message, "seize each end of the strait before the Greek fleet sails away." Xerxes was overjoyed when he heard that the Greeks wished to escape, for it seemed to him that they must be cowards whom it would be easy to beat. So while Themistocles called together a last council of war and did all that he could to delay the fleet, Xerxes was busy securing the strait as Themistocles had bidden him do. The pilots were on board the Greek ships, impatient to sail. The admirals were listening to Themistocles with but scant courtesy when the messenger the Athenian was so anxiously awaiting arrived. Themistocles hastened from the council to find that it was Aristides, his old rival, who had brought the tidings that the Greek fleet was shut in by the Persian ships. Flight was no longer possible. Then Themistocles told Aristides the trick he had played on the Persian king, and how he had at the same time duped the other admirals. Whether Aristides approved or disapproved of what his old rival had done, he believed that it was well that the battle should be fought in the straits, and he determined to support Themistocles. He himself hastened to the council to tell the admirals that they were surrounded by the enemy. At first the admirals refused to believe such evil news. They did not guess the truth, but they came so near to it that they said Themistocles had probably started the rumor so as to delay their flight. While they still talked, some sailors who had deserted from the Persians brought the same tale. The Greek admirals were at last convinced that a battle was inevitable. End of section 50, read by Kate Boyster.
Section 51 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor, Section 51, The Battle of Salamis. On the morning of the battle, Xerxes ascended a golden throne which had been placed for him upon a rock that overlooked the sea. Around him sat scribes ready to record the events of the battle. That they would all be to the honor of his fleet, Xerxes never doubted. Themistocles saw with pleasure that the wind was rising, making it difficult for the Persians to manage their unwieldy vessels. As he watched their efforts, he urged the Greeks to attack them at once. The narrowness of the strait, as well as the force of the wind, added to the confusion of the enemy and made the number of its ships of little use. Yet the Persians fought bravely, remembering that the eyes of the great king were upon them. One of the ships was commanded by a queen named Artemisia. She was fighting fiercely when her ship was attacked by an Athenian vessel at close quarters. Artemisia tried to escape, but as her ship sailed away, it was followed by the enemy. Straight in her path lay one of Xerxes' vessels. The queen did not try to avoid it, but pursuing her course struck the ship so that her own countrymen who were on board were sent to the bottom. When the Athenian captain saw what the queen had done, he thought, as perhaps she meant him to do, that she had deserted her own side and was now fighting for the Greeks, so he turned back and followed her no more. From his golden throne, Xerxes too saw what Artemisia had done, and he supposed it was a Greek vessel that she had run down. In his delight, he exclaimed, "My men are become women, my women men." This was a hard thing to say of his soldiers who were fighting gallantly for their king. Meantime, the Persian ships were driven into a narrow strait. Ship dashed against ship till the Persian dead strewed the deep like flowers. When evening fell, 200 Persian ships had been destroyed, and the Greeks had won the great sea battle of Salamis. The glory of the victory was due to Themistocles. There might indeed have been no battle at Salamis had he not tricked both the Persian king and the Greek admirals. The Athenian was proud of his success, and he now determined by another crafty message to Xerxes to drive him out of Greece. But first he sent for Aristides, and to test his wisdom he told him that he thought they should sail to Hellespont to destroy the bridge by which Xerxes had crossed into Europe and by which he could return to Asia. "Rather than break down the bridge," answered Aristides, "we should build another, if by doing we may hasten his departure." Now this was what Themistocles himself really wished, to hasten the king's retreat. So although he did not mean to destroy the bridge, he sent once again to Xerxes, and this is what he said. "O king, the Greeks are hastening to the Hellespont to destroy the bridge by which alone thou canst return to Asia. Hasten then to reach the bridge while I delay the Greek fleet, lest evil overtake thee." Once more the king fell into the trap Themistocles had prepared for him, for he set out in haste with the main body of his army for the Hellespont, leaving Mardonius with a large force to carry on the war as well as he could. The march to Hellespont was a terrible one, for Xerxes had himself laid waste to the land when he advanced upon Athens, and now there was neither food nor shelter for his army. The soldiers who were starving ate plants, grass, the bark of trees, anything to satisfy their hunger. In their weakness, they were attacked by plague, and hundreds perished long before the Hellespont was in sight. Even when at length the gleam of water gladdened the hearts of the soldiers, they were soon stricken again with fear, for where was the bridge? The Greeks had not outstripped them, so this was not their doing. A storm had destroyed the bridge. Weak and hungry as they were, the soldiers had to rebuild it before they could cross over to Asia, where food and shelter awaited them. When the Greeks saw that the Persians were marching to the Hellespont, they were eager to follow them, but Themistocles persuaded them to go back to Athens to rebuild the city. Then he sent yet another message to Xerxes, saying, "Themistocles, the leader of the Athenians, and the best and wisest of the Greeks, has out of goodwill to thee held back the allies from chasing thy ships and breaking up the bridge at the Hellespont. So go thy way in peace." Although Themistocles sent these proud words to the great king, he really believed it was wiser for the Greeks not to pursue the retreating army. But he also wished to make Xerxes his friend, so that if at any time he was ostracized by the Athenians, he would find a welcome at the Persian court. Greece was full of rejoicing when she heard of the victory of Salamis. The generals of the different states met at Corinth to propose a reward for the bravest and wisest among themselves. Each general wrote on a tablet the names of 2 whom he believed to be worthy of a prize. They were not very modest, these brave soldiers of Greece, for each general wrote his own name first, though nearly all added beneath the name of Themistocles. The Spartans gave their meed of honor to the great Athenian, for a crown of olive was placed upon his head, and he was presented with the most magnificent chariot that Sparta had ever produced. Aeschylus, one of the great Greek poets, wrote a tragedy on the fall of Xerxes called The Persians, which was acted in 472 BC, 8 years after the Battle of Salamis. Sculptors, too, wrought statues to commemorate the war, which were placed in the Temple of Athene. End of section 51. Read by Trish Rutter, San Diego, January 6th, 2022.
Chapter 52 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 52, The Battle of Plataea. Mardonius stayed with his troops in Thessaly during the winter months. But in the spring of 479 BC, he determined to win Athens from the league which he had formed with the other Greek states, or, if he failed to do this, to drive the citizens once again away from their city and occupy it himself. So he sent an ambassador to the Athenians to offer, in the name of Xerxes, not only to repair all the harm that the Persians had done to Athens and to the country round about the city, but to give them new lands and to treat them as independent allies if they would make a treaty with the great king. The Spartans were afraid that the Athenians would accept so generous an offer, and they knew that alone they could not hope to conquer the large Persian army which Mardonius commanded. So they sent to the Athenians to beg them to be true to the league, promising that if they were so, Spartan soldiers would be sent to help them against the attacks of the enemy. But the Athenians did not need to be entreated to refuse the offer of the great king, for they loved their city and their liberty. "Tell Mardonius," they said to the ambassador whom the Persian general had sent, "so long as the sun moves in his present course, we will never come to terms with Xerxes. After receiving this defiant message, Mardonius marched with his army against Athens. The Spartans, in spite of their promises, sent no troops to defend the city, and the Athenians were forced once again to take refuge at Salamis. Then they reproached the Spartans, and in bitter anger they declared that if an army was not sent at once to Attica to attack Mardonius, they would be forced to make an alliance with the enemy. Again, the Spartans grew alarmed for their own safety. Without further delay, they sent a force of 5,000 citizens, each attended by 7 helots. Other troops soon followed, and all were under the command of Pausanias, who was a relation to Leonidas, the hero of Thermopylae. The Persians had reached the province of Boeotia and were encamped on the plain of Plataea, while the Athenians and the Spartans set up their camp on a hill above the enemy. Mecistius, the favorite and most famous officer of the Persians, led his cavalry against the cavalry of the enemy, and soon a fierce conflict was raging. Only after their leader fell wounded from his horse and was slain were the Persians repulsed. The armor of Mecistius could not be pierced by any weapon, but a spear which was thrust into his eye caused his death. In vain the soldiers tried to recover the body of their general. Again and again they were driven back. Then there was a great mourning throughout the army of the Persians, for all lamented for Mecistius, shaving themselves and their horses and their beasts of burden. And there was a great cry through all the host, and the sound of it went through all Boeotia, as for the death of one who, next to Mardonius, was of most note among the Persians and with the king. As for the Greeks, after having driven the Persian cavalry from the field, they became much more bold and cheerful, and putting the dead body of Mecistius on a car, they drew it along their ranks, and so wonderful was it for its stature and its beauty that the men left their places and came forward to look upon Mecistius. Pausanias now determined to lead his troops down to the plain. Here he encamped opposite the Persians, with only the little river Asopus between the two armies. The oracles had foretold that the side which began the attack would be conquered, so day after day passed, neither army daring to move. But although the Persians dared not attack the Greeks, they did them all the harm that they could, for they filled up the springs to which the enemy went for water, and cut off several convoys with provisions. Pausanias was in despair when the water supply was stopped, and he determined to withdraw and take up a position nearer to Plataea, where both food and water would be secure. Discipline had grown slack in the Greek camp, and the retreat, which began at night, was carried out in a disorderly manner. One company set off in haste, but did not halt where Pausanias had arranged that it should. The Spartans refused to move at all. One of their captains, lifting a piece of rock with both hands and flinging it at the feet of Pausanias, cried, "Thus do I cast my vote against the counsel of flying from the strangers." Only when the retreat was nearly ended did the Spartans tardily obey the order to withdraw. This was how it happened that when morning dawned, the Persians found that the enemy had disappeared, all but the Spartans, whose captain had delayed to follow the orders of Pausanias. When Mardonius caught sight of the loiterers, he ordered his men to set out in pursuit of them, and before the Spartans could get into position, the Persians were upon them. But Pausanias soon learned what was taking place in his rear, and he hastened back with the troops that were with him to aid the disobedient Spartans. The Persians had thrust their shields into the ground to form a rough barrier between them and the Spartans, while they sent shower after shower of arrows upon the loiterers. The Spartans soon tore down the breastwork of shields, and with their swords in their hands advanced upon the enemy. Mardonius did all he could to encourage his men, but they had no armor to protect them from the blows of the Spartans, and they were forced back toward the river, throwing into confusion those of their own army who were still advancing. In the thick of the battle, Mardonius rode on a white horse, surrounded by 10,000 chosen Persians. He was easily known by his white charger, and many were the spears that were aimed at him by the angry Spartans. At length one smote him, so that he fell dead to the ground. Thus says Herodotus, Mardonius paid the recompense for the murder of Leonidas. No sooner was their leader slain than the Persians fled in utter confusion. All but 40,000, who were led off the field by one of the generals, and these marching north, reached the Hellespont and crossed over to Asia in safety. Those who fled from the field took refuge in their camp, where the Spartans attacked them. But the barricades were strong, and the camp was not taken until the Athenians had returned and joined in the assault. As the Greeks swarmed into the camp, they slaughtered the enemy without mercy. So severe was the defeat of Plataea that the Persians were utterly crushed. The spoil in the camp was enormous. Gold and silver dishes were there in abundance, rich carpets too, and weapons inlaid with precious stones. Horses, camels, mules were captured in great numbers. It is told that the great king had left his own magnificent war camp for Mardonius to use. When Pausanias saw it, all blazing with gold and silver and embroidered hangings, he commanded the cooks and bakers to make ready for him a banquet, as they had been used to do for Mardonius. When all was ready, he saw couches and tables of gold and silver, all fairly spread, and a banquet splendidly set forth. And then, marveling at this magnificence and glory, he charged his own servants, by way of mockery, to prepare a Spartan feast. So the meal was made ready, but it looked not much like the other, and Pausanias laughed, and sending for the generals of the Greeks, pointed to the two banquets, saying, Men of Hellas, I have brought you together that you may see the madness of the Medes, who faring thus sumptuously came to rob us of our sorry food. While the battle of Plataea was being fought, the Greek fleet was lying at Delos, an island in the Aegean Sea. The Persian fleet was near Samos, which is not far from the coast of Africa, while close at hand, at Cape Mycale, the Persian land forces were encamped. The Samians were afraid when they saw the Persian army, and begged the Greeks to come to their aid. This they readily agreed to do, and sailing to Cape Mycale, they landed and attacked and burned the Persian camp. The victory would have been harder to win had not the Ionian Greeks, who were with the Persians, deserted and fought with those of their own race. Both the victory of Plataea and that of Mycale were said to have been gained on the same day in August 479 BC. Bands of Persians had still to be driven from some of the islands of the Aegean and from some of the Greek cities in Asia. But the victory of Mycale freed the Ionians from the rule of the Greek king, ended the Persian War, and laid the foundations of the Athenian Empire. End of chapter 52. read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 18th of December, 2021. Chapter 53 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Chapter 53, The Delian League. For at least 40 years, Sparta was the chief city in Greece, and she was the head of the league which bound the cities of Peloponnesus together. It was her brave king, Leonidas, who had fallen gloriously at Thermopylae. It was her admirals who had been the chief commanders at Salamis and Mycale. The decisive victory of Plataea had been won by the Spartan Pausanias. But after the Persian War was ended, the power of Sparta grew less and less, while that of Athens increased by leaps and bounds until it was she who held the first place among all the cities of Greece. One reason for this was that Athens, owing to the foresight of Themistocles, owned a well-equipped navy and could therefore rule the islands of the Aegean, which had been wrested from the Persians. Sparta had no navy, nor had she any great statesman to tell her that she must become a great sea power if she wished still to hold the chief place among the cities of Greece. Sparta was content to drill her soldiers as she had been taught to do by Lycurgus, and she looked with contempt or with suspicion on what was new or unusual. It was only after Athens had far surpassed her in glory and in empire that her ambition was at length aroused, and she determined to win fame for herself by destroying her rival. Of Sparta's efforts to conquer Greece, you will read when I tell you about the Peloponnesian Wars. After the Battle of Plataea, Sparta soon lost the command of the allied fleet through the folly and treachery of Pausanias. The admiral was sent to drive the Persians from some of the Greek cities in the east. His success at Plataea had made him haughty and proud, and he treated his officers with contempt. He flogged his men for small offenses, or made them stand with an anchor on their shoulders. If food or water were scarce, he forbade them to help themselves until his own Spartan troops had been fed. Aristides and another admiral named Cimon, who treated their officers with courtesy and their men with kindness, went to Pausanias to beg him to behave more justly. But the Spartan would not listen to the remonstrances of the Athenians. "I have no time to hear complaints," was his sorry excuse. When Pausanias succeeded in taking Byzantium, which we now know as Constantinople, his pride and ambition increased, and he determined to play into the hands of the Persian king. So he sent for some of the prisoners, and setting them free, he bade them carry letters to Xerxes, their king. In these letters he offered, as only a traitor could do, to subdue Sparta and the other states of Greece, and to hold them for the Persian monarch. He asked Xerxes to grant him money to carry on the war, and as a reward for his services, he requested the hand of his daughter. Pausanias hoped in this way to gain his great ambition and become tyrant of all Greece. Xerxes was pleased with the Spartan's letter, nor did he stay to wonder if so disloyal a citizen would be a faithful ally. He sent a letter to bid the traitor work on night and day to accomplish his purpose, without letting himself be held back by lack of gold or silver, or want of troops, for all should be at his command. When Pausanias held the king's letter in his hand, and saw the king's money at his disposal, he began to behave as though he was already the son-in-law of the great king. He clad himself as a Persian prince. He journeyed from place to place in royal state, attended by Persian guards. The Spartan simplicity in which he had been trained was forgotten, and he lived in as great luxury as did his new friends. Rumors of the strange way in which Pausanias was behaving soon reached Sparta. When it was found that the rumors were true, Pausanias was ordered to come home, and another commander, named Dorcas, was sent to take his place. But before Dorcas reached Byzantium, the fleet had refused to obey Pausanias and had placed itself under Aristides, the admiral of the Athenian ships. A league called the Delian League was then formed to enable Greece to carry on the war against Persia. It was named the Delian League because its treasures were kept in the temple of Apollo on the sacred island of Delos. Athens became the head of the league, Aristides its leader, and so greatly was he trusted that he was asked to arrange the sum of money or the number of ships which each city belonging to the league should provide. Most of the Greek cities in the Aegean islands joined the Delian League, as well as those on the north and east coasts of the Aegean Sea. Those who joined took solemn oaths to be true to the demands of the League, and their oaths were ratified by sinking masses of iron in the sea. Not until these reappeared might the people be set free from the vows which they had taken. Pausanias had now to return to Sparta, where he was thrown into prison. But though there was abundant proof of his foolish conduct, there was none of his treachery, and he was soon set free. The traitor continued to send letters to Xerxes by his slaves, and those who carried them never returned, for Pausanias feared lest they should betray him. One of his slaves noticed that those who carried letters to the great king never came back. He made up his mind that when his turn came to go to Xerxes, he would find out what was in the letter he carried before he delivered it. So, when one day he was bidden to hasten with a letter to the Persian king, he no sooner left the presence of his master than he broke the seal, opened the letter, and found, among other things, an order for his death. This was what he expected, and he at once carried the letter to the ephors. It contained proof of the traitor's guilt. But, so it is told, the ephors wished to hear that Pausanias was guilty from his own lips, so they laid a trap for him. The slave was sent to take refuge in a hut that stood in a sacred grove. Pausanias soon heard of the strange conduct of his slave, and, as the ephors had foreseen, he at once hastened to the hut to demand why his servant had not sped on his master's errand. Two of the ephors were hidden behind the hut and could hear all that Pausanias said to his slave. In his anger, the admiral forgot to be prudent and exclaimed that he meant to subdue Greece and deliver her into the hands of Xerxes. The ephors had heard what they wished. They hastened home and at once ordered that the traitor should be seized. But either Pausanias was warned or he was filled with sudden foreboding, for he fled to the temple of Athene for sanctuary. It was forbidden to drag a fugitive out of the temple, so the ephors ordered that the door should be built up, that he might starve to death. His mother, in bitter anger because her son had wished to betray his country, herself placed the first stone at the door of the temple. When hunger had all but done its work, Pausanias was carried out of the sacred place to breathe his last, lest the temple should be polluted by the death of a traitor. End of chapter 53. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 27th of December, 2021.
Section 54 of The Story of Greece, Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Themistocles deceives the Spartans. After the Battle of Plataea, the Athenians brought their wives and children back to the city, which the Persians had again left in ruins. Not only were the temples and the houses burned, but of the city wall scarce a trace was to be found. Themistocles encouraged the citizens to rebuild the city, and this they did with good will. More beautiful temples, better houses, soon sprang up under the eager hands of the citizens. The wall they determined to make so strong and so high that they would be able to defend their city against any attack rather than be compelled again to forsake her. But Sparta was alarmed at her neighbor's industry. She was more than alarmed. She was suspicious and angry. Athens was making herself too strong. The Spartans murmured in ungenerous mood. The wall had risen but a little way from the ground when the Spartans sent to ask the Athenians not to go on with their work. The reason they gave was a selfish one, for they said, "If the Persians return and take a strongly walled town so near to Peloponnesus, our cities will not be safe." They then promised to offer shelter to the Athenians, should they again be forced to leave their city, but only on condition that they would stop building a wall around Athens. They even asked the Athenians to help them to destroy the walls that already surrounded the other cities of Greece. The Athenians were in a dilemma. They were determined to finish the wall, yet they dared not anger the Spartans, lest they attack their city while the wall was still unfinished. In their perplexity they turned to Themistocles, who had before now saved them by craft, when open defiance threatened to ruin them. Themistocles was not long in solving the difficulty. He said that he would go as an ambassador to Sparta to talk over the matter. Other ambassadors were to follow him only when the walls were nearly complete, and meanwhile men, women, and children all must work day and night, so that the wall might grow apace. When Themistocles reached Sparta, he at once said to the council that he could do nothing until his fellow ambassadors arrived, and he pretended that he expected them every day. He refused to attend the council alone, and when the Spartans grumbled, he assured them that the Athenians were not going on with the wall. When they grew impatient, he amused them so well by his clever speeches that they forgot for a little while to be angry with him. But when day after day passed, and still the other ambassadors did not come, the Spartans did not hide their suspicion that they were being deceived. When a rumor reached them that the Athenians had never ceased to build the wall, which was now nearly complete, they were angry indeed, and going to Themistocles, they demanded that he should tell them the truth. He still denied that the citizens had been building the wall in his absence, but if they doubted his word, he bade them send ambassadors to Athens, that they might see for themselves whether he was deceiving them or not. So the Spartans sent ambassadors to Athens, and then Themistocles bade his colleagues join him, for he knew that now both he and they would be safe. The Spartan ambassadors would be hostages for their lives. The first thing the Spartans saw as they approached Athens was a high, strong wall. Then they knew they had been deceived, and they sent a messenger to tell their countrymen that that Themistocles had played them false. Themistocles was no coward. He went into the council and boldly told the Spartans that it was true he had deceived them, so that the walls of Athens might be built before they could interfere. Indignant as the Spartans were, and ashamed of their own folly in being deceived by the crafty Athenian, they dared not harm the ambassadors, lest their own messengers should not return in safety. So they sent them away, and Themistocles and his fellows returned in triumph to Athens. Soon after this the city wall was finished, and Themistocles then urged the people to build another great wall round the Piraeus. When this was done, Athens had the largest and safest harbor in Greece. The other states now appointed her to be the head of the allied fleet, and no one was more proud of this than Themistocles, for it was he who had first persuaded the Athenians to make themselves into a great sea power. End of section 54. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 55 of The Story of Greece, Told to Boys and Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Themistocles is ostracized. For many years, Themistocles had been a favorite with the Athenians, but soon after the walls of the city were complete, he began to grow less popular. Perhaps this was his own fault, for he tired the people by boasting continually of the good he had done to the city. It was known, too, that he did not hesitate to take bribes, and the citizens were indignant that he should have grown rich in this dishonorable way. One day, as he was talking in public with Aristides, he said, "The chief excellence of a statesman is to be able to prove and frustrate the designs of public enemies." Aristides answered, "Another very excellent and necessary quality in a statesman is to have clean hands." And those who listened applauded Aristides the Just, for they knew well that he had never soiled his hands with the gold of his country's foes. In 471 B.C., the people determined to ostracize Themistocles, so weary had they grown of the claims he made upon their gratitude. At the time of Pausanias' death, he was living at Argos, which city lies south of Corinth. When the papers of the traitor were read, it was found that Themistocles had written to him. There was nothing in his letters to show that he had meant to help Pausanias to betray his country, yet he was accused of treason. When he heard of the charge that was brought against him, he wrote to the council at Athens, "I, Themistocles, who was born to command and not to serve others, could not sell myself and Greece with me into servitude to the enemy." These proud words only angered the Athenians the more, and the council sent men to arrest him. But Themistocles did not wait to be captured. He fled from Greece to Epirus, where he hoped that King Admetus, whom he had once befriended, would shelter him from his foes. Admetus was not at home when the exile reached the palace, so he threw himself upon the mercy of the queen. She bade him take her little son in his arms and go sit by the hearth until her lord returned. Then, when the king arrived, Themistocles arose and begged Artemis to protect him, while the little prince stretched out suppliant arms to his royal father. This was the most sacred way to proffer a request, and according to the custom of his country, the king was pleased to do as Themistocles asked. He refused to give him up to the Athenians, and sent him in safety to the Persian court, where Artaxerxes now reigned. Themistocles begged one of the officers to take him to Artaxerxes, saying that he was a Greek who had come to see the king on important matters. "If you will promise to prostrate yourself before the monarch, as is the custom in my country, "I will do as you wish," answered the Persian. Some Greeks would have refused to prostrate themselves before any king, but it was easy for Themistocles to conform to the customs of the country in which he found himself. "I that come hither," he said, "to increase the power and glory of the king, will not only submit myself to his laws, but will also cause many more to be worshippers and adorers of the king." "Who shall we tell him you are?" asked the officer, "for your words signify you to be no ordinary person." "No man," replied Themistocles, "must be informed of this before the king himself." So at length the Athenian was brought into the presence of Artaxerxes. After having prostrated himself, he stood silent before the king. "Who art thou?" asked Artaxerxes. "O king," answered the exile, "I am Themistocles the Athenian, driven into banishment by the Greeks. I come with a mind suited to my present calamities, prepared alike for favors and for anger. If you save me, you will save your suppliant. If otherwise, you will destroy an enemy of the Greeks." Artaxerxes liked the courage the exile showed, but he gave him no answer that day. At night, in his sleep, he was heard to cry aloud for joy 3 times. "I have Themistocles the Athenian." In the morning he commanded his courtiers and captains to assemble in the hall while the stranger was brought before him. As the Athenian passed close to the captains, one of them whispered to him, "You subtle Greek serpent, the king's good genius hath brought thee hither." Themistocles thought these were ominous words, but to his surprise the king greeted him kindly. A reward had been offered to whoever should bring the famous Athenian to the court of the great king. This reward Artaxerxes now declared should be given to Themistocles himself. The Greek besought the king to grant him a year in which to learn the Persian language. He promised that when he could speak without an interpreter, he would tell Artaxerxes the best way to subdue Greece. Artaxerxes not only granted his request, but showed him great kindness, for he gave him 3 cities, and ordered the inhabitants to supply him with bread, meat, wine, and whatever else he might need for himself and his family. In Magnesia, one of these cities, the Athenian lived content for many years. But at length Artaxerxes assembled an army to invade Greece, and he sent for the Greek to come to lead it into his own country. But whatever promises he had made to ensure his own safety, Themistocles had never really meant to harm the land he loved so well. So when the message of Artaxerxes reached him, the Athenian invited his friends to a feast, and after bidding them farewell, he offered sacrifices to the gods. He then took poison, and soon after died. Artaxerxes respected the Athenian because he had died rather than betray his country, and he ordered his family to be treated with kindness. Themistocles was buried without the walls of Magnesia, and the Magnesians erected a statue to him in their market-place, because he had been the savior of Greece. In 464 B.C., 3 years after the death of Themistocles, Aristides died. The Athenians, both rich and poor, mourned for his loss, because his rare justice, his true patriotism, had made him to be loved and honored by all who knew him. End of section 55. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 56 of The Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Eloquence of Pericles. After the death of Aristides, Cimon became commander-in-chief of the allied fleet. Cimon was beloved by the Athenians, for he showed them great kindness. Every day he invited some of the poorer citizens to supper. When he walked through the city, he ordered several well-dressed slaves to follow him. Then, if he met a citizen clad in shabby or threadbare garments, he would order one of his slaves to exchange clothes with him. The allied fleet gained many victories while Cimon was at its head. In 470 B.C., he sailed to an island named Scyrus, in which dwelt a race of pirates who had for many years fallen upon and captured the merchant vessels of Greece. The island of Scyrus lay between Athens and Thrace. The Greek traders were pleased when Cimon banished the pirates, as he was soon able to do. A number of Athenians were sent to settle in Scyrus, which from that time belonged to Attica. Now there was a legend which said that in this island there was a grave where lay the bones of Theseus, one of the old heroes of Hellas. It may be that Cimon ordered his men to search for the spot where the hero was said to be buried. In any case, a grave was found in which lay the body of a giant warrior. No one doubted that this was the body of Theseus, and, as the oracle had commanded, the bones were brought to Athens and placed in a temple, which was henceforth called Theseum. The Athenians were loud in the praise of Cimon, because he had obeyed the commands of the oracle, and had brought the bones of the hero to Attica. 4 years later, Cimon gained 2 great victories over the Persians, by which those Greek cities which had been left under the yoke of the great king were set free. They then hastened to join the Delian League. Cimon was now at the height of his power, but his friendship with Sparta, on which the Athenians had always looked with dislike, soon led to his downfall. In 464 B.C., there was an earthquake in Peloponnesus. Chasms yawned in the valleys. Landslips changed the face of the mountains. The loss of life in Sparta itself was terrible. While both houses and temples were destroyed, the Helots, who were always ready to revolt, did so now that their masters were overwhelmed by this great calamity. Cimon begged the Athenians to forget their old grudge against the Spartans, and to send to her help, remembering only how they had shared in the glory of the Persian War. "Do not let Greece be lamed of one foot," he urged, "and Athens herself be left to draw without her yoke-fellow." An Athenian named Pericles, who was now one of the chief citizens, did all he could to make the people refuse to send help to Sparta. But Cimon's entreaties were successful. He was himself sent at the head of the Athenian troops to help the Spartans to subdue the Helots. The rebels had taken refuge in a fortress, and Cimon tried in vain to expel them from their stronghold. Always ready to suspect an Athenian, the Spartans began to think that Cimon did not really wish to dislodge the Helots. They accused him of treachery, and roughly bade him return with his troops to Athens, as they no longer wished for his help. During Cimon's absence, Pericles and a statesman named Ephialtes had made several changes in the ancient courts of Athens. These changes did not meet with the approval of Cimon, and he tried to restore the old customs. The citizens soon grew angry with the 2 leaders, because each tried to govern Athens in a different way. And, instead of peace, discord ruled in the city. They determined that one of them should be ostracized. In 461 B.C., it was resolved to put the matter to the vote. The citizens assembled in the marketplace, and shells were given to them on which to write the name of the leader they wished to be banished. When the names were counted, it was found that Cimon was ostracized. Soon after Cimon left Athens, Ephialtes was slain in his own house, and it was believed that this cruel deed had been done by the order of some of Cimon's friends, in revenge for the ostracism of their chief. Pericles was now left alone to govern Athens. He was not rich, so he could not himself do all that Cimon had done for the people, but he used the public money for the good of the citizens, and he pleased them by taking from the court of the Areopagus most of its ancient power, and giving it to the popular assembly. Tickets, too, were given by his orders to the poorer folk in Athens, so that they might be able to go to the theatres and other places of public amusement. By these and other acts, Pericles soon won the goodwill of the people. When he was a boy, Pericles had been trained by a philosopher named Anaxagoras, who had taught him much wisdom. When storms arose, they seemed unable to disturb the calm of the philosopher's pupil. One day, as he was busy in the market-place with affairs of state, a rude fellow never ceased to mock and to speak ill of him. Pericles heard all that the man said, but he took no notice, and when he had finished his task, he set out for home. The rough fellow followed, throwing at him, not stones, but cruel, wicked words. It was dark when Pericles reached his house. Turning to one of his servants, he bade him take a light and see that the man reached home in safety. And this he did, although he had been treated so badly. Because he was a great orator, Pericles was named the Olympian, but by some it was said that he was so called because of the beautiful buildings with which he adorned Athens. At this time comedies were acted on the stage, and in these comedies great statesmen were often ridiculed. That is, fun was made both of themselves and of their actions. Those who wrote these plays were allowed to use their wit on any one or anything that they chose. It was soon seen that the Athenians could laugh heartily at themselves, and that is a good thing that some people can never learn to do. Pericles was too well known to be left alone by the writers of comedy. Sometimes hard words were spoken of him, as when a writer said that he had a dreadful thunderbolt in his tongue. But he who said this knew that the eloquence of Pericles was a great power, and that the orator could make people believe almost anything that he wished them to believe. It is said that one of the kings of Sparta once asked a noble citizen named Thucydides if he or Pericles were the stronger wrestler. "When I," answered Thucydides, "have thrown him and given him a fair fall, by persisting that he had no fall, he gets the better of me, and makes the bystanders, in spite of their own eyes, believe him." Thucydides said this in jest, to show what wonders Pericles could work by his eloquence. But although others make fun of Pericles' great gift of speech, he himself thought of it with reverence. He was very careful what and how he was to speak, insomuch that, whenever he went up to the hustings, he prayed the gods that no word might unawares slip from him unsuitable to the matter and the occasion. Pericles encouraged the Athenians to war against many of the Greek states, and when they had subdued them, he bade these states pay tribute to Athens. Year by year, under his guidance, the city grew more powerful. In 449 B.C., Cimon, who had been recalled from exile, sailed with a fleet of 200 ships to Cyprus, where several cities still owned by Artaxerxes, the Persian king, as their master. He laid siege to the town of Citium. Before it was taken, he fell ill. Although he was forced to stay in bed, he still sent orders to his men, which helped them to gain 2 brilliant victories. Cimon did not recover from his illness, and after the death of its commander, the fleet returned to Athens. End of section 56. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 57 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anita Hibbard. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor, Pericles and Elpines. Athens was at first the leader of the Delian League. She soon became its ruler. Many of the allied cities offered to send, as their contribution to the League, money instead of ships. To this, Athens agreed gladly, and with the money, she added ship after ship to her own fleet. So the navy of Athens continued to grow, while that of the other states dwindled until they possessed only a few vessels. The treasury of the League, which had been kept in the small but sacred island of Delos, was moved to Athens with the consent of the allies. But after a time, the other cities grew discontented. They complained that the money they sent to the League was not spent on ships alone. Some of it, at least, was used to build beautiful temples for the city of Athens. So dissatisfied were they that they declared that they would leave the League. But they soon found that it would be difficult to carry out their threat, for Athens was too anxious to receive their contributions of money to let them go. When the people who lived on the island of Samos revolted, Pericles went with an army to besiege their capital town, and after 9 months the Samians were forced to surrender. The walls of the city were pulled down, the ships belonging to the island were seized, and the inhabitants were forced to pay a heavy fine. On his return to Athens, Pericles was welcomed by his own party, but Elpines, the sister of Simon, was indignant that the citizens should rejoice at a victory gained over their own countrymen. One day, soon after his triumphant return, Elpines waylaid Pericles as he was walking along the streets, and said to him, "These are brave deeds, Pericles, that you have done, and such as deserve our chaplets, who have lost us many a worthy citizen, not in a war with Phoenicians or Medes, like my brother Simon, but for the overthrow of an allied and kindred city." Elpines hoped to make Pericles ashamed that he had fought with people of his own race. And now for 2 years, from 447 BC to 445 BC, loss after loss befell Athens. While she was struggling with her other enemies, the king of Sparta marched into Attica with an army. Athens herself was in danger. But before the army reached the city, it was ordered to halt, and soon after it withdrew from Attica. No one knew what had made the Spartans spare Athens, but it was said that Pericles had paid their king a large sum of money on condition that he took his army back to his own country. In 445 BC, Athens signed a 30 years' truce with Sparta, and at the same time, peace was made with Persia. Pericles was now able to devote himself to the work which was his greatest pleasure. He spent 14 years in making Athens so beautiful that it became the wonder city of the world. End of section 57. Read by Anita Hibbard, Calgary, September 4th, 2021.
Chapter 58 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The City of Athens. When the Persians entered Athens, they destroyed her temples. Some of these temples had been hastily repaired. Others had been hastily built when the Athenians returned to their own city. But now that peace had been made with the Persians, Athens determined to show her gratitude to the gods by building in the city temples exceeding magnifical, more beautiful indeed than any that had yet been built. The most famous of these temples was the Parthenon, or Temple of the Virgin, built on the Acropolis and sacred to the virgin goddess Athene. This marvelous temple was planned by a great architect named Ictinus and adorned by a yet greater sculptor called Phidias. The architecture of the Parthenon was Doric, which was the oldest, the strongest, as well as the most simple of the 4 kinds of Grecian buildings. There were 2 rooms in the Parthenon with no entrance from one to the other. The figure of the goddess, fashioned by the magic hands of the sculptor Phidias, was a colossal one. Calm, majestic, with a smile upon her face, she stood in her wondrous temple, clad in a robe of gold. On her head she wore a helmet. In her right hand she held fast a little golden figure of the goddess of victory, while her left lay upon her shield. At her feet a snake lay coiled. Neither of marble nor of bronze was the statue, but of ivory and pure gold, ivory being used for the flesh, gold for the robe and armor, which was studded with precious stones. Nowhere was there so marvelous a statue as this of the goddess Athene, wrought by Phidias, save perchance the Zeus at Olympia, which was also molded by the famous sculptor. The statue of Zeus had a strange power over those who gazed upon it. Let a man sick and weary in his soul who has passed through many distresses and sorrows, whose pillow is unvisited by kindly sleep, stand in front of this image, he will, I deem, forget all the terrors and troubles of human life. Close to the Parthenon was an older temple, built not in the Doric but in the Ionic style of architecture. It too was sacred to Athene and also to Poseidon. This temple, which was called the Erechtheum, was held in awe and reverence by the Athenians, for in it was kept an ancient wooden image of the goddess. So ancient was this most holy idol of the people that it looked more like a rough block of wood than a carved figure. The holy olive tree, too, was there, which the Persians had cut down, but which they had been unable to kill, as well as the living snake, the symbol of the presence of the goddess. The Erechtheum was to the Athenians a shrine, in which lay hidden the story of their past. The Parthenon was to them a sign of the power and the splendor of the age of Pericles. On the western side of the Acropolis rose a magnificent marble wall called the Propylaea. The marble had been pierced at intervals to make 5 great gateways, the center one being for chariots, those on either side leading by steps to the Parthenon. Through these gateways the Athenians marched in solemn procession on their feast days. A great theatre, sacred to the god Dionysus, was finished in the age of Pericles, and an Odeon or great hall of music was added to it, where contests of song and music were held. The roof of the Odeon was pointed like a tent, and was made of the masts of ships that had been captured from the Persians. This pointed roof was said by the wits of Athens to be like the helmet of Pericles, whose head was curiously formed, and who often wore a helmet to conceal its strange shape. "Here comes Pericles," says a comic poet of those days, with the Odeon set on his crown. Another great statue of Athene, called Athene Promachos, or Athena foremost in battle, stood just within the Propylaea. It was wrought in bronze and showed Athene in armor, holding shield and spear outstretched. This statue, also by Phidias, was 50 feet high and stood on a pedestal that raised it 20 feet higher, so that it towered above the roofs of the temples. The golden plume on the helmet of the goddess was seen by sailors far out at sea. With these and many other great works of art, Pericles adorned the city of his love. The Acropolis, he said, should be no longer a fortress, but a sanctuary. Some of the Athenians, among them Thucydides, grumbled because Pericles spent the public money on these beautiful buildings. Pericles heard that the citizens were discontented, and in the open assembly he rose and bade them tell him if they thought he used more money than he ought to adorn the city. "Too much a great deal," was the speedy retort. "Then," said Pericles, "since it is so, let the cost not go to your account but to mine, and let the inscriptions upon the buildings stand in my name." But the people, surprised at his generosity, and perhaps wishing to share in the glory of his work, were ashamed that they had complained. They bade him spend as much of the public money as he deemed right, and spare no cost until all was finished. In 479 BC, the Persians had reduced Athens to ruins. 50 years later she had been built anew, and adorned with temples and statues that made her the wonder of the world. Marble was found in Attica, gold and ivory were bought with money out of the treasury, but without the magic hand of Phidias, marble, gold, and ivory had been bought in vain. End of section 58. Read by Kate Boyster. Section 59 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Great Men of Athens. Athens, in the age of Pericles, was the home of literary men as well as of sculptors and architects. Aeschylus, one of the greatest men of the age, was a diligent writer of tragedies or serious plays. You will think that he was diligent indeed when I tell you that he wrote 90 plays, although only 7 are known to us now. His tragedies were acted in the great theatre of Dionysus. The Perseus, his first play, was written 8 years after the great sea fight at Salamis to tell of the victory the Athenians had won over the Persians. Just as races were run, and music was written by competitors to win renown and gain prizes at the festival of Dionysus, so plays were written and prizes were awarded to the successful author at this great feast. These plays might be about the things that were taking place in Greece at that very time, or the plot might be taken from the old world stories of Troy. Proud and dauntless were the men and women whom Aeschylus made to live upon the stage of Athens. Of many of these you will someday read yourself. Sophocles and Euripides also wrote tragedies, and Euripides is known too for the beauty of his songs. He was a magician who made all that he touched radiant with beauty. Many people loved Euripides because of the wonderful songs and plays which he wrote, but some hated him. Aristophanes, the writer of comedies or amusing plays that made the Athenians laugh with uncontrollable glee, was one of those who disliked Euripides and held up some of his works to scorn. But Socrates, a greater man than he, loved Euripides and called him his favorite poet. Herodotus was the first great Greek historian. He was not born in Attica, but he lived some years in Athens. He wrote the story of the Persian Wars, while Thucydides wrote that of the Peloponnesian War. Some of the greatest teachers in Greece at this time were called sophists. A sophist meant, at first, one who was clever in any special art. It did not matter what the art was. It might be cooking, gardening, teaching. Protagoras was one of the most famous sophists, but the Athenians did not treat him well, for he wrote a book which displeased them, so that they condemned it and accused him of writing against the gods of Greece. So angry were his enemies that Protagoras knew that he could no longer live safely in Athens. He fled from the city and set sail for Sicily, but he was drowned before he reached the island. It was of his dead friend Protagoras that Euripides was thinking when he wrote in one of his plays, "Ye have slain, O Greeks, ye have slain the nightingale of the Muses, the wizard bird that did no wrong." These are a few of the great men who, with Ictinus, Phidias, and many another of whom I have not told, made the glory of Greece known throughout the wide world. End of section 59, read by Kate Boyster.
Chapter 60 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kyle Matthews. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. The Thebans attack the Plataeans. The cause of the Peloponnesian War was jealousy. Jealousy between Athens and Sparta. Each wished to be the chief state in Greece, and the only way to settle the dispute in those days was by an appeal to arms. Athens had a great navy and much wealth. She was at the head of an empire, but the states which she had subdued and which she had forced to pay tribute were discontented and unlikely to prove useful allies. Sparta was the head of the Peloponnesian states. She had a strong army, but she had not money with which to carry on war, nor had she, or any of her allies save Corinth, a fleet that would be of any use against the large, well-equipped fleet of Athens. As long as Athens could keep the mastery of the sea, she would be able to defy the enemy. Famine would soon subdue her if she lost this mastery, for much of her corn supply came from abroad, and if the corn ships did not reach the Piraeus with the precious freight, the people would starve. On land, Athens could not hope to hold her own against Sparta. Pericles knew this well, and so he urged the Athenians to place their trust in their ships. "Let us give up lands and houses," he said, "but keep a watch over the city and the sea. We should not, under any irritation at the loss of property, give battle to the Peloponnesians, who far outnumber us. Mourn not for houses or land, but for men. Men may give these, but these will not give men. If I thought that you would listen to me, I would say to you, go yourselves and destroy them, and thereby prove to the Peloponnesian that none of these things move you. Such is the power which the empire of the sea gives." The Peloponnesian War began in the early spring of 431 BC, when the citizens of the little town of Thebes made a treacherous attack upon the town of Plataea. Thebes belonged to the Boeotian League, which was on good terms with Sparta, upon bad terms with Athens. Plataea was in alliance with Athens, but there were traitors among the citizens, and these determined to betray their city into the hands of the Thebans. One dark, stormy night the gates of the city were opened to admit a band of 300 Thebans. The main body of the Theban force was still some distance off. At midnight, the citizens of Plataea were awakened by the sound of trumpets. They dressed in haste, and then rushing to the marketplace, found it in the hands of the Thebans, who were calling upon the citizens to forsake Athens and to join the Boeotian League. At first, the Plataeans thought it would be useless to resist the enemy, but before long they found that there were only a small band of Thebans in the marketplace. Heavy rains had made the river Esopus rise, and the main body of the enemy was still on the farther side of the river, looking in vain for a ford. So the Plataeans shut their gates, barricaded their streets with wagons, and then boldly attacked the enemy. The Thebans were soon separated from one another and lost their way in the unknown and dusky streets. To add to their confusion, from windows and roofs, heavy missiles were hurled down upon them by angry Plataean women. A few scaled the city wall and escaped, but the greater number, rushing through a large door which they mistook for one of the city gates, found themselves in a granary from which there was no escape, save by the door through which they had entered. It was already held by the Plataeans, and the Thebans were taken prisoners and commanded to lay down their arms. Meanwhile, the main body of the Thebans had reached the city gates to find them guarded by the inhabitants. A herald was sent to bid them withdraw, after releasing the prisoners whom they had taken on their march to the city. Unless this was done without delay, the Plataeans threatened to put to death the Thebans whom they had captured. It was plain that their plot had failed. So, to save their comrades, as they believed, the Thebans released their prisoners, recrossed the Esopus, and went back to their own city. Then the Plataeans did a cruel and treacherous deed, for they slew 200 of their Theban prisoners. The Plataeans sent to Athens to ask for help when the Theban army appeared without their walls, but the danger was over before help could reach them. Yet lest the Thebans should return, the women and children were taken to Athens for safety, while 80 Athenians were sent to garrison the walls of Plataea. End of chapter 60.
Section 61 of the Story of Greece, told to boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Greece by Mary MacGregor. Attica is invaded by the Spartans. In the month of May, 431 BC, Attica itself was invaded by a large Spartan army under King Archidamus. Before he crossed the border into Attica, the king bade his army halt, while he sent an ambassador named Melesippus to the Athenians to offer them terms if they would submit to him. But Pericles persuaded the council to refuse even to listen to Melesippus, who had been told to return to his own army before the setting of the sun. As he turned away from the council, Melesippus said to the Athenians, "This day will be the beginning of many woes to the Greeks." Pericles knew that the Spartans would march into Attica as soon as their ambassador had returned, so he ordered the country folk to hasten within the strong walls of Athens for safety. Their cattle he bade them send to the island of Evia. The Spartans found the Attic farms deserted, but they destroyed and burned them, while they trampled down the cornfields and spoiled the olive groves and orchards. As the invading army drew nearer to Athens, the people within the city walls could mark its progress by the smoke that rose from the burning farms and villas. The men rushed to the gates, eager to go attack the enemy, and it was all but beyond the power of Pericles to restrain them. As winter drew near, Archidamus was forced to retreat, for he had neither money nor food to keep his troops longer in the country of the enemy. Then Pericles, knowing that the way was clear, sailed from Athens with 13,000 men and surprised many villages on the Peloponnesian coast. He also burned the farms and houses in the district of Megara. When Pericles returned from Megara, a public burial was given, as was the custom, to those who had been slain in battle. A cedar box in which were placed the bones of the fallen was carried without the walls of the city and buried. For those whose bodies had not been recovered, there was an empty bed covered with a pall. The funeral oration, or panegyric as it was named, was spoken by Pericles. Here are a few of the sentences which Thucydides, the historian, heard as he stood among the people and listened to the panegyric. Our city is equally admirable in peace and in war, for we are lovers of the beautiful, yet simple in our tastes, and we cultivate the mind without the loss of manliness. Wealth we employ, not for talk and ostentation, but when there is real use for it. To avow poverty is with us no disgrace. The true disgrace is in doing nothing to avoid it. An Athenian citizen does not neglect the state because he takes care of his own household, and even those of us who are engaged in business have a very fair idea of politics. We alone regard a man who takes no interest in public affairs not as harmless, but as a useless character. I would have you day by day fix your eyes upon the greatness of Athens until you become filled with the love of her. And when you are impressed with the spectacle of her glory, reflect that this empire has been acquired by men who knew their duty and had the courage to do it. They freely gave their lives to her as the fairest offering which they could present at her feast. The whole earth is the sepulchre of famous men. Not only are they commemorated by columns and inscriptions in their own country, but in foreign lands there dwells also an unwritten memorial of them, graven not on stone, but in the hearts of men. Make them your example. End of section 61.